All right, Heather, what's going on in the news?
Okay, well, deer hunters, be careful out there. At least 3 Michigan deer hunters have died of heart attacks this season already as they attempted to haul away the heavy animals. And it reminded me of also be careful when you're out shoveling snow. Kind of the same idea, right? You're trying to move a heavy load and it could be really difficult. Well, there's a local medical examiner that is now urging at-risk hunters to undergo a doctor's evaluation before heading out to the woods. This medical examiner says that I've never seen 3 people die in 48 hours from heart attacks while deer hunting before. You know, deer season comes and then bam, you have a rifle, you have a backpack, you're going out into the woods and you're moving if you get a deer.
Oh yeah, you're dragging that deer out.
Very heavy.
There's a lot of physical exertion, and there's a lot of guys that the only time they get any exercise is going out scouting, and that it's a brief walk.
Yeah. So these guys who passed away were 57, 65, and 83 years old. Orion Township officials say that it's going to take at least a week to finish their investigation into what caused that massive explosion at a condo complex on Tuesday. 18 units damaged, right? 6 of them completely destroyed. 2 people still remain in the hospital. During a gathering of local officials, the Orion Township supervisor thanked the community for rallying around those impacted. People have been donating things to these people. Churches have opened their doors because there's a lot of people who are now displaced, don't have a place to live. And this guy also noted that it's a miracle that there were no fatalities in this explosion. And when you see photos of the aftermath where these condos, these homes are just leveled, it is hard to believe that everyone made it out alive. I know, like I said, 2 people are hospitalized, but they do say their condition is improving. So that's great news for sure. Scary stuff. A Pontiac woman has been arrested for her 3rd DUI after Troy police found her asleep at a red light. Troy police doing it again. Last Wednesday, they watched this woman sit through 2 light cycles at the intersection of Coolidge and Wattles. And when the officers went to go speak to her, they noticed, oh boy, she's asleep at the vehicle. The vehicle's in drive. Her foot was on the brake. After waking her up, they found her very unsteady on her feet, slurred speech. She smelled of alcohol. Right there, she had a blood alcohol content more than twice the legal limit. She blew a 0.19%. Later on, after they took her to lockup, her result was 0.235%. Yikes. Central Michigan head football coach Jim McElwain is retiring. Confirmed the news one day after their victory over Western Michigan. They do still have 1 game remaining on November 30th. That's in Northern Illinois. He's going to stay on in his role until a new coach is hired, and they are doing this national search for his replacement that is underway. He was under contract through the 2026 season. He had a salary of more than $1 million per year. He did release a statement basically just saying that he has cherished every single moment that he has had in this position, thanked everyone that he has worked alongside with, and called the experience a true privilege. He's been a coach for 40 years, 40 seasons. It's a long time.
Program needed a change too. 3 straight losing seasons, losing record to Western. This needed to happen.
There's a Florida high school football team that's also going to undergo some changes because their coach was just suspended after he was caught watching porn in the middle of a classroom on a school computer.
Oh boy! So
there's video that's circulating. There's video that's circulating online, and it shows the coach of Miami Jackson Senior High School. His name's Max Edwards. Just watching this adult film while a student was there filming him. Now, you never see the coach's face, but I'm guessing they can recognize him from other features, and you can see exactly what he's watching. A spokesperson for the school district released a statement saying that they found the allegations against this guy disturbing, and they suspended him pending an investigation.
The gall of it, right?
Right. What are you doing?
It looks like he's in a classroom. It's like a computer lab. He's just sitting there on a school computer watching porn. Come on. McDonald's is bringing back a fan favorite this December. The McRib will be hitting menus very soon. And for the first time ever, fans can now purchase their own personal jug of McRib sauce. And when I say jug, I mean a half-gallon jug.
Oh.
Yeah, so the McRib will be back on December 3rd. And for those like really hardcore fans, you can buy this half-gallon jug of sauce, $20. It will be sold at wholelotamcribsauce.com.
That is a whole lot of McRib
It's
sauce.
a whole lot of it. And I believe you have to buy them in a 2-pack. So you're getting a whole gallon.
It's like shopping at Costco.
My gosh.
Do you like the McRib, John?
No.
Okay.
No. No.
It's Heather with the news. All right, 2 Grand Slam.
Let's do it, you guys. I hope we're going to give away that big $2,000. 60 seconds, 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly. $2,000 if they get them all right.
Our contestant this morning, Mike in Sterling Heights. Mike, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How's it going, guys?
Good.
Good.
Have you played before, Mike?
No, it was my first time.
Oh, awesome.
All right, here we go.
You know the rules,
Okay.
right? If you don't know one, pass. And if there's enough time, we're going to get back to it. That could help you out. Are you ready to play?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, your time is going to start as soon as I start reading. Here we go, Mike. David Montgomery played for this NFL team before the Lions.
Chicago Bears.
Who won the Heisman Trophy last season?
Jaden Daniels.
Milford is located in this Michigan county.
Wayne.
Who played Cousin Eddie in Christmas Vacation?
Oh. Pass.
Lions wide receiver Allen Robinson played at this college.
Penn State.
The main campus of Northwestern University is located in this state.
Illinois.
Alex Ovechkin wears this jersey number.
9.
This band had the 2002 hit Times Like These.
Pass.
Stephen Ross is the owner of this NFL team.
Oh. Pass.
What is the nickname of Wake Forest University?
Demon Deacons.
Who played Cousin Eddie in Christmas Vacation?
Chevy Chase.
This band had the 2002 hit Times Like These.
I didn't know that one anyway.
Yeah, 5.
5? Yeah,
five.
$125. Mike, what'd you think now that you played it? You probably listened before, but actually going through it, what was it like?
Well, I did better than the guy that hung up on you guys, I guess.
Yes, you did.
You certainly did. Thank you for playing the entire game.
Thank you.
We'll put you on hold. We'll get you paid. 2 Grand Slam. Let's go through it. He got 5 of them right, and he used his time well. He got back to a couple of them.
Yeah.
David Montgomery played for,
The Bears.
before he joined the Lions. Heisman Trophy last year.
Jaden Daniels is
Started-
off to a good start.
2 for 2. Milford, located in this Michigan county. He said Wayne.
Oh, it's Oakland County. Oakland County's a little tricky in that area.
It can be. I would have understood if he guessed maybe Livingston, because that's like Brighton Howell, but
Sure.
Wayne?
Yeah.
Wayne?
I mean, at least it's a Michigan county.
It is.
Well, it's
So-
down here in Southeast
that's
Michigan. Yeah, sure.
Who played Cousin Eddie in Christmas Vacation. He didn't know, but he said Chevy Chase because Chevy Chase is in the movie.
Right, yeah. Good guess, but no. That'd be Randy Quaid.
Lions wide receiver Allen Robinson played at this college.
Penn State,
Yep, got it right. Northwestern is in this state.
Illinois.
Yep. Alexander Ovechkin wears this jersey number.
So close.
So close.
He said 9. It is actually 8.
He's known as the Great Eight.
Yes, the Ocho.
This band had the O2 hit Times Like These.
Foo Fighters.
Yeah, Foo Fighters. Stephen Ross, the owner of this NFL team.
The Miami Dolphins.
And he got the 10th question right. The nickname of Wake Forest University is...
The Demon Deacons. Yep.
Your next chance to win is next Tuesday, 7/25. A chance to win $2,000 twice a week. Coming up next, the behavior of one of our coworkers is called into question. It's 97.1.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather. Now, you might not think of yourself as a tech expert, but that doesn't mean you can't protect yourself from online scammers. You all know those fake missed delivery texts, those urgent bank alerts. Well, these scams can look incredibly convincing. And that's where McAfee Total Protection comes in. It's designed to make staying safe online simple. No tech skills required. With McAfee, you can confidently manage your finances, shop online, or even catch up with your favorite shows, knowing your devices, privacy, and identity are safer. Now, right now, there's never been a better time to act. Get up to 79% off award-winning protection during McAfee's Black Friday Cyber Monday sale. But don't wait. This deal ends soon. It ends on December 4th, 2024. Visit McAfee.com/online protection to take advantage of this limited time offer. McAfee Total Protection, because protecting yourself shouldn't require being a tech expert. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
All right, we got a coworker behavior question, and this was something that Tom noticed.
So yesterday, I'm leaving, go out the parking lot, and I see, one of our fellow coworkers in the Odyssey compound here. Not a ticket worker, okay? And
Sorry to disappoint if you thought we were going to go after someone on the station.
He was having a conversation with somebody I didn't recognize in a parking lot. Might have been a guest or something. And I looked, and then I did the next double look. I'm like, wait, what's going on here? They had dyed their hair black.
Like jet black?
Like it was dark. It was noticeable.
Yes, noticeable. And it wasn't Ryan Day black, okay? Which is nobody's hair is blacker than Ryan Day's, okay? Or dye job, whatever. And I just did the look, and I'm like, wait a minute. It's dyed, and I looked at them, and I think I have this take on people dyeing their hair. If you're going to do it, you need to do it like almost on the first gray, and you need to not do it to where it's like obnoxiously black. And I think it accentuates your older features when you do it too dark. You know what I'm saying? Like I looked and I'm like, wow, he looks old. I actually thought it made him look older. Because the
contrast,
because of the the wrinkles you start getting around your eyes as you get older and stuff like that.
But it becomes jarring when the dye job is like, almost too good. You're saying,
yes, exactly. And so I was just thinking about this, and I was like, I've always just thought guys dyeing their hairs, I don't get it unless you do it like right away. And I wanted to get Heather's take on this. Heather, you make the call. Should guys dye their hair?
Okay. I have some thoughts on this. I do want to know who this is. So are they here currently? Like, is this somebody I could spy on? Like, or just go check out their dye job?
Yes, they're here right now.
All right, I'll do that. I'll do my
which really narrows the field in terms of it's probably not off-air personnel.
I'll do my lab.
So it's nobody in this room.
Correct.
Right.
And I said guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, so here's my thought on guys dyeing their hair. If it's going to make you feel better about yourself, right, and you're going to have some confidence, I would rather have a confident man than have a guy who's like shying away from doing anything. I do think, however, I don't mind some gray hair. Like, I think it makes you look a little distinguished, sophisticated. I like that. So I don't think they need to dye your hair. The guys, I don't think you need to dye it. I think you can embrace the gray. I think it's a good look. But I also think that if it's going to help you, you want to feel better about yourself and you want to dye your hair, go for it, guys.
What if it's done abruptly? Like, I don't know. I don't even know. Like,
this was abrupt to me. Like, I did a double look.
Oh, I want
is there since you are familiar with dyeing hair?
Yes.
Is there a way for guys to do it over time where it's not dramatic, where you might not notice it?
The Just for Men. That's
touch of gray.
Touch of gray, where it's like it's not the full dye. It leaves a little bit of gray in there. I've never used box hair dye on. Well, I've never dyed a man's hair, but I've never used box dye on a man's head. I've never. So I don't know exactly. I mean, I've dyed a lot of women's hair, so I know how that works. But
So
I do think they have that.
You go home today and little Colin has.
Oh, come on. No.
Wow.
Do we still have flags in the studio? Come on. That's not even subtle. That's a cheap shot.
You know, he's got to boost his confidence because of his.
Oh,
all right.
No.
All right. So, anyways, though, Colin is has a red tone, right?
In his beard only.
Okay. So brown.
Yes, he's got brown hair.
Does he have some grays?
Not on his head. His beard is getting some gray. Yeah, no grays in his hair, but his beard is getting some gray.
So you go home.
It starts like down here near the bottom of by the chin.
Mm-hmm.
You go home though, and the grays are gone. What would you think?
I would just be like, why? I liked your hair. I would be a little shocked that he would want to do that. I think that he's pretty confident though. Like, I don't think that he would dye. I don't see him ever dyeing his hair.
So you use the word confident there. You're equating guys dyeing their hair to loss of confidence. Like
why else would you do it?
I think
they look younger. I mean,
well, yeah, because you don't feel confident
in aging.
But to Heather's point, I kind of feel like guys, we got it easy. Like, we're allowed to age and we get to be distinguished. Women have it so much harder.
Oh, yeah.
We're not allowed to have gray.
I mean, I don't care.
But a lot of guys do, Tom, with their hair. Losing your hair is a really tough thing for a lot of men to go through. And you don't feel like yourself anymore. You don't look like yourself. You don't feel as confident.
But these are two different things to me. Balding versus graying.
Yeah. I think they're very different. Yeah. I mean, it's I don't care either way. It would be a lot easier if I would just go bald. Then I wouldn't have to worry about haircuts. I wouldn't have to worry about
but then you'd have
combing my hair in the morning.
But you'd have to maintain the baldness. That's tough too, isn't it?
Sure.
I would imagine guys that are bald.
I don't know.
I cut mine once a week.
Oh,
basically.
really?
Yeah, that's it. I don't like using a razor on my dome, so you like.
Well,
I use
it's gotta be hard.
I use a beard trimmer.
Okay.
And I use it right. I don't put a guard on.
Okay.
So I can, but I don't get cut then. It's a little
Sure.
pointy right up here.
At the very, very top. Gotta be gentle.
248-539-9797. Guys, we have a coworker dyeing his hair.
Yeah.
Are you someone that does this? And for women, like, does it matter? Does it look better? Does it look worse? How do you feel about it?
Yeah, or if you were in a relationship with someone and all of a sudden the next day they show up and they've got clearly done something to their hair other than just cut it.
I mean, women do it all the time. We do things to
Right.
make ourselves feel better and what we think looks better, whether you
Yeah.
agree or not.
I think it's more dramatic when a guy does it because a lot of women, like, if they haven't had their hair highlighted in 6 months and then all of a sudden they do, you notice a difference.
Sure.
But I don't think anybody sits there and goes, oh, I mean, they don't really take as much notice versus a guy coloring their hair.
I mean, I would say on a woman, gray hair, it needs to be longer then, because I do think there's a distinguished look. Like, you don't want to be Brenda Warner, right?
Right. Well, yeah, like, because she has the same haircut as Kurt.
Right.
You like long hair, though, Tom.
I do, yeah. I just think at least shoulder length is
mean, that's-
mandatory.
Well, that's whether it's gray or not for you, though, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so then that other thing, it's not really about the gray hair at that point. No, I mean, you said like women will frequently get dyes or even style changes, but I think we're harsher on women's looks
For
as a
sure.
society. So I almost think
Without a doubt.
that's baked into it. For guys,
Yeah.
like, I don't think you're being put under the microscope. If you got a little salt and pepper, a lot of people prefer that. That's like you've earned that.
Like,
Yeah.
Greg looks very distinguished now that he is graying some and stuff.
It's kind of weird to watch you say that sitting right next to him.
Hey, I'm complimenting you. I mean, what else can I?
I like
do
the
anything
gray.
nicer.
I think it looks great.
Yeah. I mean, for me, I don't care if I've got gray. My hair hasn't grayed a whole lot. I've got a little bit on top, but on the sides, I keep it so short that I wouldn't even really know if I had gray hair, creeping up the sides. I do have a little gray in my beard. But as long as, for me, if guys want to color, that's fine. I don't care. Just keep everything well groomed.
Like, and the thing is, if you're going to do it, I think you should do it right away, because I'll use our boss, Jimmy. Jimmy is starting to gray, right, guys?
Yeah.
Let's just be honest, okay? And I've noticed it over the last year. He's really picking up the grays. And I think now if he
Too
were
late.
it's too late. You're too far gone. Agree, Heather?
I do agree. I don't
What
think
if Jimmy came in with like a big brown
I agree
fluff
with
one
you.
day? That
I
would
don't
be
think
strange.
it would be strange. It would be unfamiliar. But I also say go for it if you want to.
Yeah.
Like, who cares what I think?
Yeah, I don't.
You like
I
it,
don't.
do it.
Yeah, and it would take a mere. Again, I don't know. After a couple of days, you just get used to it, and you just move on. I'm not going to sit there and certainly not going to call him out. We'll do it behind his back.
I was going to say, this person, will you walk
Yeah.
over and see at our next stop here?
I hope so.
Now, how are you going to do it? Because you don't want it to be obvious. Like, oh, we were just
Oh,
talking
let's
about
go
your
over as
hair.
a
Do a
show.
walk by and
Yeah,
just.
let's go over the show.
I'm not going to
peer
stop
in.
and like,
Uh-huh.
let me come here. Like, I'm not going to make it obvious. I'm just going to do a little
Little drive by.
lap and a little
Uh-huh.
slow walk.
Getting your steps in.
We got a couple minutes before that. Let's knock out a couple phone calls. Mike on a cell. You're on 97.1.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
So when I was in my early 20s, I have all my hair now, but in my early 20s I started going gray. By like 25, I was like 30% gray, mostly on top, and now I'm like Sparky Anderson gray. And I would never have ever colored it because my hair color is like blackish brown, so that would have been kind of hard to color. And then and once it grows out, it kind of looks like kind of camouflagey if you're not doing a good job, and you wind up looking kind of like Charlie Langdon a little bit,
That's not the coworker
Oh,
we were
boy.
referencing. But Mike, good stuff. Appreciate it. We got a different Mike in Lapeer. Mike, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, I'm 65 and I have totally black hair, but my mustache and my beard gets gray.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't find nothing wrong with doing, touching that up, making it all
Same color.
stay black.
Any? I mean, if it's just jet black, do you have any issues trying to match the color with what's on top?
No, not at all.
Do you just go and
Not
get
at
a
all.
box
It works
dye?
out perfect every time.
Do you get it from like the grocery store? Where do you get your hair color?
I just use that just for men. It
Okay.
matches me perfect.
Perfect.
There you
Good
go.
for you. See,
Yeah, it works
nothing
out.
wrong with that.
No, like I said, now I just turned 65. My hair on top is all black. I get a little bit of gray in my mustache, and my beard now, though, gets almost white.
Oh, wow.
So it's kind of, I got 3 different tones going on.
Have you ever considered just going with the switch and not doing it?
Well, I've tried it a little bit, but then, like I said, it gets like 3 different tones.
Yeah.
And then people always ask me, well, you must dye your hair. I'm like, no, I don't dye my hair at all.
Oh, so you
But
do it to
and I'll
prevent the
admit to
question.
doing- Yeah, I'll admit to doing my mustache and beard, but I don't dye my hair.
Okay.
It's just fucking jet black.
Oh, hey, dump that. So there we go. 248-539-9797. We will get more of your ticket texts, more of your phone calls, and maybe some snooping. 97.1.
Hey, you've heard me talk about injury attorney David Femininio for quite some time. Just listen to some of the results that David and his team have been able to get for injured clients. $3.5 million for one, $5 million for another, $11.5 million for a client. You need an attorney that is going to fight relentlessly on your side and a team that has his back as well. You can call and speak to David right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
We got some good response coming in on the ticket text, but the most important question is, Heather, how did the snooping go?
It didn't go well. I tried to be like totally inconspicuous, and I didn't realize like I couldn't actually do like a little loop around. Like
Right, there's a
where
dead
I
end.
had
yeah.
to go was a dead
Are
end.
you lost?
So that's what it looked like. I was like, oh, I can't go there, and made eye contact. They like waved at me, and I'm like, oh, hi.
And they're wearing headphones.
Headphones on, and
yes.
then we're like, come on in the studio. And I was like, oh, no.
No.
I was
what are
very
you doing
obvious.
over here? Oh, I
was
just came to check out the hair job.
Did you tell them that's what you were there for?
No, they were on air, so I didn't want to go in. I just waved and carried
Yeah.
on with my.
I know the issue now is going to be,
It's not good.
when we get off, they kind of get off at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And are they going, they're going to ask us a question. Hey, we saw Heather today. What was she doing over there? Well, she was checking out your hair.
See, now we've created an office controversy. All that's going to happen today is people come up to me. I'm getting out of here today.
You brought this up for people just tuning in. We
Yeah.
have a coworker with an aggressive hair dye job,
It will fade. Couple shampoos, he'll be fine.
and we just wanted to discuss whether guys are really doing this.
So I got a Stony story with this.
There's always a Stony story.
Yeah.
Probably about 2005, I was working with him and Wojo, and Stony showed up at work one day with his lunch about 12:30, and I look over and I'm like, holy crap! Like he had dyed his hair. He was starting to get salt and pepper, but he went really black. I go, oh, you got your hair dyed. And he tried to deny it, and that's when it became a bit. Basically, where
Right.
I'm just like, well, Stony, you got your hair dyed. And then he gets up and walks away, and half his neck was black.
Did he do it himself?
So I didn't
sure he
tell
did.
him that
Oh,
it
you
was.
had to have.
Can
I
you
didn't
imagine
tell.
Stoney doing it himself?
So of course I tipped Wojo off, and then when we started the show, Wojo just started messing with him, and he's denying it on the air. And then I told him about the neck, and Wojo gets up on the air and looks behind him, and go, well, how come there's black paint on your back, on your neck?
Yikes.
Stony.
Some quick ticket text that will get your phone calls. It says, for the last 10 years, my younger brother has been going gray. He regularly dyes his hair himself with the boxed product, jet black color, and the rest of the family calls him Dracula. I had a heart-to-heart with him over the summer and said, dude, just let it go. I saw him the other day. He looks fantastic with gray.
The gray hair looks great, guys. It really
Yeah.
does. Women like it.
Dyeing hair is bad, especially when you're above 40. Gray is good. It says, I use a product. It's gray diminishing shampoo. It leaves a little gray, but blends in. Okay.
Gray diminishing shampoo.
I mean, there's like purple shampoo you could use. I don't know if that's gray diminishing, but it can create different tones of gray. Take out some of the, it's more for highlights in women, brassiness, whatever.
Yes. All language I don't know.
John in Monroe, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey guys, good morning. I'm just chiming in. So I started graying when I was 35 and the hair. So my beard was always salt and pepper anyway earlier, but all of a sudden the beard started getting way ahead of the hair on top. So I started using that just for men on my beard. And then, it's kind of hard to match the colors properly with that box stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, sometimes it would be dark, sometimes it would be light, sometimes it would take, sometimes it wouldn't take. So finally, I was working out of town, so I colored it one day, and I got home, and my wife looked at me at the airport and said, my God, you look like a clown, dude. Your beard is black, and your hair is white. You look stupid. You got to stop doing that. So now my beard, I look like Santa Claus, and my hair is just completely white. So I just gave up, guys. So you might as well just give up.
Yeah.
That's all I could tell you.
In the end, it's probably a losing battle. It's going to just keep.
It is. You might
Yeah.
as well just give up and let old age take its course.
When you were doing it, how often did you have to? Was it? How often did you have to do it?
Usually probably once a week,
Okay.
because, you wash your face and shower every day, and it just kept coming out. So there'd be days, because I'm in construction, and, you really don't dress up real nice to get to work. So I would let it go, and it'd be real white one day, and then the next day I go to work, and it's black again. So I could see her point. I was trying to match it the best I could, but there's no way that a guy, who really doesn't care too much how he looks, to make it look normal the same way, day in and day out. Just no way.
Yeah.
Appreciate the phone call,
Just
John.
give up.
Oh.
Yeah, just give up.
That's the way to do it. And we're getting
Yeah.
more people echoing that on the ticket text. Salt and pepper. It's the Clooney years, your peak attractiveness. Embrace it.
I think there's a lot of guys that don't necessarily mind the salt and pepper.
It's when
but
it's fully
it's
gray.
when it's fully gray. I think that's what I'm guessing. Maybe what guys are more worried about.
The full head. Maybe it's when you have a full beard and a full head of gray hair, where you're just all gray. But
'Cause you do get a little more of a Santa Claus
it's more of a
look.
Santa look. But a full head of gray hair, I don't mind either.
Well, that's what this says. It says embrace it. Picking up girls will be like fish with dynamite.
Guys just get better
Yeah.
with age.
Here's-
Girls have to
here's,
try to stay younger and younger their entire life.
Here's one on Twitch. Imagine Costa with Guy Fieri's dye job.
Oh, no.
Oh, well. We could do that.
No, thank
we
you.
certainly could. And there's another one on here. I got to make sure. Next Costa lock that misses, Costa needs to frost his hair.
Oh,
I
nobody
could do
wants
it
to
here.
see that.
I know. I mean, hey, they have the shoot the boot guarantee from 10 to 2. We could do the Costa lock guarantee, and the loss is you gotta frost the tips.
Bring in all my stuff.
You know, I really was going to guarantee something today on the show.
Oh.
But now I don't think I should. Let's get back to the phones. Brian in Clinton Township. Brian, you're on 97.1.
Well, at least we're not Steve Martin and we're just salt at age 26 or whatever.
Yeah.
Yep.
But John, remember Great Outdoors? You see Reg, he hears lightning. You hear him running for the hills. He's been
Yeah.
struck by lightning 66 times in the head. Dude, John, you've been on the air for like 45 years, whatever. That's the funniest damn thing I heard you say. Brenda Warner, Webster's mom. John, do you think Ma'am gives Kurt Warner a hall pass? That's all I got to know. Making my way to the top of the day. Dude, there was an endless joke. Let me tell you, when you played for like the Skins, did you ever see her lean over the guardrail and see Ma'am give Kurt Warner a kiss? Because they showed it all the time at their games. Like he'd win a big game, and then Ma'am would lean over and give him a little kiss, and you're like, "Where's Webster?"
Yes, I remember seeing it on TV when they would, post game they would show it, but
Yeah,
I don't.
the Super Bowl. Yes.
Yeah, I don't ever remember it in person. It was
I
not
think
something.
it's amazing how Ma'am picked them up in a grocery store, and then they made a movie out of it. Holy crap!
That's his life.
No one's having more fun than Brian this morning. That's a great call.
There's a lot going on there. What did he keep calling Kurt Warner's wife?
Saying ma'am?
Was it ma'am? I
don't know. I felt like there was an inside joke I wasn't part of, and I was just
Yeah.
going to let you guys go through that.
I know what that is. It's and he mentioned Webster. It's a TV show, Webster. He
Oh,
called
the
mom,
mom, yeah.
who had the short hair.
The spike cut.
Yeah.
Yes, I do now as well. Yes, the Webster years.
Okay.
You know what Webster is?
I don't know what Webster is. I'll Google it.
Oh yeah, please do.
This was all over my head. Anyway,
Joe probably couldn't happen today. And a former Lion was on it.
Right.
really, which former Lion?
George Papadopoulos.
Yeah, he was the dad.
Alex Karras.
I
We got
have
the sports.
I was going to say I have all of
Local sports.
a minute here to look while we get to Falar's update. We do have a question about Will Johnson to get to in the 8 o'clock hour. More of your thoughts on hair, of course. We got people on hold. And we'll get to the Thursday touchdown in the 8 o'clock hour. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Tigers ace Tarek Skubal was the unanimous choice for the American League Cy Young Award after leading the league in wins, strikeouts, and ERA. The pitching Triple Crown becomes the first Tiger to win the prestigious honor since Max Scherzer in 2013, much to the delight of his manager, A.J. Hinch. A nearly 5-minute compilation of his teammates, Lions, and celebrities congratulating him was posted by the Tigers on their social media. Lions tight end Sam Laporta estimated to be practice ready after missing their most recent game with a shoulder injury. Head coach Dan Campbell called his status questionable or above for their upcoming game in Indianapolis and is trending in the right direction. Eastern Michigan football fell at home 37-20 to Buffalo, giving up the last 14 points of the game in Ypsilanti and remain one win shy of bowl eligibility at 5-6. Central Michigan head coach Jim McElwain revealed that he will retire from coaching at the conclusion of the season, ending his 40-year career that also included stops at Colorado State and Florida. And the Wolverines flipped local 4-star prospect Elijah Dotson, who is a top talent out of Belleville High School. The defensive back was originally slated to attend Pitt. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
The ticket texters are pointing out they could be called Costa Locks.
Oh, yeah.
I like
there
it.
you go.
Or
Yeah.
this one says the Jim Costa Frostalock guarantee.
I like it too.
You know, I like the creative ticket text. Not so much today. 248-539-9797.
You thought he was talking about the dictionary, didn't you?
What do you mean?
The show, Webster.
No, I
Yeah.
didn't. I did look up what the show is.
Do you recognize it?
I don't.
Oh,
Really?
I thought you'd recognize
Webster?
the characters. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I never saw it either, but I know it.
Huh. Or Alex Karras? You didn't recognize him on it?
I know Alex Karras played for the Lions, yes.
Yes. No, I know that.
But I didn't know
you don't
from
know
his
he was
acting.
an actor?
No.
Oh, wow. Huh. Introducing something new,
That's what I say.
Detroit sports to you almost every day, seems like.
Just lifelong learner, John. We're going to get to the Thursday touchdown later this hour. We have phone calls. We brought up a coworker, not someone from the station.
Mm-hmm.
Tom observed
Somebody in the building.
Yes,
Yeah.
an aggressive hair dye job. And we were asking guys about, do you just accept it and go gray? Your personal experiences with that. Let's get to a couple quick phone calls. Joe in Shelby Township. Joe, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning.
Good morning, Joe.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
All right, yeah. So I work in construction, and in the morning our boss comes in, and he's got like jet black hair all of a sudden. And we're like, dude, did you dye your hair? And he was denying it. But halfway through the day, you know, we started working and sweating and stuff, and he's just got black stuff just coming down his face. He's like rubbing his head. He pretty much just wiped it all over his face, and we were dying all day about it, so he couldn't deny it anymore. But I thought you guys would get a kick out of that one.
You caught him.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
at that point, there's nothing you could do.
That's got to be so
No,
satisfying,
he
too.
was screwed over after that one.
Yeah.
And then you can never stop giving him a hard time because he denied it.
No, yeah, it was bad too because the way he was wiping it on his face. I mean, he was like almost going blackface by the end of the day.
Oh my
that's
God.
Nobody
not
was
good.
saying nothing, you know.
Oh, boy.
Man. Joe, appreciate the phone call. Let's get to Mike in Detroit. Mike, good morning. What's up?
Good morning. How y'all doing?
Good.
Good. Hey, man. Me and my brother, we are polar opposites with this situation. He has a receding hairline, and then I just started turning gray. I'm like 2 years older than him, and so I'm gonna take the going gray all day long. I got a box just for men in my bathroom right now. I look at it every day, and I'm like, nope, not now.
Not today.
Not today. But I look at it every day, and my wife tells me she thinks it's sexy, you know, and I look forward to when my beard is all silver, you know, and everything. I look forward to that.
Yeah.
I think it's a badge of honor, right? Getting old.
Yeah.
It's better than the alternative,
I mean,
and you can look distinguished.
I'm going to embrace it, you know. I earned it. I got 7 kids. I earned it.
Yeah.
Heck yes, you did.
That's one way to go gray quicker, right?
Yes. Yes.
seven
You'd think
kids.
I'd be full of gray hair.
We got Aaron Glenn. Look he's letting it go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He looks distinguished over there. I mean, what if he went the Ryan Day route? Wouldn't
Yeah.
be the same with the whole glasses being wet, would it?
Well, it's same thing with like Lovey Smith and
Santa.
Dion.
Yeah.
Dion, you see him in the interviews now, and he's got the full gray beard.
Because
Looks good.
if you don't embrace it, it looks cheap, it looks phony, and the worst case scenario, you're right. You got the dye
Yeah, it's
running down your
I
you don't
gotta
want
believe
I
it.
mean, that should not be happening.
Yeah, I mean, he must have just put it in and
You
left
should
it in.
wash your hair. I don't know how Just for Men works, but typically you dye your hair and you wash out the dye. I mean, your
I would think
dye
so.
should not
yeah.
be running down your face.
No.
That's great.
Yes, unless he went with the paint.
The spray,
The
like the spray
paint. Yeah,
bottle.
I know some guys. Well, that used to be a thing,
they
right, for the
still
bald spot, right? You'd color the bald spot.
That's
What,
the worst.
what do you mean? Like with like a Sharpie?
Like a spray paint,
No,
like
like
a
a
bottle
yeah.
of like hairspray that's colored.
You've heard about that before, haven't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Does it really exist? I mean, it must. Well, I know they have. Well, I mean, sure, it exists. I know they've got
Yeah.
like dry shampoos that are colored for.
For
Well,
yeah,
anybody can use them, but
sure.
I don't.
What,
but
what's
like the
the whole
bald spot.
point of a dry shampoo?
Oh, John, dry shampoo is amazing. It lets you go a little bit longer in between washes. It takes out some of the oils in your hair, so your hair doesn't, especially if you have more like a greasier, oily hair.
So you don't
It
have to
takes
shower your
away-
head or your feet.
Gives your hair more volume.
Oh, it
Dry
does? Oh.
Yep. Dry shampoo is awesome.
Things
Okay,
that
John.
you learn.
Okay, John. I don't wash my hair every day. That's no secret.
Well, you know what? That's something I learned. That there's a lot of people that don't, even when they shower every day, but they don't
Yes.
wash their hair every day.
I don't. Yes, I shower every day. I have a little like hair
Yeah.
wrap that I put my hair up in. I mean, one, my hair takes forever to blow dry. Who's got time for that?
Right.
But two, I wash my hair probably every 3 days.
Okay, that's something I had not heard of. I think until maybe we discussed this
Yeah.
a couple of years ago. I didn't even know that was a thing.
Learning something new every day, a theme. Okay,
So you wash your hair every day?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most guys do.
Yeah, I would think so because my
It's
hair
the
is
ladies
basically
that don't.
dry before I even get out of the shower.
Exactly. It's
Yeah.
not a whole deal.
Yeah.
We have okay, so we've had some fun today. Dear John at 902 is all Thanksgiving this week.
My favorite holiday.
We've got questions about mac and cheese, hosting or not hosting, refusing to host, help with a new Thanksgiving tradition, and a question about the Lions game impacting someone's Thanksgiving. All life advice questions for John Jansen coming up at 902. Speaking of life advice, we have Sharon Moore on every single week, and it's at this point obligatory. We ask, is Will Johnson going to come back and play this week? And every week it's, well, we're just going to lean on what the doctors say, and he's working hard and he's getting closer to it. They have said he's not opting out of the season. But John, it's been a minute, and I wonder if the consideration is there. Should he opt out at this point? Likely a top 10 pick. You're not making the college football playoff. You're not winning the Big Ten. Should he just opt out at this point of the season? Because I totally understand if he does.
So, I mean, so much has changed. And I can really only give you my perspective as a player. It's not something I would do. But I've come to accept, and it's been mostly bowl games where guys opt out of bowl games, which is, it happens every year. And even where it really bothers me is guys that take advice from their agents that opt out that shouldn't. And still needs, to prove to either get drafted, improve their draft stock. That's not where Will Johnson is. I mean, I would hope that he would play if he is available, especially in the very last game of the year. Because even though Will Johnson, we know he's going to be a top pick in the NFL draft. He's got skills that some people don't have, and he's also been granted, the great DNA of being, taller for a corner, the speed, all of that stuff. But he's going to be going against NFL talent when he plays against Ohio State. And when you come to Michigan, one of the games that you want to highlight what you can do is in the Ohio State game. And so I would hope that if he's available to go, that he would.
Yeah, again, I think there's some questions about what exactly is going on because we haven't gotten specifics on the injury or timelines from the beginning.
Yeah, but that's not unique to Michigan or any injured player.
No, but it's what I preface it with. It's possible he legitimately got hurt and that he does want to come back and play in the Ohio State game. And maybe he's not going to play like a game last week or this week because the Ohio State game is the only one worth coming back for. I don't know. I'm just theorizing. But I would get it if he said, I'm just going to shut it down for the season. I've got top 10 money on the line. I don't want to have a knee injury. I don't want to have a scary career-altering injury. Michigan's not playing for really much of anything at this point in the season, especially if they beat Northwestern this week. They're going to a bowl game either way. I just didn't know how you would feel about it because games changed, and the idea of someone sitting out the Ohio State game feels like that would be something you wouldn't like.
No, I wouldn't like it for anybody.
But we've seen this, like, other side of the rivalry. Nick Bosa got hurt his final season in Columbus, got hurt in September, and shut it down.
And they're playing for a lot more.
Right, and he did not play in the Michigan-Ohio State game, and he went on to be drafted very high. He's been paid. He's produced. He's an NFL superstar. That's just the reality. Like, I wouldn't look at Will Johnson any differently, and I actually think my advice to him would be to shut it down at this point. There's not that much to gain at this point playing the final 2 games in a lost season.
I understand your perspective, and I understand why guys would when they're talking about the amount of money and the examples. Even though they may be rare, there are examples of guys playing in, quote unquote, their final college game or at the end of the season and getting hurt. And if he's not 100%, if he's already playing hurt, you don't want him to re-injure something that would cost him opportunity to train for the combine, to train for, pro days, all of those different things. So I understand it. I don't have to accept it personally, but I understand it.
248-539-9797. We'll get some thoughts on Will Johnson. Will he play again this season? What advice would you give him? It's 97.1. Read some ticket text. Get John's thoughts on this. Dear John coming up at 9:02, but some advice for Will Johnson. Texter says, if he's hurt, I completely understand. If not, get in there and play the last game. You can skip the bowl game. Ticket Texter says he's absolutely opting out without saying it. How can you be week to week for 5 weeks in a row? He's doing what Jackson Smith and Jigba did a few years ago. He probably shouldn't play against Ohio State because if he were to get torched, he'd lose out on some big money, not to mention the injury possibility.
I actually agree with that. The big difference with Jackson Smith and Jigba is they were competing for a national championship.
Right, and Michigan's likely beating Northwestern this week. Bowl game secured. It's a lost season. John knows this. I continuously questioned Smith and Jigba. It just didn't make sense that he wasn't playing. And they were competing for a national championship, and I thought he was pulling the first guy on a contender to sit. That's the difference here. Didn't Sauce Gardner play in the playoff game? Sounds right for Cincinnati the year they made it.
You know, if they're playing for something, they'll play.
Yeah. Well, but this person argues you're always playing for something with Ohio State. Says, what do you mean nothing's on the line? The intensity of the game is on the line. So, John, you're around Will Johnson a little bit. If he came up to you and said, hey, John, you played in the league. I know you probably, have a certain perspective on this. What would you advise me to do? If he goes, I'm on the fence. I might be able to make it back for Ohio State. Is it worth risking it?
My advice would be play. It would always be to play. But I am from... we talk about graying hair and all this. I played at a different era of college football.
So he could come up and go, John, you're kind of a dinosaur. Help me out.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that would be the context that I would lead with.
Yeah.
I am from a different era of college football. I'm from a different era of professional football. And so this is my perspective. This is my experience. But I also, if given the opportunity to play extra games in college, I would have done it. I don't know necessarily, and I, to be completely honest, if I was a player at this time,
you still would.
I think I still would. And it's just because that's me.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to sit here and chastise any college football player for making a decision that they believe is going to be best for them in their future. I don't have to like it, but I'll support them in their decision. It's their life. It's their decision to make.
I think there's much more to lose than to gain from him playing at this point.
Well, the only one I don't like is the ticket texter that said, you could lose a lot by getting torched. Oh, okay, yeah, that's anytime you take the field, that's a thing. But I don't know that there's a competitor out there that would view it as such. Like, I don't want to go play because I could get beat.
That doesn't enter the mindset of a hyper-competitive 20-year-old.
Of a high-level college athlete, pro athlete, anybody.
Doesn't he have 2 pick sixes this year?
Yeah.
I think he's provided the film. He was getting picked on a little bit at one point this season. I do think the aggression of the defense was hanging him out to dry to a degree. Would you agree with that?
So when he was playing, it felt like the mindset was we're going to leave him on an island every single time because we need to back up some of these other guys. And we're just going to say, hey, this third of the field or this half of the field is covered by Will Johnson.
The best ticket text on this. Will Johnson should stay injured through the draft so Holmes can feel like taking a chance on him late. Brad Holmes loves his injured players he can get upside out of. No, Will Johnson, if he doesn't play again, will be conservatively what? He'll be picked in the top 15.
I would probably say, conservatively, top 15.
Could be top 10. You
could
feel
be top 10, could be top 5, depending on the quarterback class, how they're evaluated, as well as some needs of the teams that are going to be drafting at the top.
All right, something to watch for. Will he play again this season? We'll get to Dear John at 9:02 Thursday touchdown. But first, Heather with the news.
Well, I feel like we've talked about the buffering that Netflix had during the Mike Tyson and Jake Paul fight over and over and over and over, but it's still an issue. And all of those issues were so severe that apparently the NFL did reach out to the streaming service for just some reassurance about the upcoming pair of games that were going to be taking place on Christmas Day. So on Christmas Day, Netflix will be streaming NFL games between the Chiefs and the Steelers and the Ravens and the Texans. And
Good games.
They will be the first games to ever be streamed on Netflix. So I understand the concern by the NFL, right? We do not want to have these same issues going on during a game. So apparently Netflix has said, hey, nope, we got this, right? But I guess what they told the NFL was that part of the issue was the sheer volume of viewership, which to me wouldn't settle my nerves because I would say, well, do you know how many people we expect to be watching these games?
Have you heard of this thing called the National Football League?
Right.
But so in comparison, and I looked these numbers up after because I was concerned about it as well. I think Christmas Day last year, they were right around 38, 39 million viewers. So less than what the Tyson fight was
for sure
for streaming.
Well, they originally said it was 60 mil for the
Tyson,
fight, but then they went up and said it was 108 million.
Right. So I don't know that the numbers will be as big as that one thing, but I that's the only thing I thought about while this was going on was don't ruin my Christmas Day.
Yeah. You know what? I mean, they've had issues over much smaller viewership. I don't know if anyone out there used to watch the original season of Love is Blind, but when we all tuned in for the finale live on Netflix, huge. They failed. They couldn't even because so many people were trying to watch that. And that was, I'm guessing, a couple years ago. I can't even remember when that took place. But this has been an issue for Netflix in the past. So hopefully they get their act together. This is a great story. The Howell Nature Center will be able to reopen its rehab center thanks to a ton of donations made by the community. They were able to raise over $100,000 all in donations. This rehab center was forced to close just because it was falling on hard times. A lot of the cost of food, medicine, utilities was just going up and up and up, and they just weren't able to keep up with it. So they had to close down. The center is used to rehab injured or orphaned wildlife. They typically help about 300 animals, but has only cared for about 30 since it closed. So it hasn't been able to do what they do. So the community just rallied together. So many people opened up their checkbooks. With the assistance of just over 1,000 donors, the center exceeded the goal to raise $100,000. It's going to reopen later this week. And also, because it's reopening, the center is going to be able to rehire some of the staff that it was forced to let go. So this is great news. Here's the CEO actually discussing the influx in donations. It's a great story.
It's a good story.
Nice to hear for sure. You guys, 3 hunters have died of apparent heart attacks in the opening days of firearm deer season. And now there is a local medical examiner that's encouraging at-risk hunters to just go and do like a doctor evaluation. Make sure you're in shape. He's actually saying, you know what? You almost need to start prepping for hunting season. If this is something, if you're retired, you're not doing a lot of activity anymore, you're going to be doing some activity while you're hunting, because 2 of these men had these heart attacks while they were trying to haul their deer away because it's so heavy, right? So this guy is saying, hey, start walking a month or 2 before hunting season. Start doing maybe some light weightlifting. Watch your diet. You should do that in general.
Regardless,
but if you're going to be out there hunting, because he says, he's not seen this before where people are just kind of dropping like flies. Not that.
Yeah.
It's 3 people, but
it's 3, but it's 3 more than needs to be.
Right. So one of them was a 65-year-old man from Bay City, an 83-year-old Portage man, and a 57-year-old from Lincoln Park.
Yeah. It's, the increase in activity over just a day versus what you've done the entire year.
Yep. The UMass football program parted ways with head coach Don Brown on Monday. We discussed that when it happened. That was midway through his 3rd season. And a couple of days after his firing, his wife, Deborah, took to social media to air some complaints about her husband's departure. Specifically, she raised the issue of the lack of NIL funding the university receives. So she alleged that the NIL valuation of the team's UMass faced in 2024 was more than that of $48 million combined compared to their $36,000.
That's kind of always been the argument with UMass of being a Division I football team, is that they just don't have the same resources to pull from as other schools, even whether it's in their conference or other schools that they're going to be playing against.
Yeah.
Because actually, are they in a conference?
No, I believe they're independent.
No, they're independent. Yeah. So it makes it even tougher.
Yeah. It's cold today. The temperatures dropped. We had snow on the ground. Not a lot,
Like
but
dust.
There was, I was parked in the driveway, not in the garage. So there was a dusting of snow on the door handles, on the windshield. And guys, this story is for you. You got to start looking out because unfortunately, with the colder weather, it means you got to watch out for winter penis. It is here. There is a doctor warning to watch out for this seasonal condition that may hinder your ability to perform sexually. Yikes.
Because
right?
it's cold outside?
Yes.
Chances are you're not doing it outside.
So this condition, which affects men of all ages, can cause your member to shrink in size by up to 50%. And for certain men who are
50%.
already struggling with certain things in the bedroom, this could be a big deal. Now, of course, this is only seasonal, right? Like this is not going to last forever. However,
I've never heard of this.
Yeah, can we get a...
now
Is there a flip side to this?
there sure is.
So you get 50% more?
When the temperatures warm up.
Oh, what? Well, I mean, I think everybody is familiar with shrinkage.
Yes.
This is the
It's
shrinkage
basic-
at its ultimate,
This is
Yes.
extreme shrinkage is what
Yeah.
this is.
Yes, it lasts a full season.
It lasts a full season.
A
Wow.
full season
Yes. Time
of
to move.
shrinkage. Be careful, guys and ladies. Look out.
Yeah. Well, I guess you don't have to.
Well,
Look out.
Be
Where
aware
is
of.
it?
Oh. All right. Thursday touchdowns next. That's enough. It's 97-1.
when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank, I think you should as well, with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you as best they can, just like they did for me, and build a financial plan that fits your situation. And they also know, hey, life happens. That plan needs to adjust, and they're willing to adjust on the fly along with you. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
We got Ticket Text responding to the Thursday touchdown. We brought up a bunch of things in there. Ben Johnson, where would the best fit for him be? Dan Campbell, Coach of the Year. We haven't really talked about that.
No.
And John, if they win 14 or 15 games, like, very much a real thing. Right now, only Mike Tomlin has better odds to win Coach of the Year in the NFL than Dan Campbell.
It feels like Mike Tomlin's doing more with less.
Sure. But that didn't get AJ Manager of the Year. I know, different sport. I would just feel really lousy if Campbell never wins Coach of the Year, given the transformation that he has led in Detroit. Because, well, now they have too many All-Pros, and it's expected that they're the best team.
They're just good. They're just going to roll the ball out and win.
Right. And yet they have had to overcome a Hutch injury, now Anzalone injury, J-Mo's suspension for a couple games. Among
Barnes, Kaminsky, like you go down the list, Davenport.
Double-digit deficits in road games this season that they've come back to win, like to be the leader and to keep the ship on the straight and narrow. Like, absolutely, Dan Campbell, to me, is the Coach of the Year. And not to disrespect Mike Tomlin. When we talk about 15 or more wins in a season, it's only happened 7 times. Bill Belichick went 16-0 in the regular season. The 07 Patriots, he won Coach of the Year. Ron Rivera, 15-1. Panthers, he won Coach of the Year. Mike Ditka, 15-1. 85 Bears, won Coach of the Year. Now, it's not a given because there's coaches who've won 15 and not won Coach of the Year, like Mike McCarthy in 2011. They were coming off a Super Bowl win.
Right.
And I think the fact that the team was good was held against Mike McCarthy. Bill Cowher went 15-1. Denny Green went 15-1. Bill Walsh went 15-1. And those guys didn't win Coach of the Year. So it's not a given. But, man, does it feel like if he wins 15 or more, they got to give him Coach of the Year.
I would think so because of the things that this team has been able to overcome. And it's not a cumulative award. So things that happened in 21, 22, 23, they don't build up to this year. It's simply what have you done this year. But when you lose your best defensive player and you've had a rash of injuries, more on one side of the ball than the other, yeah, I think Aaron Glenn will get a lot of credit. Ben Johnson's going to get a lot of credit. But the guy that has kept the ship afloat is Dan Campbell. He's the one that sets the culture day in, day out. He is the one that is continuing to push these guys, even though you get a win over the Texans, but you don't look good. He's the one with his thumb on the coaches who then put their thumb on the players to make sure that, hey, we got to correct these things to be able to play then like they did against Jacksonville.
And you know who recognizes that? Ben Johnson. It's why he stayed when he had options last year. And he may stay again this year. John, I don't know. Clearly, he is not a traditional coach in the sense that you jump for the first head coaching job offered because you just don't know when they're going to come around. He's very confident and self-assured. He's comfortable in Detroit, and he knows he's going to have his pick again this offseason, and he can be selective.
Yeah, he can be selective. And if there's not one that he likes, ownership, front office, and the roster, or at least the ability to improve the roster, why would he leave?
You brought up Jacksonville, and I made the mention of the Bears. Ticket Texter says, you guys throwing Caleb away is a joke. He's thrown 7 touchdowns, 0 picks his last 7 games, no line, no leader as a head coach, and they've already fired his OC. For a rookie, that's a pretty horrible setup. For comparison, Trevor Lawrence threw 12 touchdowns and 17 interceptions in his rookie year. Just relax. That's from Justin and Troy.
Yeah, trust me, a rookie quarterback that starts from day one, there's nothing that I'm going to sit there and say I don't think that they should get more opportunity or that they're a throwaway. It's coming out 2 years ago. I didn't like Bryce Young. I didn't think he was going to be successful. So I just me personally, I'm going to give him, in my estimation, less opportunity to be an NFL quarterback than I would a Trevor Lawrence or a Caleb Williams. The thing about Caleb Williams is he's going to have to learn to play in a structure. He was so good at USC about being able to get outside of structure and make plays with his feet to be able to extend plays and make throws downfield. These guys in the NFL are really good defensively. They're really fast, and those opportunities can often be painful opportunities.
And usually if you throw interceptions in college, you throw them in the pros, and I know that they can use that stat all they want. Well, okay, so 7 touchdowns in 7 games. I mean, he has not looked good this year. Doesn't mean, I could be very wrong about him. They've already drafted the wrong guy. They already made a mistake. I think the Bears made almost as well of a franchise-altering trade as the Lions did with Stafford when the Bears made that trade to get the
with
capital.
Carolina. Yeah.
Yes.
And my belief is they've completely jacked it up, which is great news for the division. But ESPN Get Up just did a QB redraft this year, and the order was Daniels, May, Williams, Nix.
Yeah, I would say whoever Ben Johnson gets to work with is going to get a career bump. And I think Lawrence would benefit. I think Caleb would benefit. And Caleb costs a lot less than Trevor Lawrence. So you talk about team building and putting supporting cast around him. That would be a consideration too.
The issue, though, that Ben Johnson is going to face on a regular basis is the jobs that become available.
They're bad jobs.
Well, they're bad jobs, and they're typically bad franchises that are always wallowing around in the bottom. Now, what has he learned from Dan Campbell? Because he was here before Dan.
Yeah, when it was bad. He was here during Patricia.
And so he has seen the entire transformation of how to do this. He has been a part of the blueprint. He's got all of the backdoor knowledge, backroom knowledge of being able to, this is how you build it, this is how you do. But it has to be paired with a really good GM.
Correct. And we were fixating on jobs that we believe will be open. There's always a surprise. So, like, if Andy Reid walks away, I know you want to be selective. Can you really pass up a chance to coach Kansas City and Patrick Mahomes? If the Eagles throw Sirianni out, and you go, that's an elite O-line with a quarterback and a run game. Boy, you could see some of the elements of Detroit being incorporated in Philadelphia. To a lesser extent, Joe Burrow and the Bengals. Now, they have organizational issues, but the surprise job is probably the job that he's going to hold out for.
And some of those maybe, and Kansas City aside, because he's going to do what he wants to do.
Yeah.
And if he decides that this is the time, Andy Reid, I'm going to walk away from football. I'm done. I've done all I wanted to do. That's one thing. But whether it's the Eagles or it's another job that may open up, it's going to, again, be some of those conversations that happen. You could call it tampering, call it whatever you want. We know the conversations happen. We're not going to get rid of our coach unless we know we can get Ben Johnson.
Makes sense to me. All right, 9 o'clock hour. We've got Dear John at 9:02 and a look ahead to tonight in Detroit sports. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. A coup de grace for his birthday celebration. Tarik Skubal wins the AL Cy Young. This the sixth time a Tiger has won the award for best pitcher in the league. It's the first time in 11 years since Max Scherzer won the hardware back in 2013. Jared Goff enjoying himself as he continues to lead an offense that is breaking records with no sign of slowing down. And Goff could likely get another weapon back this week as Sam Laporta trends in the right direction, estimated to be questionable for Indianapolis after being called a full participant in Wednesday's walkthrough. Meanwhile, the Colts had both of their starting tackles missing or limited from their midweek practice. Pavel Datsyuk will be celebrated at Little Caesars Arena tonight, fresh up being inducted into the Pro Hockey Hall of Fame in Toronto. Detroit will honor the Magic Man during their game against the Islanders. Derek Lalonde is going with Alex Lyon in net as they try to stop the bleeding from their West Coast road trip, where they lost 3 straight. And the Pistons will hit the road to Charlotte tonight, coming off giving up 122 points at home, their highest total allowed at home since the first day this month. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
By the way, Ticket Text has picked up on your backdoor knowledge comment, John, and they're very curious about that. Anyway, we'll get to some life advice. DearJohnJansen@gmail.com. Sometimes you do it without even realizing it.
Yeah. There's many times I do it without even realizing. I'm just glad I've made you all aware of of the things that can be funny in this world.
You've poisoned our minds. All right, the first question says, Thanksgiving help, turkey help. Dear John, unlike Costa, I appreciate turkey on Thanksgiving, but this year we want to switch it up and deep fry the bird. Have you ever done it? Any tips to do it right?
Oh, I've done it, yeah. I mean, I've cooked a turkey about any way you could possibly cook a turkey. They're all tremendous. Deep frying it is great. Inject it with whatever type of flavor that you like. It could be some type of butter. It could be a Cajun. It could be a lot of different things. But the one key is make sure you fill whatever you're frying it in with water, dip your turkey, and make sure that you have plenty of room above that water line so that you don't put too much oil in there, you heat it up, and then you put the turkey in and it overflows. Now you get yourself a gigantic mess, possible fire. I've seen that happen because it's going to boil. It's going to grow a little bit. So that's probably the number one thing. But then when you take it out, make sure you don't miss one of the great pleasures in life, and that is the crispy skin. It's amazing.
Very good. But with that whole fryer advice, that's great backdoor knowledge, John.
Yes, it is. Yes. I know. I would shake my head at that
Just
one.
shaking
too.
my head.
All of a sudden, Mr. Inappropriate over here. We've
Yeah,
turned
it
serious.
was a little forced.
All right, let's do the
People are asking for it to be a drop. That's why I had to work it in. I did it for those people.
Yeah.
Those
people. In unison.
all of us. All right, this next one is mac and cheese. Dear John, my favorite part of Thanksgiving is the mac and cheese. Growing up, my mom was the mac and cheese lady. I'm from the South and moved up here for work where I met my now wife. Well, for Thanksgiving, we go to her parents' house, and how do I put this? The food is average at best, and the mac and cheese is embarrassing. Her mom really takes pride in it, but it's bland. Basically overcooked noodles in Velveeta. I've told my wife I would like to make it this year, but she's worried I would offend her mom. How should I handle it?
Present it as this is something that was a part of my family, about a part of my childhood. I would like to contribute to Thanksgiving dinner, and I would like to share part of it. Like, she could still make hers, but then the worry is the comparison. And everybody says,
gone?
oh, this one's so good, Mom, you don't need to make yours anymore. But hey, just say, for 1 year, let me bring this one. And that way I can get to contribute. I get to be able, and if they want you to be a part of the family, truly a part of the family,
right?
I think they will be more than open to it. And she may actually be like, you know what? It's one less thing for me to make.
I was going to say, I bet the mom would look at it as like, oh, thank you. Because cooking and prepping and preparing for Thanksgiving is a ton of work.
Yeah.
I don't think the mom would be offended at all.
The slippery slope, the cliff that you might be dangling over is there are a lot of traditions at the holidays.
Yeah.
And if this is one of hers, that I make everything for Thanksgiving, now that's the dance you got to dance.
I think it's an easy answer. You challenge her to a cook-off, and whoever wins gets the right to make the mac and cheese.
Yes.
That's going to go over well.
Yeah. What's the relationship you have with Kelsey's mom?
Yeah, I'd love to know that, seriously. I do think when somebody new enters the family, a reasonable person has got to be open to potential add-ons or new traditions.
Yeah.
You know, that's happened several times. Like, I can think of where we don't do exactly what we did when I was a kid. I mean, to stand your ground and be that stubborn is not really fair.
Yeah. No.
This next one, refusing to host. They've had enough.
Oh.
Dear John, I've been hosting Thanksgiving for every year since I bought my house 5 years ago. That includes parents, siblings, spouses, kids, and occasionally some extended family. In total, it's about 20 people. I don't mind cooking, but the massive problem is no one helps. I do all the shopping, the meal prep, the cooking, and the massive cleanup afterwards. Last year I asked for help. Everybody ignored me. They gave me lame excuses. I'm not good in the kitchen. I don't know how to cook. So this year I said enough's enough. I'm not hosting. I've suggested someone else step up. We could split the cost of catering. Cue the drama. My siblings flipped out. They said it's tradition for me to host. My mom called me selfish. My aunt said I was ruining Thanksgiving for the kids because they love coming over to my house. I'm tired of being treated like their personal chef and cleanup crew. But now I feel guilty for putting my foot down. What now?
Well, you shouldn't feel guilty if they're not going to contribute anything.
Who does that? Who doesn't help with anything? Like, I'm not going to bring a dish to pass,
Right.
a drink to
Or
pass.
help clean up.
What? Who
At the
does
very
that?
least, yeah.
So I understand the burden that it can be financially to host because it's a lot of food for a lot of people. I can understand the burden that it is to cook everything.
Mm-hmm.
But if they don't mind cooking, then I think the biggest thing is always the cleanup because everybody enjoys this great meal. There's this huge mess of plates that are probably in a different room on a different table. You got to bring it all back into the kitchen. You got to wash it off. And
Some stuff's got to get refrigerated. Some stuff's got to get cleaned off and thrown away.
right, many hands make little work. By actually putting your foot down, maybe they'll realize, well, we still want you to have it, but we'll contribute. Now you got to hold them to it. So it's not just 1 year and then, the next year nobody does anything.
You know what it is? After you eat, everybody's lazy. They don't want to get up and
They
clean.
all want to take a nap. I get that.
The last one is the Lions game. Dear John, every year me and my dad go to the Lions game together for Thanksgiving. It's our tradition. Well, this year is my first Thanksgiving with my girlfriend. And yes, John, she's hot. She wants me to meet her family and they're all excited. I said yes, assuming that it would be for dinner, but they do an early meal. When I told her I can't make it, she got mad at me and claims I'm picking the football over her, and I already committed to it. She says it's a bad impression for me to make with her family. What should I do?
Well, okay, so girlfriend, not married.
Right.
And she's also got to understand this is a tradition that you have with your dad. It's not about the football. And if she can't get past, it's just about the football, that's an easy and cheap way to put pressure on your boyfriend. If he sits down and says, I have been going to this game with my dad for 20 years, since I can remember as a child, then yeah, I think she's got to understand it. I think her family should understand it. If they don't, it's probably not a good fit.
John, I think you're onto something here. You have to out-guilt her. She's trying to guilt you into being there, and you have to go, my poor dad, this is our thing, I'll let him down. You have to out-guilt her. That's the way to win.
Yeah. I mean, all right, I'll go full dude. Hotness does matter. How hot is she?
Are you willing to lose her? Is that the question?
Yeah, are you willing to lose her over this tradition? And ask your dad. Your dad may
you're
say,
going to show her like pictures and go, Dad,
no,
come on.
No. I'm sure she's met her dad, his dad.
Yeah.
The dad may say, you know what, son? I think you should go to lunch.
Have you guys ever gone to the Thanksgiving game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did a couple times. When I was in high school, and I did feel a little guilty because I was holding up the family because they waited to eat. Now, they didn't have to wait to eat either, but, that's a dicey issue for some people, I think, locally especially. I mean,
when to eat your Thanksgiving meal?
Yeah, because I think I stand a pretty hard line that the food shouldn't be served till after the game ends.
Oh, 100%. This is what we do in Detroit, right? We watch the game. So if she has a problem and their family tradition is to eat at 12:30, right at kickoff, I think you're going to have more problems down the road because it's just not working out.
There's a lot of people, though, that do like a Thanksgiving like lunch and then they get the seconds later, or they have to make multiple Thanksgivings. So some people have the early one and some people have the later one.
What time would the game end? Like about
3:30?
3:30 or 4. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you eat after the game.
Yeah, you totally eat after the game. And if she can't see that, again, it's just not going to work out.
I love that we align on this. I wasn't sure what your answer would be because I could picture a Jansen eating some during the game. Maybe you're just
appetizers
sneaking. What's your appetizers?
Oh, Lisa will make. She's got this hot jalapeno dip that she'll make. They're all dips. She does like this. I don't know, artichoke one. It's not for me, but it is a fan favorite in the house. I love cheese dips, jalapeno cheese dip, sausage cheese dip. I'll eat all of them.
Gosh, that in front of Thanksgiving, I can only imagine what the next
it's a
morning's
feast.
like.
Oh, it's 12:30. That the snack meal is just as big as the 4:00 meal.
So on Black Friday, you're off?
I'm off, yeah.
I'm in.
Heather's off?
Yes.
Yep. Are you here, Tom?
Greg's off? I'm off. So Stoney's going to have to deal with the smell.
Oh. Well, there is a candle.
There is a candle.
You won't even notice it.
And that is this week's Dear John. Send yours in, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. It's 97.1.
Well, all this month, the YMCA of Metro Detroit wants to say thank you to veterans. All veterans who join one of the 7 area Metro Detroit YMCA locations by November 30th can enjoy their first month free. From state-of-the-art fitness equipment, including e-gym, to group classes, pools, and programs for every age, the Y has something for everyone and for less than $3 a day. Visit ymcadetroit.org to learn more or stop in your nearest Y to show your military documentation to get your first month free as a thank you from the YMCA.
We'll get to Heather's news, but we got some ticket text reacting to Dear John. Before the hour ends, we'll spotlight tonight in Detroit sports. A big emotional night. Texter says, the key to that mac and cheese dilemma, you got to throw a cover. Ask to make 2 dishes, so it's not a direct stand-up comparison.
That's a good call.
That's savvy. That's smart. So you go, I'll make the mac and cheese, and I'll bring...
Yeah, something off the wall.
Yes, maybe it's not even good.
Well, but you want to make it good.
No,
but
not your
something that's
specialty is
not
my
traditional.
point.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, well, mac and cheese is going to be your specialty.
Like a
so
dessert.
everything
Bring a
else,
dessert.
There you go. You never have enough dessert options.
Yeah. Challenger on every level.
Yeah. Just bring your own meal. Just one upper in front of everybody. This one says, the Thanksgiving host who is tired of hosting should introduce the idea of a donation box. I think that's kind of tacky, right? Like shaking down your relatives. Oh, fine. You guys don't want to clean?
I don't
You spin the iPad around and ask for tips?
Well, but I also don't think necessarily that it's not the money. I don't necessarily know that that's going to be the hang up. It is all of the work. It's the time invested.
Yes.
And it's probably more. I mean, everybody hates cleaning up.
Dear John, one year I smoked a 36-pound turkey. 12 hours, low and slow. As we hosted dinner for the entire family, so needed a big bird. My mother, scared because she had never had a smoked bird, arrived with a roasted turkey. Boring. How do I communicate that we have the dinner item covered? Don't bring anything. Rob.
We do 2. And so we do one in the oven traditional.
Okay.
And then I always smoke one as well. This is another reason you don't want to have it at noon. You want to do it low and slow. And so we do both. And some of it is my wife had never had smoked turkey before. And I think she was a little concerned that she wouldn't like the ultimate flavor of the smoked turkey. So we've always made 2, plus we don't get 1 big bird, we get 2 big birds.
Texter says eat at noon, dessert during the game, second meal around 5 or so.
Okay, eat at noon. If it's only going to take you a half an hour,
scarf it down and then sit on the couch.
Yeah, I want to sit there and enjoy it. I want to enjoy not just the meal, but the conversation. Now, the conversation can't be spoiled if you don't win the game, but there's things you always got to overcome.
Says, are the girlfriend's family not watching the game? Is that a red flag?
Say that again. I was looking at Adam Schefter, who tweeted out just a moment ago that in Penny Sewell's draft, Tom, I know you saw it as well, 2021 draft, he's the only surefire Hall of Famer in that draft.
Yeah, somebody NFC, I think it was NFL personnel said that he was the one surefire Hall of Famer.
Oh, yeah.
In that draft.
And the Lions got him at 7?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, we talked about this, yesterday off the air. I said, look, you have got, and it was in regards to the Wings, and everybody knows they've had no lottery luck. They haven't picked top 3 during this whole time, which is absolutely absurd. But the lottery luck excuse eventually goes away for Yzerman, and I think it has now. We can't use it. But I did use, the Jim and this whole Lions thing. Look, they have everybody in place to do the right job right now, from ownership on down. But there is a reality that they've had a little fortune.
Sure.
And the fortune was, and you need fortune. You do. And so I just said to Jim, I honestly believe Steve Yzerman has had no luck. And the Lions did have luck building this. I mean,
you were saying if Chase had fallen instead of Sewell.
No, if Atlanta took Chase instead of Pitts, because that was the bad draft pick there. You never take a tight end at 4. What were they thinking?
Right.
And then Cincinnati's sitting there at 5, and Chase is gone, and they take Sewell, and they had a humongous offensive line need. I mean, to me, the Bengals win a Super Bowl probably if that happens.
Potentially. And you also threw out the possibility of an alternate universe where Jacksonville takes Aiden Hutchinson number 1.
They were taking him until a week before the draft.
It's a cornerstone player that they would have to do without right now. Yeah, I mean, all this stuff adds up, but
when your GM drafts first-round picks, maybe the top 15 players in the top 46 last year, in the branch draft, I mean, that's why you are what you are now. But the building blocks, they've had a little bit of luck.
Sure. Always need some.
But the question was, the guy who wants to go to the game with his dad,
he
says, is her family not watching the game? Like, they should be doing dinner later anyway because they should be watching the game. Is it a red flag if they're not watching Lions on Thanksgiving Day?
Oh, it's 100% red flag.
Who's not watching the game on Thanksgiving?
Yeah, I mean, and so
everybody's got at least an uncle or someone in the family that cares about the game, that nobody would care about the game.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about a family that if you're a sports fan, there's going to be other conflicts down the road.
This is just the first of many.
Uh-huh.
This one says, I learned over the years that my grandma only did the 1 o'clock dinner so the rest of the family could go to their in-laws and other family later. I think that's the reason some people eat so early on Thanksgiving in Detroit. The Lions game has nothing to do with the dinner time.
Well, I mean, everybody has to make a sacrifice at some point.
This one says, we always eat during the game. We come from a farming family. Dinner is your big meal of the day at noon. Supper's a lighter meal in the evening. Andrew and Adrian. It's unique.
Yeah.
This
Can
one's, go ahead.
I was
There's
gonna
other
say
ones that says they eat during the Lions game because there's a chance the Lions would ruin the dinner by losing.
See that? Is that Chapman?
That's a text from a previous Lions generation.
Yeah.
Yes. You know what? The cleanup one, or the people not helping and somebody has all this stuff on their shoulders, like, made me think, like, we did this probably 10 plus years ago now. Like, disposable plates and silverware are absolutely mandatory, right?
No.
So you still stick with the traditional.
We bring out the fine china.
Yeah, exactly. And we used to do that kind of stuff, and we were just like, this cleanup is so ridiculous. Why are we adding that on top? Because of all the pots and pans and crock pots and this and that.
Well, and some of the other thing that you're washing all of that stuff. Plus, if you're using the fine china, some people won't put it in the dishwasher, so it's
hand wash.
It's hand washing all of it
and polish.
Yeah, and not every. I mean, I understand not everybody has the ability to use dishwasher, but yeah, it adds to the workload.
This is why Stoney has a butler.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Heather, you're making a face.
This is why it's my least favorite holiday. I hate Thanksgiving. I don't hate it. I just like Thanksgiving. It's my least favorite. I mean, there's cleanup at Christmas too, but
you guys pull out the fine china, don't you?
No. We pull out the paper plates, the throwaway silverware.
Really?
Yeah.
How many? You don't have any opportunities to pull out the good stuff.
No, it's quick and easy. No, it's no. Mm-mm.
Huh.
Let's get.
We
to
don't host Thanksgiving though, so
well, then that's part of it too. Then
right.
Let's get to Heather's news.
All right. So a new timeline has emerged for the delayed construction of the District Detroit. So the 10 planned new buildings and then the building rehabs were supposed to start breaking ground in mid-2023, but that hasn't happened, and it's actually yet to even begin. So during this annual meeting that was held on Tuesday, updates were given about the first 3 projects of the 10 that are planned. So the first project will be a 10-story, 261-unit residential building. This new building needs to break ground sometime next year to be ready to house students who are going to be attending the University of Michigan Center for Innovation. That's expected to open in time for the 2027 fall semester. So that
Clock's
should
ticking.
be happening pretty soon. Let's see. The next building is a 14-story, 290-room hotel to be built next to Little Caesars Arena. The goal is to break ground at the end of 2025, but that may or may not happen. But that is kind of the goal. And then the next would be this like a reuse of an existing building, a 10-story Fox Theater office building. That's also going to become a hotel, a 177-room hotel. The timeline for this second hotel is about 6 months behind that of the first hotel. And the thing is that the District Detroit was given a late March of 2025 deadline to break ground on at least one of the 10 projects.
The bar has been lowered so much. You've been given public funds and perks, and just build it already. And I think people are more encouraged with Ross involved now, but still got to actually do it.
Should have saved this one for after the dog of the day tomorrow. Dog of the week, yeah.
Yeah, I can repeat it.
Yeah, get that reaction.
Yeah, so the holidays are here, and usually it's like the most wonderful time of the year, right? But sadly, it can also be a time where vulnerable adults are taken advantage of. So to prepare for this holiday season, the Better Business Bureau has released a whole list of scams to be on the lookout for, and most of them revolve around things on social media and different apps that may be offering deals that are just too good to be true. So basically, if you ever get that feeling, a gut feeling like this just seems too good, it probably isn't real. So if you see a product being advertised on social media, but it doesn't sound like a sure thing, you should kind of research the company, do some background. Don't just give them your money. Anything on social media that's like a gift exchange, like, hey, if you give me money or a gift card or whatever it is, we'll give you something in exchange. don't do it. I'm not saying they're all scams, but that is one of the big scams to look out for. Also, be on the lookout for any holiday apps that may be collecting your information and infecting your devices with malware. Look out for those fake texts about all sorts of things. We don't necessarily get them here with toll roads because we don't have them, but in other states where you have the ability to pay unpaid toll roads over the phone, you get those texts.
Yep.
You're going to be traveling. Don't fall for it. Anything that's offering free gift cards, probably a scam.
Free is typically a red flag.
So there's just a lot of things to look out for, but it's the people who, I mean, it's easy for us to say here because I feel like we're pretty aware of things, but there's a lot of people who just, they see something like, oh, this must be real. They had my name, or they know, and they just easily start giving away their information. So just be careful. Look out for those people who may be a little bit older as well. Speaking of the holidays, it's also a time where all of those new heartwarming Christmas movies, holiday movies come out. And there's one in particular that actually has people talking. It's kind of going viral. And I actually just watched this last night. It's called Hot Frosty.
Oh, Hot Frosty.
Yes.
Describe this
to me. It's a Netflix original movie.
What's it rated?
G. There's nothing I'm guessing PG. I have no clue.
Yeah.
So
Anyway,
I have not seen this. Is this like an attractive Frosty the Snowman?
Yes, it's like a different take on Frosty the Snowman where the snow sculpture comes to life, right? And then falls in love with the woman who put the magical scarf around his neck. But why it's like endearing is because it's cheesy, right? As a holiday, some of these Hallmark movies are.
What you get.
But you also are getting like a taste, like the main actress, Lacey Chabert. She's the girl from Mean Girls. So there's a little like Mean Girls reference in there. Lindsay Lohan makes an appearance, and so there's like there's some
layers to it.
Yeah, and it just.
And you liked it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like an amazing movie, but it was a great background movie. It was heartwarming. It was cute. It was cheesy.
Made you smile.
Yes, it was good. It was cute. But apparently everyone loves it. It's trending on social
Number
media.
one.
So
yeah. All right, that's Heather with the news. Coming up next, big night, emotional night on the ice. It's 97.1. Guys, biggest games, best place to watch is Stadium Swim. Circa Resort and Casino, where you can catch the biggest games at a viewing experience that's built for all sports fans. 6 pools, 3 different levels, and no matter where you are in that pool, you got a massive view of that massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. You can't miss it. It's Stadium Swim, America's favorite place to watch football or all sports, with the swim-up bars, the Insta-ready selfie walls, and a non-stop party. So score your perfect game day spot. There's the cozy day beds, the private cabanas. You can lounge at the center of the action, but reserve your place today. 365 days of sports poolside. Located at Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. It's Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today, circalasvegas.com. John, it's November 21st.
Uh-huh.
Very early in the hockey season. Is Derek Lalonde coaching for his job tonight?
Well, on some level, you'd think they would be every single night. But
you get what I'm asking.
Yes, I get what you're asking because of where they are, how long this has been since the Wings have been in the playoffs. But it's also knowing that they were 1 point away last year. They've started off basically the way that they ended the season, and there doesn't seem to be a sense of urgency.
Only Yzerman can answer the question, but it does feel like coming off that road trip, coming back home, couple days off, settle down, it's got to be a better effort tonight. Because if it's another one of these 3-4 goal losses or a night where they're outshot 2-1 or 3-1, and Newsy's putting the lines in a blender and none of it's turning into pressure or shots on net, you would look around and say, if the Bruins are firing coaches, most teams in the NHL are turning this position over every year or two, why would he keep his job? It does feel like emotionally the crowd will let him have it if it's another terrible performance tonight. It's in front of the home crowd. I'll be there, John. I think Kenny Cott's going to be there too. I think a lot of people like going to hockey games and grew up with this team and thought last year they were getting a taste of what they grew up with and that the good times were going to be rolling again and the playoffs were going to be not a guarantee. They still had to go out and earn it, but they would be more competitive. And they're in last place right now in the Eastern Conference. And if they lose tonight, I don't know. I don't know that Yzerman's going to fire him, but it kind of feels like that at that point, that was your chance to emotionally respond and get something out of the guys.
Well, it's
maybe
a chance to recover. Part of it is a chance to recover from the West Coast trip that you just had.
Yeah.
And, I mean, there's got to be some self-awareness that whether Steve Yzerman has, put down the marching orders or not, that he needs to win. Like, he's very aware of coaching changes in the NHL. I got to imagine every NHL coach has a heightened awareness of how quick the hook can be.
Yeah, hired to be fired.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
so he knows.
I think there's got to be some heightened awareness, and hopefully we see that there's somebody that lights a fire under this team, and it has to come from the head coach.
They have a home game tonight and a home game Saturday. Islanders and Bruins. And if you're going to come home after a West Coast swing and you can't get the guys going, if you can't pull off
it's off of 2 days rest
a better
as well.
effort, yeah, if you can't get a better effort out of your guys, then maybe they have tuned you out. Maybe you have become the teachers from Charlie Brown. Womp, 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 womp. Maybe you're trying, and he seems like a nice guy. We've talked to him on and off air, Newsy, but if the team is hearing womp, 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 and they're not playing hard for you, if you're not a hellfire and brimstone coach, they may need someone to come in and go, hey, guys, we're squandering this season. They may need someone. You got to be careful, John, because you've been in these locker rooms, and I'm sure sometimes guys think they're doing like a Herb Brooks movie quote, and everybody's rolling their eyes. But it has to be genuine. There has to be real urgency. The season is slipping away.
Well, but I also think when we talk like this, there's also, do we believe that there is a complacency? Like, I don't think that he's a guy that just doesn't care.
Right.
I think he certainly wants to win, but he's got to figure it out. Like, what buttons do you have to push to make this team play better and ultimately win more games?
Do you think he's coaching for his job tonight? 248-539-9797. By the way, we had some ticket text on some of the Thanksgiving stuff. Heather just said she's un-American, hates Thanksgiving. What kind of psychopath are you?
I know, hates Thanksgiving.
I took back the word hate.
Okay.
I dislike Thanksgiving.
Dislike Thanksgiving. Don't like Charlie Brown.
Oh, no.
I mean, yeah.
This person says, my family and I switched up to paper plates for Thanksgiving because it's relaxing and no one wants to clean up. It's been amazing. I was a physician in Grosse Pointe and told one of my patients we use paper plates, and she almost fainted with disgust. Steve in a car. Well, Grosse Pointe. Ritzy.
Oh, come on.
Gasp!
Yes. No, I understand.
It's a stereotype, doesn't it?
It is. It is. Wow. Yeah.
I understand the use of paper plates, and I wouldn't be opposed to it. It's just one that we choose to break out the nice stuff.
Yeah, it depends.
It's preference, but for somebody to when they get up in arms, I'm gonna almost fainted. Life's too short. Come on. Life's too short to get worried, like jacked up because you're not using China at Thanksgiving.
Tom, we have Red Wing ticket text too, but where do you stand? Is tonight coaching for your job?
I guess so in what should be the real sports world, but I don't know if it is in the Yzerman Red Wing world. I mean,
because he seems to operate on a different,
fact that this
different
is a question,
level. Yeah.
The fact that this is a question means he should be fired. I don't understand. You see a franchise like the Bruins, who sets a record for most regular season wins, move on from their coach quicker than they've moved on from Lalonde, and it's nothing against them. To me, I only think this is a quick fix. You get the inspiration and the drive, and everybody wakes up because the coach got fired, and 3 weeks from now, you'll still have the same chemistry problems. That's why this team is not as good as last year, because the little pieces that left and the new pieces that came in, the fit isn't the same. I can see it. I think it's clear as day. This doesn't work like last year.
So Gostisbehere and Wallman were two guys on this team last year who could move the puck defensively, transport it out of their own end into the O zone. They were not perfect defensemen. I'm not sitting here telling you they lost all-stars, but they did not replace them with guys who can possess and move the puck. So now you got guys in their own end. Their back four is busted up defensively, and it's a bad team right now. And they did lose a lot of secondary scoring from last year, so they needed to be better defensively, and they haven't been. The goalie situation was supposed to be the saving grace, right? Talbot even said the last game's on him. He's played well, but hasn't played consistently, and now they're going to go to Alex Lyon, who has not been very good to start this season. To your point, it's probably only a quick fix, but don't they have to try to do something to shake the system and try to hang in the fight as long as they can to give someone like Edvinsson a chance to hit the extra gear as a young player, to get Marco Kasper that extra gear? Don't fall out of the race before the new year. Do everything you can to instill some urgency. Well, but I think that's been the issue, is we're on two different timelines here, right? Yzerman's timeline is infinite. And if you question it, there's a lot of hockey fans who go, didn't you know it was a 10-year rebuild? I didn't think it was 10 years to make the playoffs. I was never under the impression it was going to be 10 years to make the playoffs. But there are hockey snobs out there that were a casual fan. You thought they were going to be good 6 years in? Yeah, I think they were going to be better than the worst team in the Eastern Conference 6 years into Steve Yzerman's leadership.
Right.
There should be more urgency.
Yeah, they shouldn't be last in points in the East.
Well, but I also...
that's what they are. Do people realize that?
Well, and here's the thing, is this is a different team than last year. And, it's one of the points you were making is maybe they're not as good. They're not doing the things that they did last year, but that's up to the coach to figure out, okay, I can't just put all of these guys in the same position and expect the same results as last year. I've got to find out how these guys are going to work well best together.
And Jim made a great point about Wallman and Gostisbehere last year. When you have defensemen willing to get the puck into the offensive zone, yeah, they're going to screw up once in a while and turn it over, but the aggression isn't there this year. So it's one less way to enter the zone, and that's the problem. That's too many games I watch are just they cannot get enough puck possession in the offensive zone.
Phone calls, 248-539-9797. Chris in Oxford, what's up? You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. Bill Green, Heather. I am actually despising going to the game tonight just because of the fact that we have been playing so crappy on the West Coast. And I do think Lalonde is playing for his job. And I brought this up before. This is Stevie's 6th year. He's got to turn it around. It shouldn't take 10 years. We should have already made the playoffs, at least the last 2. I know we were getting close to last year. I was excited at the end. I liked the effort that they put in towards the end of last year. But this year has been pathetic.
So you're despising going tonight, but you're still going to go?
I'm still going to go.
When did you get your tickets?
I'm a season ticket holder.
Okay.
Oh, so you've been in for a treat all season long.
Oh, yeah. It's been fun.
I'll be there tonight, Chris. Same thing. I'm hoping for better days. I really feel like it's got to be the bounce back today. It's got to be.
I mean, you would think after the road trip, 2 days off to rest, to practice, to evaluate, that there's got to be something better that they show tonight.
Ticket texter, just like you, Costa, I'm in my first year with half-season tickets. I have the Fire Newsy chants ready to go for the third period tonight. Texter says, Wings stink. The game has passed Yzerman by. He's drafting terrible. His free agent signings are worse than terrible. 5 top 10 picks and no star to show for it. Don't give me Mo or Raymond. They're average at best. Mo's a giveaway machine. Fire Yzerman. Tom from Wayne. it's a little further than I'm willing to go. I think Sider's a good player. I think Raymond's a good player. I think he's got some guys in the pipeline I'm interested in, but I don't think we should be waiting forever to see results on the ice.
Well, yeah, when you talk pipeline, you're talking
years.
Sometimes it's next year. Sometimes it's 2-3 years down the road.
Okay, we got calls to get to coming up next. I want to mix in something. I have a friend who was down in Tampa and was around the team when they would win the Stanley Cup and even before the Stanley Cup. And he messaged me some thoughts of what he thinks is going wrong in Detroit. So we'll share those coming up next. It's 97.1.
Hey, Thursday Night Football is tonight. Get ready to tackle the NFL action with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. I'm going to give you a couple same-game parlays, one for tonight, one for Sunday. We've got obviously the Steelers at the Browns tonight. Take Russell Wilson over passing yards. George Pickett's anytime touchdown. Najee Harris over rushing yards. A lot of offense there for the Steelers. I think this might be the night that they get going. Lions at Colts. Here's another one for you. Goff over passing yards. Gibbs, anytime touchdown, or Montgomery over rushing yards. You could choose from these or many more that are already pre-built for you, or you can build your own in the FanDuel app. Just visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Great response on the phones and the ticket text. Is Lalone coaching for his job tonight? Red Wings come back after a disastrous road trip. They're back home tonight. Chance for a bounce back, settle down, get a win, settle everybody down. But if they lose and it's ugly and they're outshot 2-1, 3-1, you've already seen one coach fired in the NHL. It seems absurd to say this so early in the season, but when teams are already firing coaches and the Wings are off schedule, right? This is supposed to be a team fighting for a playoff spot. They're dead last in the East. It begs the question. I mentioned yesterday, friend in Tampa goes, hey, something's not right there. They should be further along. Texted more yesterday with him, and he said, I see the Yzerman stuff getting run. Another name to point out is Al Murray. Who? He ran the scouting department for Yzerman in Tampa. He was also doing that in L.A. when they built up their nucleus when they went on to win the Stanley Cup. He finds mid-round gems. Guys like Kucherov, Point, and Palat that Detroit has not seen yet, guys that were drafted in the 2nd, 3rd, and 7th round. He said, and let's not forget, it was Brisebois, the guy who replaced Yzerman, who brought in Shattenkirk and Maroon and stabilized the room, brought in some gritty players like Gaudreau and Coleman to get them over the hump. There's a good chunk of people that give love to Yzerman, but say that they would not have gotten over the hump unless Brisebois came in and made the moves he did. So these are questions as to the lore of Steve Yzerman, the general manager. And there is pressure.
Oh, there's pressure. There's got to be pressure. And I honestly think there'd be less pressure if they had just come out and put the expectations out there. Part of the disgust is no one in the organization wants to talk about making the playoffs. So now we're left with connecting all the dots ourselves. Do they really, is there a sense of urgency to, and I know I keep using that term, but when does it arrive?
When does Yzerman feel like his team should make the playoffs? And I know he's been very hesitant to button down a specific date, and there's a danger in doing it. But just generally speaking, Larkin's in his prime, DeBrincat's in his prime. You've paid these guys. Sider and Raymond just got long-term deals. Kane's not getting any younger. But my point is, why pay Larkin if you're not actually thinking you could make the playoffs in the next couple seasons? Last year, this year, and it doesn't look like they're built to do that right now. And maybe the answer is the coach isn't getting enough out of the roster, which is why we go back to Lalone. The texter says the problem is he is an X's and O's guy, but he's not a red ass. I don't think he has it in him to light a fire under a team, and that's a trait that some pro coaches need to have, especially when the X's and O's aren't working. That's James in Toledo. Texter says everybody does need to calm down. Yes, they're in last place, but they're only 4 points out of the 8th seed. John driving around in his work van. This one says, tired of blaming the coach. He doesn't play. The players need to get ready. They need to play better. It's not happening on all ends. RC downriver. Newsy lost me and his job when we were in the home stretch last year, and he said they didn't need to make the playoffs. Travis in a garage. I think that rubbed people the wrong way.
Well, there's no question. I mean, the whole goal of the season is to make the postseason. That's why you play every single game. And we haven't been there, and it doesn't feel like there's a push to get there.
Dave in Chesterfield, you're on 97.1.
Hey, I just wanted to make a couple of points about the Lions and the Red Wings.
Okay.
I guess I'll start with the Red Wings since that seems to be the hottest topic. I feel that Newsy Lalone has totally lost control. I've been a season ticket holder since the 80s, and there's guys in my locker room, because I still play, that we don't even want to watch the game. No one wants to watch it. Every time if the Wings get called for a bad penalty, he doesn't even talk to the referees to try to get a makeup call. It's terrible. I just think that they need to set the tracks, and like you said, Boston's already firing people. This guy is got no personality, no passion, and for him to be the front page for the Red Wings, we got to get rid of him.
And what was your Lions thought?
Well, my Lions thought is this. I think Ben Johnson is an excellent coordinator. I got some ideas for him if he's listening, but first of all, I'm not sure why the Lions just don't pay him to be the same pay and keep him along, because I think we're on the verge of a dynasty. I know we haven't won our first Super Bowl, but I've already booked my tickets for New Orleans. I think that he's got to look at the long haul, and if it's money and it doesn't hurt the cap, this is $1 billion industry. Just pay him and keep him.
I think there's a lot of people, Dave, that would agree with you. Just pay him what he wants to keep him as offensive coordinator. You started it off by saying you have a couple suggestions for Ben Johnson.
Let's hear them.
What would you suggest for Ben Johnson?
Well, one of the things is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I haven't seen any plays where he utilizes both Montgomery and Gibbs on the same play. What would the defense do if they saw that play?
Now, Dave, are you talking like both in the backfield or one in the slot?
Yeah.
Diagram this for us. What do you got?
Yeah, both in the backfield. Let's start with that one first. Well, have you seen that yet? Have I missed it? I'm a Lions season ticket holder for 30 years. I don't think I've seen it, but correct me if I'm wrong. What would the defense do if they seen both of those guys in the backfield?
Maybe a play here or a play there, but I don't think we've seen very much of it,
Not
John.
in the backfield, maybe on the field at the same time, but that's a busy dude. Didn't he say he was a
season ticket holder for
Wings
from
since
and
the
Lions.
80s and Lions?
Yeah, 30, 40 years. Yeah.
It's a lot of Detroit sports.
It is a lot of Detroit sports. Gator, what's going on?
Hi, everybody. Sorry, Heather.
It's all right.
I moved this microphone.
Oh,
microphone.
throws her off
Everything
over there.
shakes.
Right. But she hates Charlie Brown, so what do you want to do?
Win some, you lose some.
Yeah.
Where are
Take
the
your shots when you
parents?
can.
Where are my parents?
No, the parents in Charlie Brown. Where are the
Oh,
parents? The whole town. Not a single parent other than a teacher.
Unsupervised.
Well, it's a story about kids. Charlie,
don't
you
have
hear
parents?
Charlie Brown's mom, or just the teacher.
Just the teacher. It's all we
Yeah.
see. What the hell's going on in that neighborhood? I mean, those are all independent kids, like 5 years old. It's crazy.
Is that a 2011 Tigers spring training zip? That is.
If that's what it says.
That's what it says. That's great.
One of the trips.
Fits better.
I was gonna say, that's when you guys would go down there for spring training, right?
Yeah. We did that a lot
Those
of
Lakeland
years in a row,
shows. Yeah.
So, yeah, absolutely.
I'll take
I'm just I'm all Scooble happy. you know?
Yeah.
Who's
you gotta
not?
be happy about something other than the Lions, right?
Yeah.
Right. Unanimous.
Yes. Again, it's been like the third. Is it third time in a row? it's
Yeah,
been
third
announced?
time in the American League in a row.
Yeah.
It's like 4 of the last 5.
I like that. Like, let's not have any debate about this. Like we had with Manager of the Year, so people were a little salty about that Hinch only got one first place vote, and I understood why it went the way that it went. But Scooble, let's not have any controversy here. Let's not give Clase a bone. No, forget it. That's not happening. So we're happy about that.
What do you guys got coming up today?
Well, I mean, I imagine we're going to be talking a little bit about the Red Wings. It's Pavel Datsyuk night, right?
It is.
I mean, I feel like that kind of goes a little unnoticed, and let's not, because Pavel was one of the greats.
So much fun to watch.
So much fun to watch. Red Wings have made a slight little tinker with the lineup that we'll see if it yields results. I mean, people want to see the young guys play. Okay, well, you've had this young guy playing now for most of the season, Marco Kasper, and now you're giving him some real play. He's not relegated to third or fourth line.
He's with Kane and DeBrincat.
He's with Kane and DeBrincat.
Yeah.
Which I think is interesting. And I like Kasper as a player because he's a little more hard-nosed than I think people expect him to be. I don't know if he's going to be a great scorer or not, but I'm curious to see how he's going to work with these two guys in the line, because Kane's not known for his defense. DeBrincat's very streaky, but can these three guys play well together? Because if they can, then please God, let's get something positive out of the Red Wings to talk about.
Please,
Tarasenko going with the
on the first line now, right?
Yeah. With Larkin and Raymond. I think that's interesting because they're trying to get him going.
They need to get
brought
him
in
going.
for a reason.
Yeah, he had to replace a lot of those goals they lost.
Exactly, and so far it's been very rough. It's not all on him for sure, but this is pretty evenly dispersed throughout the team, the coaching staff, and the general manager. So they got to get things going and. We'll talk a little bit about that tonight, and we've got football questions coming up at 10:30.
Skater, Carson Anderson, it's next, 97.1.
as one would expect, there's a big Jack Campbell topic today. But Gator first.
Of course it would be, right?
Yeah.
Another Thursday.
Yeah. First, Skubal wins the Cy Young, which begs the question, how does it impact the Dallas Cowboys? 248.
It's a great question.
You know what's funny? The whole Cowboy thing on ESPN, like every other segment's about the Cowboys. And yet, they had like the best Monday night rating this late in the season in years for that Houston-Dallas game the other night. And that's what they're responding to.
I know. It's awful. Well, let's see. Well,
people love to hate the Cowboys.
Skubal won the Cy Young, and it's not that long ago that Clayton Kershaw won the Cy Young. You know, Clayton Kershaw went to high school with Matthew Stafford. Oh, Matthew Stafford. A lot of people thought he should have been a Cowboy. Should the Cowboys go after Matthew Stafford?
248. We can do that. We can play this game too, right?
6 degrees of Dallas Cowboys.
Yep. How are you today?
I'm all right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Anything exciting last night?
Exciting. I wouldn't say exciting, but flipping around, watching different things, and
say it. Come on, say it. I know you watched. Maction.
I watched very little Maction.
Did you?
I watched like
kid from Eastern had 22 tackles.
That's a lot of tackles.
It is a lot of tackles.
Means he's on the field a lot too.
Yeah.
It was the final of that game. I saw. Was Ohio?
Oh, yeah. No, they played.
It was Ohio and Toledo.
Ohio
right?
played Toledo. The Eastern played Buffalo.
Yeah, I didn't see any of the Eastern Buffalo games.
It's okay.
No, this is so. Our lives are very different.
This just in.
Right. So at like 11 o'clock last night, I'm flipping around and I came across a movie. And of course, I watched the whole movie, which is something you would never do at 11 o'clock. And the movie, it's not, I don't even know if anybody's ever heard it. First of all, it's a sequel. And I think I remember vaguely watching the last 20 minutes of the first movie.
Okay.
The first movie was called Becky. The sequel that I watched last night was The Wrath of Becky.
Okay. What compelled you to watch even the 20 minutes of Becky? Do you know it? Did you what?
I knew nothing of because going through flicks and or going through the channels and I see some movie I've never heard of. I always hit info on. I'm like, well, what is this? I'm curious. Well, who's in it? What's it about? Would it interest me? That'll have the Rotten Tomatoes score in the corner. Not that it matters too much for me, but if it's a higher rating, I'm like, okay, well, maybe it deserves some of my attention. But I'm more interested in who's acting in the movie and the plot. So I come across this. This is like months ago. I came across Becky, and Kevin James from The King of Queens is in it. And I'm like, oh, it's got to be a comedy, right? Oh no. Oh heavens, no! It is not a comedy. And I watched the last 20 minutes, which was lots of action packed in those last 20 minutes. Pretty freaking violent in those last 20 minutes. I'm like, that's a little bit much. And then last night I'm flipping around and I come across The Wrath of Becky. And I'm like, well, have I seen Becky before? So I went to go to the info and I looked at the info for the original Becky movie. Oh yeah, that's the one I think I saw at the end of it. And then I look at the info for this one. Like, okay, so this is picking up a couple years later. Sure, why not? I'll start to watch it if it's interesting. And it was. I was interested right away. And then end up watching the whole movie, which was like 90 minutes or whatever. And it is incredibly violent. And I'm a little disturbed by things.
Why the hell did you watch this?
I don't know.
Dude, so it's funny because
I was in a mood. I don't know.
I want to circle back to something. I made this observation with Kang, and you said our lives are very different. Yesterday, I woke up in the morning, picked up my phone, and saw something on my phone that I couldn't believe. And I ran into the bathroom where my wife was getting ready, and I'm just out of bed, and I said, look at the calendar. Look at the calendar. And I said, look at today. And she goes, that's not today. That's Thursday. And I said, I know. Because today got skipped over. Because for the first time that I can remember in years, there was nothing on the calendar on a weekday.
Oh.
Nothing.
Look at that.
Yep. So typically, you got the phone with like everything that's going on.
That's a lot.
And I just showed Gator my phone, and let me see if I can find like today. Like here's Thursday, November 21st. And this is all the stuff we have to do for today. And yesterday there was nothing, absolutely nothing. And I was like, and I missed on the opportunity to watch The Wrath of Becky.
Well, it would have been late night, and you're probably asleep by 11. So
that's true.
That's where I started watching the movie.
Unbelievable.
Had Stifler in it from American Pie.
In a violent movie. So Stifler and Kevin James were in a violent, over-the-top, grotesque movie.
Two different, I mean, the same characters with Becky being the character, but Kevin James is in the original, and then Stifler's Sean Michael Scott, or whatever his name is, Sean William Scott, is in the second one. And as soon as Stifler comes on into the movie, and it's the same voice, same guy, but he looks a little bit different. He looks older, and he's trying to be like a militia guy. And I'm listening to his voice, and I'm just laughing like, no, man, you're still Stifler.
Still Stifler.
No matter what you're going to do, no matter how violent you get, you're still Stifler.
So to recap, last night while I was watching James DeJoncum from Eastern Michigan rack up 22 tackles, Gator was watching The Wrath of Becky.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
The final was Buffalo 37, Eastern 20. By the way.
Good news about The Wrath of Becky is that I think it sets up for even more sequels.
I don't know if I could hear better news. All right, it's Carson
it's
Anderson.
Empowering to young women. Girls.
Got some football stuff we're going to get to, including a swing around the NFL today at 10:30. We do have a Jack Campbell topic, though it's not Campbell centric per se. It's about what he was muttering in the corner of the locker room yesterday. You're going to want to hear this. We'll get to that in the 11 o'clock hour. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so Tarek Skubal, that was the news yesterday, wins the American League Cy Young. Let's just stop for a second and recognize how cool it is that we have the American League Cy Young winner.
It's pretty cool.
It's pretty cool. And what's cool about it is certainly, an acknowledgement from the game that he is the best in the game last year. But moving forward, we have this asset here in Detroit that is a dominant player. And he won it unanimously. There was some thought that maybe Clase would get to him. But overall, final tally, 31st place votes out of 30. So congratulations to Skubal. And then you just kind of get into, all right, what does this mean moving forward? Did Skubal sneak up on anybody last year? And I mean that, I just mean on a start-in, start-out basis. Did he have the respect where you were getting everybody's A game, everybody's attention? Because he'd only once in his career thrown more than 21 games, started more than 21 games. And that was his second season. He started 29. Then it was 21, 15, and then last year 31. So it isn't a shock to us because we saw him have a 2.8 ERA and a 0.9 whip. But he's 7-3, had some injuries. So I do think there's a little bit of an element of, at the beginning of this season, while he was living up to what we probably were aware of, and I'm sure people in the game were, but it's a little bit different when you're the Cy Young Award winner. He has your attention from day one next year, right?
Without question. He better. He's outstanding and a workhorse, and I think he's a player that wants more of a workload. And yet I totally understand why the Tigers be cautious with it because of all the injuries he's had in his career. But he is...
Didn't he have 2 arm events at Seattle?
I think he did. And then he's had a couple of things happen since being a Tiger.
And that's University of Seattle, or Seattle University, not the Mariners.
Correct.
That's where he was in college. For people who don't know, that's what I'm referencing. Now, I'm not saying that hitters are taking him lightly. I think everybody knew he was good. But I just think it hits different when you're facing the reigning American League Cy Young Award winner. Would you not agree?
That it affects teams psychologically?
Yeah. Now, could it affect them negatively? Could they be like, holy crap, this is the Cy Young guy? I mean, there's a professional hitters, but you're facing the Cy Young Award winner. You had full attention.
I think it really depends on the individual. I think some rookies might feel that way, might feel a little starstruck at first, and then, okay, I just struck out on 4 pitches. Let's get locked in here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that affects veterans. I imagine it might affect some. It'll have different effects on different people. I don't know if you can universally say one way or the other. But we as fans, when we can say that we've got the Cy Young Award winner on our team, it feels pretty good. You can be chesty about it. And because he is in his late 20s, this is the prime of his career. And so we feel like this is going to be here for a while. This is sustainable. This is not a flash in the pan type thing. This isn't some guy that showed up out of nowhere for one season or one half season, lit the world on fire, and then completely disappeared. This is a guy who you feel like, okay, so starting with 2023, that maybe through 2030, this guy could be the best pitcher in baseball.
So let's go back to our experience with this. And when Justin Verlander, should we look at Justin Verlander when he was 28, or should we look at Justin Verlander in his fifth season? Probably his 5th season, 3, 4, 5.
It's going to be pretty good.
Justin Verlander's 5th season, he went 19-9, 3.45 ERA, and a 1.18 WHIP. Okay. Skubal in his 5th season went 18-4, 2.39 ERA, 0.92 WHIP. So Skubal in his 5th season was better than Verlander in his 5th season. And Verlander
pitched a lot more in his 5 years
a lot more
than Skubal, because Skubal's been banged up each and every year, it feels like. And Verlander had, a couple starts that first year. So his real rookie year was 2006 when they went to the World Series, and it was good. The next year and the year, maybe it was the 3rd year, was when it really started to kick in. But, he was pitching 200 innings.
Yeah. So if you look back when JV won the Cy Young, that was
the first time.
That was 2011. Was it 2011? Hold on, let me double check. Yeah, it was 2011.
So that's 6 years into his.
Yeah, and that year he went 24-5 with a 2.4 ERA and a .92 WHIP. Wow, look at that. ERAs to ERA. Skubal in his Cy Young year, 2.39. Verlander in his Cy Young year, 2.4. Skubal's WHIP in his Cy Young year, .92. Verlander's WHIP, .92.
Mm-hmm.
The difference between ERA and WHIP is 1/10 of a point on ERA.
Do you have both guys up there so you can make the comparison? What about innings pitched?
Innings pitched.
Because I imagine Verlander's like 240.
Verlander was 251 that year, and Skubal this year was 192.
See, and this is today's baseball. Will Skubal get past 200 innings this upcoming season? Maybe, but not much past it because that's just how managers are treating pitchers now. They don't go later. It's not that long ago that Justin Verlander was routinely throwing 230 to 260 innings a season. But that's not baseball anymore.
Crazy thing about Verlander is he went 8 years after he won 24 games, 8 years before he won 20 again. Didn't win 20 again until 2019, and he won the Cy Young again. Although I would say I would love to have that 8-year interim for Skubal, like winning the Cy Young. And if he does after what, because Verlander still had some really good years mixed in. Then there was some injuries, 2015. But he wasn't, after winning the Cy Young, he went from 24 wins to 17 to 13 to 15 to 5 to 16 to 10 to 5. Well, that last 5 was with Houston, so I'm just talking about his time in Detroit. I hope he doesn't have any kind of significant drop-off at this point, Skubal.
Of course. Yep. Of course not.
Yep.
And at the same time, I'm hoping they sign him to an extension.
Of course, and that's a whole huge topic, right? Because, look, if we've watched, there was that report in the Free Press about it being a, quote, non-competitive offer. I trust the reporter, which was Evan Petzold. And when we reached out to him, he said he got that from sources in the league, and I'm not doubting his sources. I suspect those sources got it from the Boras camp. Where else would they get it from, right?
Well, they ain't getting it from the Tigers. That's
no.
For sure.
So as you look at that, if you're the Tigers, here's my question. I mean, there's really only, I feel like there's only two camps on re-signing Skubal. One is the fact they haven't done it speaks to them being cheap. The other is they don't have to do it yet. I guess there's three places I can land here. They're cheap. They're determined to spend the money on other players right now. Or what Boras is asking for is actually ridiculous.
I don't know how far we'll never really know because Scott Harris keeps everything to the vest that you're not going to know how deep the conversations really get. I don't know how much of a sense of urgency there is on the Tigers side to try to get something done. For that matter, even for Boras, I think Boras is probably going to price it so high right now so that they can kick it down the road a couple of years where he hits for true free agency. But I think that might be dumb too because it's not like his client's 23 years old. He doesn't have this isn't Paul Skeens.
No.
Right? This is a guy, what is Skubal? 28 years old. So, by the time he hits free agency, he's going to be 30 years old.
Wait, happy birthday. It was yesterday.
Yes,
his birthday was yesterday.
So he's going to be 30 by the time he hits free agency. So if it's 30, then Mike, you're already looking at the downside of your career. I would think, and I might, if I were Harris, I'd probably be telling this to Scott Boras. Let's get something done now because if you're going to wait, it's not going to benefit any of it.
If you're the Tigers and you're determined, like I said, there's three camps. They're just cheap, which there's a lot of people that reside in that camp. They're determined to use the money elsewhere. If you're going to tell me they're going to use the money that Skubal wants right now to go get Willy Adames, I'm okay with that. or the ask is off the charts. The ask is, 10 years and $650 million, something that makes you go, wait, what?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Go away.
So I don't, but where am I landing on this one? I actually kind of hope I'm landing in they're going to spend the money on somebody else. The problem is they have to spend so much money on a player they're getting nothing out of.
Well, here's the other problem. Let's say they do spend it. They go ahead and say, okay, we're
That
going
was
to
a Baez reference, by the way, for people who didn't understand. Sorry, go ahead.
Let's say that the Tigers do offer him a 7-year deal, and it's real money. It's a 7-year, $300 million deal. Okay, You're talking over $40 million a year to keep him here for the next 7 years. You wipe out it starts next season, right? So there you go. That makes us all feel pretty great about the future with Tarik Skubal, but it doesn't change this team one bit.
No, it doesn't.
For next year, all it does is mean that you've locked up this guy for years to come. You haven't added anything to the team. So yes, I desperately want them to go ahead and give him an extension. But to your point, I would rather actually hear that they have signed Willy Adames or Alex Bregman or Santander or whatever. Exactly. Something like that makes this team better because you've already got Skubal on this team for the next couple seasons.
All right, 248-539-9797. We'll get to some phone calls and feedback regarding that. Let's do the Blitz thingy next on this Thursday on Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, so weather's getting really cold out there right now. Make sure that everything in your house is working for when you have guests. The holidays are coming up too, so I want to make sure that furnace works and everything else in the house works too. Like, hey, how about that pesky drain that just continues to be clogged? Call the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They are awesome. They're all out there in their red, white, and blue trucks helping everybody out. So if you need the help, make sure you talk to them because not only are they going to help keep you warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market, but they can help you out in terms of getting everything ready in your house before the holidays hit. But don't just take my word for it. Check out their A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau or some of their 5-star reviews on Google. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. Great to be with you on this Thursday here in Detroit. You ready to talk some NFL?
Indeed.
Let's go. Gator received yesterday. I will receive today. On your mark, get set, go.
All right, let's talk about all of our favorite quarterback here, right? Aaron Rodgers. Things have gone awry over there in New York. Everyone's getting fired. Guys, where will Aaron Rodgers play next year?
Okay, 1 year from now, Aaron Rodgers will be out of the NFL. He'll be a host. You can flip your coin here. It's either hosting Jeopardy or be hosting a spiritual mental wellness podcast from some high desert commune outside of Palm Springs, California. One or the other, mark my words. I think his last off season was the beginning of the slow breakup sequence with football. I think Aaron Rodgers will be out of football next year.
I think Aaron Rodgers will be playing at the Fiuggi Wellness Resort in Fiuggi, Italy. It is just southeast of Rome, off the west coast of Italy. It is not on the water, so I can't say he'll be playing on the beaches there, but I think he's going to be playing there while also playing for the Jets. Just feel like this time next year, he's going to take a couple weeks off. Just, hey, I need to take some time off during the season. Because why not keep pushing that envelope as much as you can because you're a self-absorbed jackass.
So do you think he will be playing for the Jets next year? Like actually starting the year at least with the Jets?
Yes.
No Minnesota, huh? We kind of touched on that a little bit yesterday.
He'll be hysterical, but no, I don't. I think he'll be with the Jets.
I'm going to throw a team out there, guys. Of course, there's a good chance he doesn't play at all next year, like you guys were both kind of mentioning here, but I'm going to go Dolphins. Now, this is not a prediction I really want to make because that means things didn't go too well for Tua at some point. His health is an issue. Let's just be honest, right? Whether he gets another concussion this year or whether in the offseason he's experiencing some after effects or he just decides it's not worth it. But if the Dolphins have an opening, if they do, I think Aaron Rodgers could give it one last shot down there because they got a good team. They got a young coach with a good offensive mind. Maybe he gives it one more chance to try to win another one.
Wish Doug would stop smiling.
All right, what's more surprising, Tommy DeVito jumping Drew Lock to replace Daniel Jones or Trey Lance still backing up Cooper Rush?
I think it's an interesting question, but I think the more surprising is that Trey Lance isn't because Dallas is done. I feel like they've seen enough of Cooper Rush. I mean, Cooper Rush has been there since 2017. 2017 he's been with the Cowboys. He didn't really play the first 3 seasons, but he threw 47 passes in 21, 162 in 2022, 24 passes last year. He's already thrown 117 this year. What have you seen? Not much. 10 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, less than 60% completion percentage. I don't know why they're not moving on to a guy that was drafted 3rd overall. There's a ton of talent with Trey Lance. How about you try to develop that talent? This is a wasted year anyway. Give him the time. At least with Tommy DeVito had, a modicum of success before with the Giants? Drew Lock is just a guy who throws a really pretty pass to the other team.
I'm going Trey Lance. This is more surprising to me, just like you. Trey Lance is 24. Cooper Rush is 30. And while I don't think Lance will unseat Dak in the near future, at this point, find out what you have in Trey Lance and either make him your backup or deal him. But I'm going to guess the reason he isn't getting the call over Cooper Rush is because it isn't even close. Like typically when you're in practice and you can see these things, if it were close, they would be playing the 24-year-old over the 30-year-old. It must not be close. And that is the most surprising part is that Trey Lance is not close to Cooper Rush.
I got DeVito. I mean, they went out and got Drew Lock to back up Daniel Jones. He's kind of, athletic like Daniel Jones is. And they figured, all right, if something happens with Jones, we have to bench him. He gets hurt. We can put in Drew Lock. And DeVito, you're a third emergency type quarterback. The fact that he just completely jumped Drew Lock, to me, it was like kind of out of nowhere. And I know he did have that small sample size of he kind of re-energized the team last year, Gator. That one's more surprising to me because the reason Trey Lance is not starting and Cooper Rush is as much. It must be because they have no trust in the guy. Like Mike McCarthy, I know they were saying their season's not over, so they're going to still try to win games. And Cooper Rush hasn't looked good. That offensive line hasn't looked good, but clearly he just must know the offense better than Trey Lance, and Mike McCarthy just doesn't trust Trey Lance to run this thing.
Or this is just, hey, you've got the job until Thanksgiving, and then we're switching over completely.
But why even wait?
I wouldn't.
All right, is this the year that Mike Tomlin finally wins Coach of the Year?
Okay, since we have to answer, is this the year? I'm going to say no because I'll take the field here. It's too early to make that call. Pittsburgh's win total prior to the season was 8.5, and they have 8 wins already. Sean Payton in Denver's already hit the over. Minnesota, Kevin O'Connell, they've hit the over. Dan Quinn has hit the over in Washington. Jonathan Gannon has 1 win away in Arizona. But doesn't Dan Campbell also deserve strong consideration after enduring the high-profile injuries that they have and keeping the train on the tracks? Tomlin, strong candidate. This could be the year. But if we have to answer now, I'll take the field because there's too many other strong candidates.
I appreciate Doug's being pragmatic as he always is, but I'll just tell you that it's Dan Campbell's to lose. I mean, they're 9-1. They're doing, like Doug said, they're doing this without some of their star players on defense. And it's been remarkable how much that it's awesome domination at this point. And I think when all is said and done, he's going to take home the hardware. Mike Tomlin has not won a Coach of the Year. That's unbelievable. Mike Tomlin's one of the best coaches in league history, let alone just current NFL landscape. So it's disappointing from that standpoint. But Dan Campbell's going to have one of these seasons where you can't ignore what they've done and just have to give him the trophy.
It's crazy that Mike Tomlin has not won 1, and Kevin Stefanski has won 2 Coach of the Year awards. Okay, and that's not a shot at Kevin Stefanski. It's just to show you. No, I think he's done a lot, but it's just to show you how disrespected I think Mike Tomlin is.
It's definitely disrespected.
And this has turned into not the best coach. It's turned into who's done more with less award, and I kind of don't like that. I think that should play a role, but to me, the soul, the essence of the award should be who's the best coach. And the best coach is Dan Campbell, guys. Dan Campbell has a legit claim to this title. I think he should win it this year. You throw in the fact that he had injuries, that only gives him more ammunition to why he should win it. But you mentioned, Doug, all the other coaches that are out there. So it's even harder for Tomlin to win it this year. Gannon, O'Connell, Quinn, So Tomlin probably isn't going to win it this year, but I think it's because of Dan Campbell, not because of Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin deserves a Coach of the Year award at some point before it's all said and done. All right. Will we have buffering issues on Christmas with the doubleheader we're going to have on Netflix?
No, we're not. They're going to figure it out. Plus, they definitely have a sense of urgency to make sure it's figured out. But that was a one-off event where they reportedly had 60 million people tuning in at one time. You're not getting that for the NFL. I don't think that those are the numbers they're expecting. So I don't think there's going to be issues with buffering for the games on Netflix.
I would agree because that fight might have served as Netflix dry run. And the NFL was on the phone to Netflix corporate office Monday at the start of the business day to make sure that they don't have a repeat on Christmas Day. So I think they're going to sort it out. They've got a month to do so.
Yeah, they got time to do it. But will they do it is the question, guys. And I'm going to say yes, we will have buffering issues. Mm-hmm. It will be, though, during the Beyonce halftime performance, because that's when the most eyeballs and views will be on the stream. Not the game, guys. It's Beyonce's performance. You know how this works.
What about Ushuzi?
All right. Who's been the most disappointing team so far this year?
Okay, this is great because this is a debate for me between the two teams that the networks maxed out in their primetime games. You can have 6 of them. The Jets and the Cowboys each got 6 of them, and they each have 3 wins. But I'm going to go with the Cowboys being a bigger disappointment because their preseason over-under, this is laughable to say out loud, was 10.5.
Oh, my.
They're at 3 wins. The Jets was 9.5. So they both look actually comical now. So technically, I'll go with the Cowboys being the bigger disappointment.
I know it's both great choices. I'm going to go a little bit further off the board. It's not that far off the board. I mean, it's the Cincinnati Bengals. They're 4-7. I expected this was a team, a couple years ago when they got to the Super Bowl, everybody thought, okay, Joe Burrow is going to lead this team to the Super Bowl for years to come, and it just hasn't worked out that way. Despite Joe Burrow being great this year, he's thrown 27 touchdown passes to only 4 interceptions on the year, leads the league with over 3,000 yards passing. He's third in the NFL with a 106.9 rating, and the team is 4-7. It's not his fault. I feel like I need to have that Robin Williams Goodwill Hunting moment with Joe Burrow and saying, it's not your fault, kid. It's not your fault. I don't know what the hell the reason is why Cincinnati can't put it together and just be good enough to win games. This should at least be a 9-8 football team, and right now they have no shot at the playoffs.
It's crazy how bad the Bengals have been record-wise because Joe Burrow, like you mentioned, and Jamar Chase have been on fire this year offensively. The most disappointing team so far this year for the schedule makers is definitely the Jets or the Cowboys. You mentioned it, Doug. 6 primetime games each. They expected both to be better. Doug going to the well twice with the over-under lines, by the way, so far. But for me, I'm going to go with the Niners. The Niners have had an injury or two for sure, and they didn't expect CMC to be out, but they've had Brock Purdy all year. That division was not supposed to be that tough. I know Seattle and Rams, some people had some expectations for them, but guess who's winning the division? It's the Cardinals. You can't lose this division to the Cardinals. To me, the Niners coming off that, is there a Super Bowl hangover? They're supposed to be right back at it.
Plus, I had Jordan Mason to start the season. It was the best running back in football.
All right, guys, last one. The Cowboys were finally able to, they were finally going to try to play with the roof open last week, but when they tried to test it during warm-ups, a piece came falling down with other debris. It had been 2 years since they played a game with the roof open. Be honest, is there something in your house right now that if you tried to use it, you're not sure it would even work?
I know it works, but every couple of years...
If you don't use it, you lose it.
No, and I used it yesterday. However...
What?
Thank you very much. But I know that at some point I'm going to have to do this again, and I'm going to come into the same struggle I do every few years, and that is relighting the pilot light on my fireplace in the front room.
That's scary.
There are 2 fireplaces in my house. They're both gas. One's easier to do the pilot than the other one is. This one in the front room, I still don't get it. I've had people come over and show me. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna watch this, and I watch it, and I think I got it, but I don't really have it when they leave. I'm like, I don't really have it, but I think I got it. So every couple of years when I have to relight it, I have to call somebody because I have no clue. It's not, by the way, it's not just as simple as, oh yeah, over the hang, just light over the gas area. It's not that simple.
I don't think I've used this for the entirety of the calendar year of 2024. I'm not sure that our desktop computer works anymore. I don't think I've spent more than 4 minutes in the office this year.
Wow.
And the desktop is sitting there. Remember I used to do the show from during COVID with the big sticker in the background? Everybody thought I lived on a golf course.
Yeah.
I haven't fired that thing up it's got to be over a year. I think the last time I tried to use it, I was working on the family Christmas video.
It's your pandemic computer.
It kind of is. I haven't.
What are you going to do with that room now?
It's just sitting there. It's like it's become like an alternate storage room for us. But
Where is that in the basement?
No.
Where is it by your bedroom?
It's in the main floor.
Oh, main floor.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, you got to go to the things that you use only once a year, right? Like Christmas lights are always a sketch, you know what I mean? Like when you try to for the tree or for around the house. Humidifiers, when they break out in the winter. I'm not sure if it's going to work either. But I'm going to go with, I've got a couple crock pots that probably haven't seen the light of day in like years. Who knows if those things still fire up.
There you go. And that concludes the Wide 9 Omaha 4 down around the league blitz thingy. Take advantage of this great offer from CGC Water. Save $1,000 or more when you bundle a Kinetico Premier Softener with the Kinetico K5 drinking water system. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Let CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing take care of all your plumbing needs. This month, save 10% on a Navien tankless water heater. CGC Water, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer. Call 855-339-4242. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. A few things out of the Blitz thingy there. The fact that Mike Tomlin's never won a Coach of the Year award is remarkable. He took over the Steelers at the age of 35. He's been their coach for 18 seasons. They average 10 wins a year. He's been to the playoffs 11 times. He's won a Super Bowl, went to another Super Bowl. You can count on the Steelers being in the mix. Do you know how many times in those 18 years Steelers have had a losing record?
None, right?
Not once.
It's unbelievable.
They have finished a mere 8-8 3 separate times. And they're going to be above 500 again this year. It's a credit to him. It's a credit to the people that he hires, because over 18 years, you get a ton of staff turnover. And what they do in Pittsburgh simply works. Mike Tomlin is one of the greatest coaches of the modern era, and he's never won a Coach of the Year award. And it's funny because I don't know that he's going to win it this year. There's a lot of strong candidates this year. There are guys that are overachieving just like him, like Dan Quinn in Washington, Jonathan Gannon in Arizona. And then there's guys like Dan Campbell, who's simply doing it in a team that's faced a ton of adversity as far as injuries are concerned. And in a strong, very strong case, and you guys made it, is there for Dan Campbell. And yet Tomlin's got this team at 8-2. And their total going in, they were 8.5 was their win total going in. They can collapse down the stretch. They might never lose again. This will become more obvious. Some of these candidates will fade. Sean Payton's done a hell of a job in Denver. But how is it possible that he's never won Coach of the Year?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I think it's one of these things where there's just better candidates each and every season, which may be the case if you go back and look at it. But I mean, it's like this guy deserves something. The totality of his work is incredible, of what they've done. And I mean, the Steelers as an organization with literally 3 head coaches in our lifetime is amazing. When you look at how long that is. And he's on one hell of a run. And I can't even believe that was it last year or the year before that people were even saying, it's not time to move on from Mike Tomlin. Like, what? Time to move on? What are you talking about? This guy's amazing. But I can't explain other than thinking that if you go back and look at it, that other people are more deserving year by year. And some people get the flavor of the month and some people don't. Like right now, I kind of feel like even though all 3 of us, I think, have said, look out for Dan Campbell this year because Lions might be too good to ignore. I just feel like Sean Payton is always the flavor of the month guy, or he's the new flavor of the month guy because of everybody loving what he did in New Orleans and then going over to Denver, blowing things out, saying it's not working with Russell Wilson, starting over with a new quarterback. And this guy just gets all the love on TV. I wonder if he's going to be the next guy.
I think it really has turned into who's done more with less award, And I think that Mike Tomlin might not ever win a Coach of the Year award, but he might win like Coach of the Decade. Right. If it makes any sense, because he's so consistently competitive every year with whoever he has at quarterback. Like they came in this year not knowing who their quarterback was going to be. Last year, they did it with Kenny Pickett a year. There's years where no, this is the year. This is the down year. They finish under 500. They don't make the playoffs. And Mike Tomlin's not so fast. And he does it. And it is a year by year basis. And someone else is kind of, Kevin Stefanski twice has won it, right? Someone else does a little bit better that year. So doesn't mean Tomlin's a bad coach, of course, but it's pretty shocking if you think about it.
There were really 3 and kind of 4 organizations that I looked at with great envy over the last 2 decades: Pittsburgh, Seattle, Baltimore, and New England. Other teams are really, really good. New England was a little bit, is it just the 2 guys, the coach and the quarterback? And it might have been, but I felt like rotating cast of characters in places like Seattle, Baltimore, and Pittsburgh, and they were always good. And now I feel like we've got those guys that can keep us here because they're setting up a model that is going to be fed by the draft And there's no reason to doubt that Brad Holmes can't keep this up, right? And so, you know, I don't have to be jealous of anybody else. I'm happy for us because we might have as competent people as they have in those other cities. I mean, I don't want to make any proclamations just yet. They still have to get to the mountaintop. But it's awfully promising. 248-539-9797. Aubrey in Farmington Hills, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Aubrey.
Hey, guys. Good morning. You do a terrific job.
Thank you.
I love the topic. I mean, you think about Mike Tomlin. He is a coach that can really be admired. And to your point, year in and year out has done a great job. I did not know that he had not had any losing seasons. I mean, that says a lot right there. Here's my question, and I think you just touched on it. Can Brad Holmes, can Dan Campbell be that next duo that's going to be around here for 5 or 10 or not 5, but 10 or 15 years? And guys, when you think about the kind of the slow start they had in year one and where they've gone since then, and some of the moves that Holmes has made with this team, I sure hope that this combo can be around here and be that next great duo that really sets the pace for this organization for the next 10, 15 years. What do you think?
Oh, we'd love it if that were the case. I mean,
stamp of approval on everything you said, Aubrey.
It's hard not to love how they've done things. I mean, you mentioned the slow start they had to it. It's like, you know, building a house, right? The first steps are digging that foundation and making sure it's strong. And that was like that first year. And then halfway through the first year, they got all the framing up, right? But they didn't have any of the stuff inside. They still needed the electrical. They still needed the plumbing. That comes in the next year, you know, and then they start putting cabinets in, and things are starting to look nice by the end of that second season, but not good enough to make the playoffs. But hey, they've got the roof on, they've got the flooring, and they've got the cabinets in, but they still need to find the fixtures and the countertops and all that. They did that all last year. Now it feels like this house is built. It's built steady with all the signings they've done to get these players ready for the next 5 years under contract, that this thing is definitely set up. They're putting in, you know, like permanent fixtures now in the house that you're going to admire for years to go. Isn't it going to be great when we put the Christmas tree there for the next 5 years? Yes, it is, because we have the outlet there because we prepared for it. They built this house brilliantly.
Well, exactly. And there's a little exercise to kind of bring into focus how well it's built that I want to get to today at 11:02. Plus, are you like Jack Campbell? I'll explain today at 11:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Wings fans will get a chance to cheer Pavel Datsyuk tonight at Little Caesars Arena. The new Hall of Famer will drop the ceremonial puck and will have highlights shown throughout the game as the team honors his enshrinement in Toronto. Now, it would be nice to honor him with a win. They take on the Islanders, having lost 3 in a row and dropping to last in their division. The first 5,000 fans in the building, by the way, get a commemorative coin. When the Lions take the field in Indianapolis, there will be a familiar face on the opposing sideline. Former Detroit OC Jim Bob Cooter is currently leading the Indy offense. He has plenty to plan for, especially safety Kirby Joseph, who leads the league in interceptions. The Colts are coming off their first win since October 20th. Thursday Night Football will be an AFC North game with AFC North weather, windy, rain, and 30 degrees in Cleveland as the Browns will host their rival Pittsburgh. Or the Steelers have 8 wins and the Browns have 8 losses. Basketball on tonight. The Pistons will be in North Carolina to take on the Hornets in Charlotte. I'll have your pregame at 6:35. That's going to be on Alt 98.7 due to a crowded night of games. WWJ will have Brian Bush's call of Michigan basketball as they take on Tarleton State at 8:30 p.m. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Hello, Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. We came out of the Blitz thingy. We're talking about Mike Tomlin never having won NFL Coach of the Year, which seems impossible for a guy who's been as good as he has. But we've kind of spun it into the competency with which the Steelers have been run, the Seahawks have been run, the Ravens have been run, the Patriots. I don't know if I ever fully bought into the Patriots being run that way, because even before Matt Patricia got here, there were plenty of examples of the Charlie Weisses, and I can't remember who the GM was.
Scott Pioli?
Yes, that have went elsewhere and failed. There was another guy, although one of them's now having some success in Tampa. But long story short, the Patriot tree wasn't producing, the way that you would think it was if it were system related, right?
Right.
A huge challenge, like looking down the road, a huge challenge is what do you do if you lose both coordinators? Like that's a massive challenge.
No, and that's a very real possibility. I feel like at this point, both of those coordinators, and you can even throw Fipp in the mix at some point, he's going to get an opportunity to do something else. But both Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson should be at the top of just about every team's list that's looking for a new head coach. If you're going to start interviewing guys, you better talk to these guys. And they both have amazing resumes. Aaron Glenn has just improved his resume dramatically this year from years past. In years past, he was deserving of those interviews. And now, come on. But there's no guarantee either guy wants to be a head coach. The way that Ben Johnson has acted certainly doesn't seem like he's ready to be a head coach or wants to be a head coach, or he's just waiting for the perfect situation for him. And he can afford to be patient because he's young. He's getting paid well. He can get paid as well as he wants, basically, as a coordinator, simply by negotiating at this point. I mean, I think all of Detroit would back up Sheila and say, just give him whatever he wants to be the coordinator here. We don't want to lose Ben Johnson. We don't want to lose Aaron Glenn either. But they could both be gone.
That is going to be a big test of sort of the system here. The tolerances hold if the coordinators change. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I feel better. This is going to sound strange. I feel better about their survival rate, if you will, if Ben Johnson moves on after this year, because Dan Campbell took over the offense after they decided to let Anthony Lynn go. He and Ben Johnson took that thing over together. They worked it together. They built it. And then he turned things over to Ben Johnson full time. So I feel like they're better adjusted to handle that loss if and when it comes.
Did I misinterpret that? Did you say he and Anthony Lynn built it?
No.
Oh, I thought
he
you
and
said
Ben Johnson built
okay, I thought you said he and Anthony Lynn built it. I don't know.
That's why I said that.
Yeah. Anyway, point is, so yeah, he did fire Anthony Lynn. He is so. And let me again make sure I'm understanding. You feel better that the system can hold if Ben Johnson leaves. You feel better now than you did, like, say, going into this year. You're feeling better about it all the time.
I've felt fine about it for years.
Have you really?
Yeah, I really have because of what happened that first year. Because of what happened when they got rid of Anthony Lynn, it was Dan Campbell that took over the offense. So he and Ben Johnson created this thing together.
Well, look, after my conversations last offseason, I'm not fully convinced Ben Johnson's ever going to leave.
I'm not either.
I think that there is reason to believe that Ben Johnson is one of these guys that is perfectly comfortable where he is, and that Ben Johnson may stay here for a long, long time, just being the offensive coordinator. Not every coach is wired the same way. They have their own value systems. He may love it here, and he may be able to spin this into a massive contract. Like you said, give him whatever he wants to stay on as offensive coordinator because there's no cap on coaching.
Yeah, I talked to a longtime member of the media on Sunday, and he offered up to me that he didn't think that he wasn't so sure Ben Johnson wants to leave either.
Yeah.
It's like nothing says he has to go, and I think he might want to stick around.
All right, so there you go. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. I do want to do something we haven't done in a while because it's an interesting exercise given where the Detroit Lions are right now. But let's go to Dave in Clinton Township. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dave.
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, I agree with what you said earlier there. It's, the Patriots had a dynasty for 20 years, and they had all them, coordinators come and go. I mean, they did kind of have an unfair advantage with the greatest player of all time, but still, they were able to maintain. Also, I was thinking maybe everybody can move up a step, and we can save one of those coordinators. How about the GM becomes president, Dan Campbell moves up to GM and is more of a hands-on GM, and Ben Johnson is the head coach?
No.
I don't want to change it.
I don't want to change all that just to keep Ben Johnson.
Well, you really wouldn't. I mean, because
you'd be changing a head coach.
When I'm saying more of a hands-on GM, he would be at the practice. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you'd be changing the head coach, and I don't think I want to change the head coach
I
at all.
I don't want to touch this idea.
Like
this
by
is
your,
like
by your logic,
this is a
Dave,
nuclear option to me. No, thank you.
By your logic, Dave, would you rather see Ben Johnson be the head coach than Dan Campbell?
No, no, I would not.
You sure?
But like that's why I'm saying if there was a way that I don't know if everybody get mad because it was kind of like skirting the issue about who's actually the head coach, just more of a title with the GM with Dan Campbell.
Yeah, I've zero interest. Sorry, Dave. Like none.
Yeah.
In that idea. Look, everybody's.
I mean, keeping the band together, but putting them all at different positions.
Yeah.
I don't think it makes any sense.
There's,
He's going deep to try to keep everyone here, and that doesn't work. I guess what you're hoping is you have Belichick and Brady, with Campbell and Goff, and Belichick, he had the hot name, Josh McDaniels. You had the hot defensive coordinators, hot offensive coordinators. They left, and the ship just kept moving along. And that's not to say Ben Johnson's not going to be a good head coach, but you just hope that you have something so strong here. The core is so good that you're going to lose the hot coordinator here and there, but you're going to still be good as a team.
I think this is a mistake that lots of teams make, and you can only know really what works when you do deep dive interviews with people. So I wouldn't know from person to person unless you're actually involved in the interviews. But I think teams make a mistake of assuming that because somebody's a great play caller, they're going to be a great head coach. And there's so much more that goes into being a head coach than simply the X's and O's of the game.
Okay. I think this is going to be really interesting. It's been almost a year. Maybe not quite. But, Gator, I want to do something.
You want to do a mock draft?
Yep.
Oh.
All right.
Well, this is interesting.
Tell you who it's from later. With the first pick, the Giants move up and take Shedeur Sanders, quarterback, Colorado. With the second pick, Cleveland takes Travis Hunter, athlete, Colorado.
It doesn't say what they have to give up to move up to number one, does it?
It does, but I didn't. It's sidetracking the point. Jacksonville at 3 takes Calvin Banks. At 4, Cam Ward, the quarterback from Miami, goes to the Raiders. At 5, Luther Burden, the wide receiver from Missouri, goes to Tennessee. Will Johnson from Michigan goes to New England at 6. Abdul Carter, edge rusher from Penn State, goes to the Jets at 7.
No offensive line help. Huh?
I'm going to skip ahead just to the most interesting ones so we can get to the Lions. At 9, the Dallas Cowboys take Mason Graham, defensive tackle, Michigan. Poor Mason. At 12, the Chicago Bears take Derek Harmon, defensive tackle from Oregon.
Where does Genty go?
At 14, Tampa takes James Pierce Jr., edge rusher, Tennessee. At 18, the Rams take Carson Beck, quarterback, Georgia. At 21, and again, we're just doing the interesting picks, Arizona takes Isaiah Bond, wide receiver, Texas. At 22, the Commanders take Benjamin Morrison, cornerback, Notre Dame. Houston at 23 takes Ashton Genty, running back.
At what?
23.
23?
Yep.
He ain't lasting at 23.
At 25, the Chargers take Colston Loveland, tight end of Michigan. At 28, the Steelers take Jalen Milroe, quarterback, Alabama. At 29, Walter Nolan, defensive tackle, goes to Minnesota. And at 30, defensive tackle Tyleek Williams goes to Buffalo from Ohio State. The Lions are on the clock at 31, okay? So we'll start with this. They're at 31. I skipped a whole bunch. I'll tell you who's on the board. And this is what gets weird. You start thinking about, and this is why I wanted to do it. What do they need? What do they really need right now? I'll tell you who's on the board. Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle, Michigan. Emeka Egbuka, wide receiver, Ohio State. Josh Simmons, tackle, Ohio State. Landon Jackson, edge rusher, Arkansas, highest rated edge rusher left. Tyler Warren, tight end, Penn State. Just think about that because that'd be amazing. And Jonah Savaya Naea, the interior offensive lineman from Arizona. Now, I wanted to do this because what do you do now if you're putting this team together? I mean, I guess you're probably seeing who you're going to lose in free agency. But this is so much, I don't know if it's tougher or easier or how to describe it, right?
It's different. Because you're no longer looking, how can we get 2 first-round picks? What do we have to, how far do we trade back and still get, I mean, this is, I know where I'd go in this.
Of the names I mentioned?
Yeah, I guess, of the names you mentioned. Sure.
Okay. I want to get your pick. And if people want to text over their pick, feel free. Because one of those guys is the pick. But it's weird. The draft is a completely different thing now. It's 100% different. I almost don't care.
Wow.
Remember I said almost. Yeah. It has a lot to do with where we are in the calendar. Weird, huh?
It is weird.
All right. Let's get to your phone calls and feedback and more here on Carson Anderson as we continue on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Lions fans, listen up. UMCU, the official credit union of the Detroit Lions, is celebrating its partnership with our city's gridiron heroes, including Jahmyr Gibbs, Brian Branch, and Terrion Arnold. And they've got something amazing just for you. Introducing the Detroit Lions Black Debit Card. Those uniforms, you saw them, the black uniforms. Everybody loved them. And now there's a Black Lions debit card to match. It's designed for the true Lions fan who lives for every touchdown and every victory. With the Lions rocking their sleek new black unis, you can match their energy with the exclusive Black Debit Card available only through UMCU. Ready to rep the pride? Becoming a UMCU member is easy. I did it. Choose the Lions Black Debit Card or select from 3 other bold designs. Either way, you'll be carrying your Lions passion everywhere you go. UMCU has been a trusted partner in our community for over 70 years. Now you can join the winning team. Visit umcu.org today for details and get ready to show off your Lions spirit. Some restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA, UMCU, where Detroit pride meets financial success. So it's funny. Wanted to do this ESPN mock draft from, is it Matt Miller? Is that their new guy? Their new McShay? Matt Miller?
Yep.
Just to take a look at how different it is, A, when you're drafting at the end of the first round. And this particular mock draft has the Lions drafting 31st and Kansas City drafting 32nd. But also, when you start thinking about the field of players that'll be there, all the top guys are picked over, but let's face it, our GM does a great job in other rounds. So picking 31st, I expect he'll be able to find a player because he always does. But it's a completely different exercise now. Like I threw Tyler Warren's name in there, right? Tyler Warren, the tight end from Penn State, because if he's the best player available, I mean, they could take him. They could take almost anything, right?
They could take almost anything. And yet, and I think that the first thing, obviously, you would say is best player available. But I also think that some things are coming into focus as to where they might want to look a little closer at certain positions.
So what would you take? You got a pick?
I do.
Pick us in.
I would take the interior offensive lineman.
Jonah Savea-Naea?
Sure.
Okay. From Arizona.
Yes. Because you start looking at guards and center, Frank Ragnow, I love Frank Ragnow. I think he's the best in the league. But how many more years is Frank Ragnow going to play because of his injuries that he continues to deal with? Toughest guy we've ever seen. But he's not going to play forever. And you look at the guards, both of those guys, Glasnow and Zeitler, are veteran players that are probably starting to get on the downside of their careers. So you got to start thinking about replacing those guys. And I don't know where they are in terms of the guys they've drafted over the last couple of years, where Mahogany fits into this whole thing, Gio Manu, where he fits in this whole thing. Are they developing quickly enough where they feel like, oh, these guys are going to step in the next year or two and be able to fill those shoes? Or do they need to go out and really look at using some draft capital and take somebody who's a high-quality player coming out of college as opposed to a project?
It makes some sense. So, according to Matt Miller, the pick is in. And with the 31st pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Jonah Savea-Naea, the interior offensive lineman from Arizona. Well done, Scott. And there you go. I mean,
it's not about matching up what he's going to do. It's just what I would do.
Yeah. Yeah, but you get the authentication stamp because you agree.
That's what I was looking for.
You and Matt Miller.
I was looking for
friends.
Matt Miller's.
Yeah. You got it.
Right.
But
Matt Miller used to be my neighbor, actually.
What?
I had a neighbor named Matt Miller.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Not the Matt Miller.
Yeah. So because we were talking about building this team and this mock came out today, I was like, all right, let's do this because it's a totally different look at how things are now where they're at. 248-539-9797.
I do have a question real quick. This is like, they're so, well built and they have a lot of, not a lot of holes, right?
Yep.
And of course, the offseason, we're going to figure out a little bit more because do they re-sign Carlton Davis? A bunch of this stuff, we don't know. But with that being said, do you even look at, because I didn't hear you mention his name, so I don't know if he was drafted or not. What if Quinn Ewers is there? I know, listen, we know Goff just got the big extension, but is this a Jordan Love, Aaron Rodgers type deal, or is it where the talent's too good to pass up at that position? You're drafting second to last in the first round.
It's weird because I don't think you need 3 quarterbacks. I do think you need 2 quarterbacks, and it depends on the faith in Hendon Hooker at that point. A third quarterback.
I wouldn't do it. I was just asking you guys.
But here's the other thing. Like I mentioned, Tyler Warren. They don't need a tight end. And yet, the talent might be too much to pass up,
But at least you could play 2 tight ends at once in this league.
You can play 2 tight ends at once. You're right.
I still look at edge rusher personally.
Yep, and the kid from Arkansas was the highest rated player there. And but next year, in theory, they'll have Aiden Hutchinson and Zadarius Smith. And now Smith isn't likely long term, right? So you could be developing your next guy behind him. If the edge rusher matches up, that could make sense, just as much sense as the interior offensive lineman, which is basically we're drafting this guy. Our first round pick has perhaps little we have little intention of even playing him.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it depends where they have him on the draft board. If there's an edge rusher there that they deem as a top 15 player in the draft, and he's available to you at 31, okay, I understand that. If this guy that the offensive lineman they have is valued, they have him as the 25th player overall in the draft, then you go best player available. I totally understand that. I think the tight end thing is interesting, that could play a role in things moving down the road here, because it absolutely could.
Good. 248-539-9797. Steve's in Warren. Hi, Steve.
Hey, how you doing? I got to agree with Gator, man. You got to go interior line because ours is getting older, and that's what makes this team go. Without the interior line, Goff doesn't pass as well, and Jahmyr Gibbs doesn't run as well. So the O-line's extremely important. I think that's the way you really have to go, and you give these guys time to develop under people that really know what they're doing. So that's my opinion.
I think the only thing there that I would disagree with you is the phraseology you used. I don't think is what Gator said. I don't think you got to do anything, and that's kind of the point. But it makes sense. It makes sense. Let's go to Steve next on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Steve.
Hi, guys. How you doing this morning?
All right, Steve.
So I definitely agree that offensive line is very important for Detroit. But I do think you can find guards and centers later in the draft, and I trust Hank Fraley to be able to develop those mid-round guys. The guy I would take here is Kenneth Grant, and for multiple reasons. One, size and speed-wise, he gives the Lions to be able to do multiple fronts, especially with him and the Lee McNeil. You know, they could switch in between nose. Even if they went to a 3-down lineman set with Onwuzurike, Grant, and McNeil and Hutch, there's different things I would think they're going to be able to do with a guy with that size and speed, who I think as he gets into the pros and he keeps developing is going to be, I honestly think, a better version of Jalen Carter. So I think this could be a guy that we sit and plug in at defensive tackle for 10, 12 years, along with Hutch and McNeil, and really cause teams issues.
He's an incredibly talented player. Last year when he chased down the Penn State running back in midfield from behind, everybody was like, whoa. But Kenneth Grant's extremely, extremely talented.
Hasn't had the great season this year.
No, he hasn't, but none of them really. Well, they're doing things that don't show up on the stat sheet, as always, at that position. Talking with Wink about it a little bit, but bottom line here is incredibly talented player. Now, if he falls out of the first round, that would speak, and he doesn't go in the first round, and it would speak to two things. One is that the league may feel that way about him, and two is maybe he doesn't come out. 248-539-9797. And that concludes our draft talk. I didn't want to get into a full-scale draft conversation.
You started it.
I did start it. There's no question I started it. I'm wrapping it up as well, just because it's just interesting when you look at what this team needs. It's just not as much. You are literally probably draft and stash for who's going to replace DJ Reader, who's going to replace Zadarius Smith, who's going to replace Ragnow or Zeitler or somebody like that, and some of the few positions where they actually have old players, because not a lot. All right, we got sidetracked a little bit. Are you at all like Jack Campbell, Detroit Lions linebacker, who was muttering in the corner of the locker room, according to our Birchie, about something kind of off the field? We'll get to that today at 11:31 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. I avoided a bit of a trap, Gator, the other day.
Oh, did the wife ask you a question and you deferred?
100%. 100%. So we're sitting around and we had two things, right? We had one of us was going to cook dinner and the other one was going to run to Costco. And we were, all right, what do you want to do? Blah, blah, blah. And she's like, I'll cook dinner. You go to Costco. I'm like, all right, cool. I said, what do I got to get at Costco? So I knew I wanted to get the Costco pot pie. That is the Karsh family go-to. Too busy to cook. You can put it in you can literally put it in the oven in the morning, set the timer on your oven, and it's ready for you at the end of that busy day. And everybody seems to like it. So the Costco pot pie, right? I'm going to get the Costco pot pie. And then she breaks out the Costco like flyer that came in our mail.
Okay.
And she goes, I want you to see if these lights are compatible. These outdoor lights are compatible with the ones that we already have that are out there.
Understand.
And then there are these blankets that we got that everybody really liked. I'd like you to see if they're the same like thickness. And then she had something else. I'm like, there's a lot of interpretation. I'm gonna have to do. This is a trap. And so I was like, after she was done, I was like, can I make a suggestion? She's like, sure. I'm like, how about I make dinner?
Right. And you go to
and
Costco.
you go to Costco. And it was I could see it coming.
Yeah.
Because like
that's smart. That was a good move.
Rather than have me try to figure out if the blankets were the same or the lights were compatible or whatever.
And then was I supposed to get them if they were?
I could, but she started describing it, and I'm like, I don't want any part of this.
No,
I'm gonna get stuff wrong.
I'm proud of you. You chose wisely.
Yeah.
Did she allow you to cook dinner?
Actually, what ended up happening is we both stayed at home, and then we both went to Costco later. Is what happened. But I can see.
That's a happy answer.
Yeah, it was good. Like, it was really, really good. But when she starts asking me to interpret instructions when it comes to shopping.
Did you guys flirt going down the aisles?
No.
You're shopping together. You know.
No, we split
with
up.
other people?
Yeah.
No, with
Wow.
with each other.
Doug, nice relationship.
No,
It's like date night.
We split up.
Yeah, Costco.
Like you go. I went to get the pot pie. She was seeking some Christmas stuff.
Dude, Doug, you're so nice, man. You're so wholesome.
What are you talking about?
It's just everything you do in life, man. You know what? You're like, hey, I'm not going to figure this out. You know, maybe you should go, and you end up going together. It's just, white picket fence stuff.
Am I
man. It's
wrong,
great.
though?
I mean, I would lie.
First of all, I think you're.
I would have just straight up lied.
What do you mean straight up lie?
I would have gone to Costco, not done what she asked, and said they don't work. That's not.
Oh,
the
they
same.
didn't have it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just straight up. Not even going to mess around with this. It gets me out of the house. I don't have to cook.
Yep.
And I don't have to do anything with the lights later because they don't work.
Suppose it makes sense.
I would lie.
100%.
Hysterical.
She didn't know the difference.
I think you handle it brilliantly.
Do you?
And then on top of it, the fact that you guys both went to Costco, yes.
Yeah, we ended up going to Costco together.
Get a better understanding of what's going on.
And I didn't have to do any interpretation.
Brings you guys closer together.
God, the interpretation stuff. Could you check and see if this is just like the one that we have? Because I want them to match. And I'm just like, sure.
Well, I get it, man, because it's like, let's say just with the lights thing, because that's what I can relate to. When I bought lights, sometimes they're not compatible because of the plugs, the different size stuff that this doesn't fit into this.
Yep.
Like, why is that? That's just the way it is. They don't have that.
Yep.
Then they don't make adapters for it so that you can fit one into the other one. You have to get all new lights. And then you got to make the decision, LED or get the LEDs because they're going to last because they're not going to burn out. If the other ones burn out, then you're screwed. Pain in the ass.
Yep.
That's why I just lie.
But you have the option.
No, Doug, I'm not. You do you, man. I'm not telling you what to do.
Your solution is lie.
Yeah. Okay, I'll check it out. I'm going right to the TVs. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I got toilet paper. I got water.
Yeah.
The lights don't work. Sorry.
Plus, what are the what are the samples?
blankets?
What are the free samples they have today?
No, I'm in and out, man. Fast AF.
Yeah. Now, that's right. Keg store. Keg wants to open a store. Fast AF. Get in, get out. All right. So, story on our website, 971theticket.com, about Jack Campbell. I'm going to read this verbatim, and then I had a follow-up with Birchie, who reported it, the Birchie kid. And I want to know if any of you out there right now would say, I'm Jack Campbell. As he walked through the locker room Wednesday, Jack Campbell was lamenting the fact that he hasn't shot a white-tailed deer since his junior year at Iowa. It's one of the biggest droughts of his life. He called it, quote, disrespectful to the game. So I started texting with Birchie about it, and he texted back. He was, quote, just muttering to himself in the locker room yesterday. He's the right kind of psycho, which is a hysterical description of Jack Campbell. But last week, we talked to you hunters on Thursday's show. It was a week ago today, as you were making your plans, and we were kind of discussing the hunting season, which opens on November 15th and runs through the firearm season, November 15th and runs through November 30th. And our question is, are you frustrated like Jack Campbell? Did anybody go up there? Did anybody get out there and come back empty-handed? Are you in a drought like Jack Campbell's in a drought?
Well, Jack Campbell's in a drought for a different reason.
Well, he might be.
I don't think he's allowed to go hunting.
I think that's probably true.
That's the drought, is that he can't even get out because he's got a job.
Well, let's not undermine the topic. But yeah, I understand that there is a reason why. But yes, he obviously is. If their bye week fell, do you think he'd be allowed to go? Do you think it's in his contract that he can't? There's Thanksgiving, so he'll probably have Black Friday he could go if he's allowed to, right?
Maybe. I don't know. It's not much of a short week because they play the following Thursday. But I understand what you're saying. Yeah, look, I'd like to know if people have gotten shut out. Are they still shut out by this? Yep. But really what I think, Doug, is that for you, this is just a way for you to say that you can relate to Jack Campbell because you're in the same drought. Well, you also have not been able to bag a white-tailed deer in the last three or 4 years.
I have not. Neither of you.
No. I'm like so Jack Campbell, but you want to say that you're like Jack Campbell.
I do have something in common with Jack Campbell. I guess, are there any hunters out there, or do you know someone that is in a bit of a cold streak? Because right now, like Channel 7 did a story, and it was about Metro Detroit, about how we're kind of starting to get overrun with deer.
I said in the beginning of the week there were 60,000 deer that were killed in the first week or were shot in the first week. I assume it meant killed.
Is that a high number relatively
Sounds
speaking?
like a high number to me. I don't know, but maybe not.
Yeah. Anyway,
because they limit how many you can grab, how many you can kill.
I guess I just want to know from Hunter Guy out there if you are in any way like Jack Campbell. Now, Jack Campbell, again, you're right. It might have a lot to do with his football schedule, but I would assume if he wanted to get out there, he could do so during Thanksgiving holiday. Always falls in deer hunting season, firearm season. So that could be something. But you've got 9 days, I guess, for those of you that haven't bagged the deer yet.
So in 2022, there were just over 300,000 deer that were harvested in Michigan. Last year, it was down to 274,000.
Okay.
So
first weekend, you said it was 60?
Yes. Well, I found another story here. It says 10 hours ago, statewide, the firearm harvest total as of Wednesday afternoon was 81,000.
So that's after 5 days, it was at 81,000?
Mm-hmm.
And it's 15 days total. Is it 15 or 16? I guess it's 16 days total. So they're kind of on pace. 248-539-9797. Andy on a cell. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Andy.
Hi, guys. I got a couple things. One, I haven't gotten my deer yet. I live in Fowlerville, so I hunt close to home.
Yeah.
And my wife got her first buck ever just in bow season, just before our gun season started. And I still haven't gotten one. And I'm usually, 45 years I've been hunting, I usually get at least one. And actually, gun season goes on. There's another gun season right after this. It's muzzleloader season, but they've changed it now. I don't even know why they call it muzzleloader season, because you can use any firearm that's legal in your zone during regular gun season during muzzleloader season. So it's basically just another gun season.
So I'm glad he brings this up, because the total for all seasons to date right now, big muzzleloader with the rifle and then also with the deer, or with the bow, is 179,000. So compared to last year's total of 274, they're already at 179.
They're getting there.
They're getting there.
So let me ask you.
Goes through the first of the year.
Andy, what's gone wrong this year?
Well, for one, I put my wife in my blind, which is where most of the deer come out. So I wanted her to get her first buck, and she did. But now I'm sitting in her blind now that she's not in it, and I'm not seeing crap that I can shoot anyway.
And are you there right now? You're not there right now, are you?
No, I'm in a semi right now. I'll be hunting. I get up at 2:30, and I hunt like 10 minutes from home. Oh, I wanted to pick one more thing, Doug. I always, how you get a picture of somebody, how they look in your mind's eye because you hear them on the radio all the time.
Oh, boy.
Well, I saw you on Michigan Today or whatever it is you do with Jansen.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you, you don't look like you're supposed to look. Because I thought you would look like, this real kind, nice guy. You look like a guy, if you put on a silk shirt and slick you don't have to slick your hair back, but put on a silk shirt and some Sansa belts, you could be collecting the vig for Jimmy Two Nose or something because you look like a rough guy.
You think I look like a mobster?
Doug's just rough at the end of those broadcasts because it's at the end of the game. Usually it's late in the day and he just wants to get the hell home and he's unshaven. He looks like hell. And that's what it is.
He looked a little tough, I gotta say.
Yeah, he's not.
Not even slightly. 248-539-9797. I can't appreciate, though, that I do the same thing. I hear people, I just hear their voices, and then when I see them, I'm like, really? That's who that sounds like?
Yeah, but he said that's not what you're supposed to look like.
Yeah.
Well, like it was definitive.
Like
Like, no, this is God. We made you wrong.
Well,
but then to Doug's favor, he's like, you look like a badass.
I know. Compliment.
Tough guy.
Maybe. What I get because of that show all the time is I thought you were tall. I'm reasonably tall. No, you look short.
Well, because Jansen's 6'7".
He's a tree.
Yeah.
I'm standing next to a tree. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. You guys hear me talk about Twin Peaks a lot. It's hard not to. In terms of being a sports bar, no one does it better. But compared to other restaurants, they deserve your time. They don't just serve up bar food. It's elevated and impressive. Do you know they actually have a scratch kitchen? They cut their own New York strips, craft their own meatballs, hand cut their chicken tenders and boneless wings. They make their own salad dressings. They even hand make their own croutons. They're more than just burgers and wings. Try their trophy trout or mom's pot roast and see for yourself. Dine in and enjoy with friends or carry out and share these barbecue favorites with family. Now that we've touched on food, it's time to talk about the bar, the bourbon list. Well, it's like one you won't see anywhere else. High-end favorites like Orphan Barrel, Jefferson's Reserve, and Blanton's. Even high-end tequilas like Cincoro Anejo and Don Julio 1942. And you should know by now that they pour the coldest beer in the state, tea-chattering 29 degrees, pair it all with wall-to-wall TVs and the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Forget about it. Check it out. Awesome matchup tonight, Pittsburgh-Cleveland. And if Livonia's your lodge, make sure to check out their new and improved video walls. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Welcome back to Karsch and Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. Doug is very interested to find out that he and Jack Campbell have yet another thing in common. Neither have killed a deer in a few years.
This is true. This is true. No, we're talking hunters. Jack Campbell said he's disappointed because he hasn't bagged a white-tailed deer in 3 years. We talk to hunters every once in a while. We want to know, are you in a slump? Are you in a slump? 248-539-9797. And do I look like a mafia hitman? Let's go to Paul. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Paul?
Hey, I've been hunting since October 1st, and I haven't gotten one yet. I'm in a bad slump.
Wait. So you were bow season first?
Oh, yeah. Every year.
And why hasn't it happened this year?
I stay in a slump until the last week of December. That way I get to keep going.
So wait a sec. Are you in a slump, or are you just passing on taking a shot?
Both.
Both.
To my wife, I'm in a slump.
So you tell her, okay.
Passing on a shot.
Okay, let me get this right. You're telling her that you just haven't had any luck this year, but the truth is you're just going out there every day, sitting there waiting and biding your time.
That's correct. That way you get to go next weekend.
You just keep going and going and going.
Yes.
Hysterical. And
I don't really feel like shooting anything today. I'm just going to sit out here.
Yeah.
Solitude's
Oh,
great.
that's the thing. You go up there, play cards, drink beer, watch football. It's all part of the deer camp. It's not about a deer.
That's right.
You know what? It's all about the tailgating. It's not about the game. Same concept, right?
It's a term that when hunters use it, I always kind of smile when they say deer camp.
Yeah.
It's, like, what do you think of when you hear deer camp?
I picture some, like, way out in the middle of the sticks cabin that's really, really rudimentary with an outhouse and a bunch of guys sitting around smoking cigars.
Right?
Yeah.
When really it's just, we go up to our cottage. But during deer season, we call it a deer camp.
Yeah. My buddy has 50 acres outside of West Branch. I see more deer in Plymouth Township than I did 3 days in West Branch. That's from an unnamed texter. Tom in Schaumburg. Campbell doesn't use a gun. He hunts them like running backs, tracks them, tackles them, and rips their heads off. Steve in a car. My brother has been hunting since he was a freshman in college. He's now over 51 and has never shot a deer. Last year at deer camp, he fell asleep in the blind, and when we woke up, there were deer tracks all around his blind. Hilarious. He was so mad, he's selling all his hunting gear and quitting. I mean, he's been doing this for over 30 years, and he hasn't shot one deer.
Maybe don't fall asleep.
Dave in Frankenmuth. I ended my 9-year drought this year with an 11 point.
Wow.
Yep. Jake Downriver. Hey, guys, I've been deer hunting since I was 10 years old. I'm now 28. I've never bagged a deer. 248-539-9797. Paul is next on 97.1. Hi, Paul.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
What's up?
How are you?
Hey, I'm good. Hey, so I got a funny story. I'm not a hunter. My brothers are. And my brother, Ed, was in a slump, and he took his son out hunting for the first time. My other brother, Steve's a state trooper. He got called to a car accident between a deer and a car, and he knew my brother Ed was hunting, so when he finished with the accident, he took his cruiser home, picked up his pickup truck, drove out to where the deer was, picked it up, drove to where my brother Ed parks his car to hunt, and took the deer, put it on my brother's car, and then wrote a note that said, "You've been hunting me for 3 years. I give up, you win." And put the deer on the car and the note on top of the deer.
All right.
So my brother came out with my nephew, his son, who's first time hunting. He looks at him and he goes, "Dad, this hunting seems kind of easy. I don't know what you've been complaining about for the last 3 years."
I love
really
this story.
funny.
I think it's great. However, is that like wildly illegal to do?
Mildly, yeah, but he's a retired trooper. That's why I can tell the story now.
Fair enough.
That's really funny. Really funny. 248-539-9797. Jack Campbell was lamenting in the locker room how he hasn't bagged a white-tailed deer in 3 years, and he's frustrated. Are you in a slump. We're in the middle of firearm season right now here in Michigan. 248-539-9797. Just a reminder, you can listen to the show with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. And then you can listen to this show anywhere in the United States. Same thing through our website, 971theticket.com. You can also watch the show going to twitch.tv. And there you can determine what we look like and see if it's what we're supposed to look like. Go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. Same thing with youtube.com. Gator.
Doug.
We have another interesting challenge. Remember a couple of weeks ago, I watched the Kennesaw State upset. Who did they beat? They beat Richmond or somebody? Jacksonville, maybe? And we asked people to name anything about Kennesaw State.
Right.
Did you see who Michigan's playing in basketball tonight?
I did.
I want to try this again. Without looking it up, we challenge the audience. Does anyone out there know anything about Tarleton State? Michigan is playing basketball tonight against Tarleton State. Does anyone know anything about Tarleton State? Do you know somebody went there? Do you know any famous athletes from there? Do you know what their nickname is? Do you know what their colors are? Do you know anything? Again, we're going on the honor system here without looking it up. Text us anything you know about Tarleton State University. 248-539-9797. I'm not sure we're going to get anything.
I knew nothing about it. I saw, I'm like, when I looked at today to see who they were playing or when they're playing next and saw on the top of the ESPN banner, it said just like, I think it said just Tar against Michigan. I'm like, who is it? Who the hell is it? And then so I go click on the Gamecast and see some more information. I'm like, oh yeah, Tarleton State. I've heard of Tarleton State, but I know nothing about it. And normally I would then go ahead and Google it and get some info on it, but I chose not to. So I will be enlightened as well about the fascinating university that is Tarleton State.
I just looked down at Twitch. The first two responses I saw were pretty funny. One is, are they named after that character from Fresh Prince?
Oh, that's Carlton.
Yeah.
I like Tarleton.
That's from Kitech. From Mando 1832. Until Doug said it, I had never heard of Tarleton State. MW76 says it wants to know if the abbreviation is Tar State. Is it TARST?
I can tell you exactly what it is. It is, it just says Tar. It says Tar at Michigan.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. Anybody know anything about Tarleton State? Text us at 248-539-9797. Coming up next hour, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? That's at 12:30. Also, we'll get into Lions a little bit. Interesting debate on ESPN that involved our guys. Our guys do get some love. Look, we're not the Cowboys, got it, but we do get some love, and people are paying attention. And there's, it seems like every morning, a debate of who can beat the Lions. Who in the NFC can beat the Lions? Today, Philadelphia is the obvious one. Arlovsky mentioned that he thought one team he really surprised me with, but he thought the teams that could beat the Lions included Washington and the Rams. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It was Green Bay and the Rams. He said Green Bay and the Rams. The Rams. Now, the Rams could be a bit of a sleeping giant because they missed some players earlier in the year, but I'm pretty comfortable in that matchup right now.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, it's Carson Anderson. If you know anything about Tarleton State, please send it over via ticket text. I got a debate about the Lions they had. We will get to today at 12:05. Are you going to eat that today at 12:30 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket? By the way, if you want to read the Jack Campbell story, it's posted on 971theticket.com. And for hunters out there, if you are in a drought, let us know. Jack Campbell was lamenting in the locker room Wednesday that it's been over 3 years. Of course, he's kind of limited in when he can go. I imagine Black Friday is a good day for the Lions, typically after the Thanksgiving Day game, but 3-year drought for Jack Campbell. Are you in a drought? I know hunting season, firearm season is just underway. We ask people before the break. We do this every once in a while. Tarleton State. Do you know anything about Tarleton State? Gator, can you bring up like their Wikipedia page or Tarleton State Athletics there so we can check and see if some of this is true?
Yeah, sure.
But we do this just to see, and we ask people if they promise not to look it up. Here's what we got. Tarleton State is from Texas, and their uniforms are purple. Do you know? Are they from Texas?
They are from Stevensville, Texas.
Okay.
It looks like it's purple. Is the color?
All right. So
colors are purple and white. Yep.
Okay. Next, Tarleton State is in Texas, and the rumor was they were running to join the Mountain West or Conference USA. Interesting. Do they have football? Do we know if they have football?
I think they do have football. I'm not sure. I'm going to have to give me a second if I can see if they have athletics on here. Athletics. They have football.
Okay.
Yes. They have baseball, football, basketball, cross country, track, and field.
Okay. So they could, if they made their football team Division I. Tarleton State has a brand of cigarettes named after them. Is that true, or did somebody just make that up? Or am I missing some joke?
I don't know. Somebody tells me there is like it's like a brand of cigarettes on The Simpsons or something like that.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Tarleton State is called Little Brother by the University of Tarleton. That's from Dan. Clever Dan. Did Tarleton Davis go there?
See what they did there.
Yeah, no, Carlton Davis did not go there. Here's one. My brother went there about 15 years ago. All I know is that they are in Stevensville, Texas, smaller campus, and not much to do there. You don't say. Then he writes, it's crazy how Michigan is facing them. How big is Stevensville? Do you have that? You don't have it?
I did.
Hold on, I got it here. Stevensville, Texas is 20,897 people.
The school has 12,000 undergrads.
Wow. There's 20,000 in the town. The school is the bulk of the town. Sir Tarleton founded the university in the 1900s after landing from Ireland. That's got to be made up. Sir Tarleton. It was known originally as the John Tarleton College.
That is correct.
According to Wikipedia.
Settler John Tarleton, back in 1887. He died 18 years later. Left part of his estate, mostly property, to be sold to erect, endow, and maintain the John Tarleton College.
So, what's the number on this game? Did you see a point spread by chance?
I did. I just changed things. Hang on a second. For the Michigan Tarleton game.
Yeah. Tar.
It is Michigan favored by 30.5.
30.5. Would you take them? Plus a 30.5, Gator?
I would.
Yeah. All right. Because they are indeed purple.
Look, that's a big number.
It's a huge number. Okay. So there was this debate. We kind of parachuted in on this on ESPN, and it got us to thinking. Is Jared Goff the MVP of the Lions? 10 games in?
Yeah, I think he is. It's really hard to say, but you're looking at the offense because there's so many people that spread it around to, right?
Yep.
But the biggest slice would go to Jared Goff, I think, for sure.
Quarterback position, yeah.
Yeah. On defense, it gets a little bit easier to define who's the leader on the defense.
Mm-hmm.
And even then, there's still some pieces, but I feel like Brian Branch might get the biggest, but even then, I'm not sure because you're splitting it with he and Kirby Joseph that both have the impact as a safety. So because they're like splitting it more, I think you got a big slice to Goff, and then you go, okay, the running backs split up. St. Brown's huge. The offensive line is huge, but
well, here's my
I think it's
question.
Goff.
Here's the question. If the Lions MVP isn't Jared Goff, if you eliminate him from the conversation, who is it? 248-539-9797. If it's not Goff, who is it? The reason we bring it up is somebody on ESPN was saying it was somebody other than Goff. And we'll see if they align at all, and we'll tell you who they said a little bit later this hour. But there's a lot of names you could mention. I just want to see what comes in and what people say and what arguments you use. If it's not Jared Goff, right now, who would you consider to be the Detroit Lions MVP? 248-539-9797. One thing about it, it does really speak to their depth, right?
100% it speaks to their depth.
There's maybe they've already lost one player that we probably would have put in the category of you can't afford to lose him, in Aiden Hutchinson, and they've managed to be able to afford to lose him. But the whole premise was apparently flawed because they are surviving. I don't know where Anzalone ranks. I mean, I think we all understand is important to the defense. I don't know importance to the defense. I don't know that we'd ever argue that he was the team MVP if it were not Jared Goff. But if you were to make a case for somebody other than Jared Goff, who would you make it for? 248-539-9797. Now, to be fair, some people might authentically say it's this person or it's that person.
I would lean towards Penei Sewell.
Would you?
I would, because I think everything with this team starts with the offensive line. And you go with the best offensive lineman they have, who's the best right tackle in the National Football League. And every play, he's blocking multiple guys. In the run game, it's like, I'm not just locking this guy up. I'm locking this guy up, moving him out of the way, and then I'm moving on to the next level to take care of business because that's what he can do. He's so dominating as an offensive lineman. He's fun to watch. Offensive linemen typically aren't fun to watch. He is fun to watch.
Oh, Jansen, he's coming.
He's going
to have a talk. He's going to have a talk with you.
I said they're typically not that fun to watch. Typically, they're not. But Penei Sewell is, because he's so athletic, because he's willing to run with the Bulls in Pamplona. I mean, this guy's running right down the sideline, leading the way for receivers 20 yards down the field. We've seen it for multiple years. He's doing this. I think everything starts with this team because of that line, and everything on that line starts because big number 58 is handling business.
248-539-9797. Shadi, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Shadi?
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're good,
I feel
you.
like Gator just beat me to it. I'm honestly, I feel exactly the same way. As somebody who played the offensive line in high school, the energy he brings, the leadership, even though he's relatively inexperienced compared to the rest of the offensive line, this guy just has it. He's special. And to me, the energy, you see it in the beginning of the game when they're huddled up and he's bringing everyone together and he's the rah-rah guy. You don't usually see that from the youngest guy on the offensive line. So to me, it's got to be Penei Sewell. The entire team is awesome. They play as one. Well, you're right. He just seems to stand out for me.
Shadi, thank you very much for the phone call. Hey, by the way, where did you play? What level did you play?
I played at Fortson in Dearborn.
Okay.
Just high school.
All right, gotcha. And
Yeah.
how long ago was that?
I graduated in 2006.
Okay. Were you guys any good?
We were good. We were really good.
All right. Who was the star player? Who was the best player on the team?
We had a few guys. It was kind of like how the Lions are. It was just a collection of guys that played really well. We made it to 2 state semifinals. Lost on the same field 2 years in a row. Macomb, Dakota, Chippewa Valley. They share the same football field, or they did back then. And we had some really good guys that went on and played some college ball. Couple offensive linemen and running back Ali Hoseki. Great teammates, great guys, great people.
Cool. I just always love those stories. Thank you, Shadi. So vote for Penei Sewell. Matt in Hazel Park, you're on 97 on The Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hey, what's up? So I know you said Penei. I would say Kirby Joseph because he broke Ed Reed's interception record, and he'll most likely get more interceptions on the way to the Super Bowl. And then the only thing I know about Tarleton is Chris Kyle. I don't know if you know who that is. He was a Navy Yeah, he graduated from there, and EJ Speed. He played for the Colts. I don't know if he still plays for the Colts.
So, Chris, was it American Sniper? The movie was made after him?
Yeah, American Sniper was made after him.
Interesting. All right.
Didn't realize that he was an alumnus. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just looking here at the list of famous alums, and Chris Kyle's on there. George Kennedy.
The actor?
Yeah, the old actor.
Norberg. Actually, no, it was OJ. He was... Sorry. George Kennedy was the other guy in Naked Gun. Yeah, I'm looking at the... Oh, you know who? Ryan Bingham, who is... he's in Yellowstone.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Who is it? Which character?
He's the guitar guy.
Oh, really? Landry or whatever the hell his name. It's not Landry. Rufus. I can't. All right.
If only we watched the show.
We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback next. And we'll tell you what this ESPN talking head had to say about who was the MVP of the Detroit Lions. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Are you going to eat that coming up today at 12:35? 248-539-9797. We are talking about an ESPN personality made a case that this guy was the Lions MVP, and it wasn't Jared Goff. If not Goff, who do you think it is? 248-539-9797. We go to Xavier next here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Xavier?
How are you?
We're good, thank you.
I was thinking that the MVP, if it wasn't Jared Goff, it would be St. Brown. Just because, Goff is giving him all his, he's feeding him all his touchdowns. He's had a touchdown in 8 straight games. Even against the Titans, he only had 2 receptions for 7 yards and a touchdown. And, his mentality, he's just, really quick. And I was watching that Netflix documentary, Receiver, and, the stuff that he does pregame and after every practice, he'll catch, over 200 catches after practice just to, get his hands good.
It feels like a bit of a cheat code when it comes to Jared Goff to Amon-Ra St. Brown. There were 11 targets, 11 completions. They just went through that streak of, 30-something consecutive passes where there was no incompletions.
Yeah.
And I feel like they're just okay, we'll just start another streak.
I mean, he's 65 out of 78 this year on the season as a whole. And St. Brown he's the guy that if it's 3rd and 8 or if it's 3rd and 18, I'm looking for St. Brown. And you're going to find him. And chances are you're going to get the first down because that's just what he does. He is as clutch as it gets. He seems like he's always open when you need him to be.
Yeah, just the explosiveness, his route running. He just he always finds a way to get open for Goff.
Yeah, and he's tough as hell. He does all the little things. He blocks in the run game. They use him as a lead blocker at times. Right at the line of scrimmage. I love it.
Yep. Let's go to John in Southfield. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, John?
Hey guys, how you doing today?
We're good, thank you.
My opinion is I don't think there is an MVP. I mean, if you lose Goff, I think that's a hard one to come back from. But outside of him, the system's so good. I mean, even losing Hutch and Anzalone, I think we have a good enough system in place that we can really lose people, and we get the job done either way. If I was going to guess what they're saying the next MVP potentially would be besides Goff, I'm going to say one of the running backs, either Gibbs or Montgomery.
It's funny. I wanted to make a case, when we first came up with this, I was like, if my instinct tells me, okay, if I'm going to make a case for somebody other than Jared Goff, who would I make a case for? And I was like, probably Amon-Ra. But you know what? I kind of want to do it for David Montgomery. He's a beast. He is an absolute beast. And then I realized in almost every way, Jahmyr Gibbs' stats tell you he's better. He averages Jahmyr Gibbs averages 6 yards a carry. David Montgomery, 4.3. Jahmyr Gibbs has 7 rushing plays of more than 20 yards. David Montgomery has 1. Jahmyr Gibbs averaged 79.6 yards a game. Jahmyr Gibbs, 59.5. Jahmyr Gibbs has more catches than David Montgomery, 23-21. The only stat is Montgomery has 10 touchdowns to 8 rushing touchdowns. But I also think David Montgomery leads the league in FU runs.
Well, I was going to say,
I'm going to run through your face.
I think if you were to look up, broken tackles, yards after contact, stuff like that, you might see some separation there, or maybe more in favor of Montgomery, because he's the guy that breaks the tackles and gets the tough yards. And Gibbs is so fast immediately that he's able to get those bigger plays, and he's got the bigger burst. They're both fantastic for this team, and that's why I don't think I could choose either one of them being the MVP.
It's really tough, and yet I also believe it's a passing league, so why would I take a running back? Kang sent a bunch of texts over. Martin in a truck says Sewell is the MVP. Robert in Wesleyan says MVP could be Kirby Joseph. His interceptions at crucial times have iced games. Unnamed texter, besides Goff, the Lions' offensive MVP is Penny. Impacts the run game so much as well as giving Goff time to throw. MVP is Sewell outside of Goff. It's not close. That's from Hines and Clarkston. I feel like it's not close in an argument. always tell me it's actually pretty close, but you're just trying to put a hammer down on you're planting your flag and you're sticking to it. The Lions MVP, I think it's Goff. Without Goff, I'd say Sewell. Every play begins with him. Lamar at Work says, I would say David Montgomery. From an unnamed texter, it's definitely Brian Branch. So these are all opinions as to if it's not Goff, who is it? And the reason we brought it up is because the other morning on Get Up, they were talking about who the Lions MVP was, and Dominic Foxworth said the following. There you go. Penei Sewell, who ran the 40-yard dash in 5.09 seconds at his size. And as Jared Goff likes to say, there's nothing he can't do. Now, I would argue it's Goff, but Dominic Foxworth, including Goff, says it's Penei Sewell. Suffice to say, a lot of choices.
Yeah, I mean, look, if there's no Penei Sewell, is Goff able to do what he does?
Well, I mean, the drop-off that you always, this is a wins above replacement.
Right.
Like, who is the replacement?
You go from the best right tackle in football to an average backup in football, and I think there's a massive breakdown, and you'd see a lot of issues. But this is why I love this team, because this is the epitome of what the word team means. Everybody works together to make each other better, and the coach does a great job of making sure the culture is right. The coordinators do the right job and a great job of putting the people in place to succeed.
I mean, it's a team game, but in the end, everyone knows the quarterback is the most important position on the field. I mean, it's just a fact. And that doesn't take away from everyone else and what they're doing, because, I mean, we got so many suggestions, right? Isn't it great that you can kind of make a case for a bunch of different guys?
Yep.
Brian Branch is playing at an all-pro level. And by the way, the guy who plays next to him leads the league in interceptions. And then you go to St. Brown, he's an automatic. You need a catch, first down, end the game, whatever it is, you can go to him anytime. The two running backs back there, Sonic and Knuckles, I mean, there's not a better tandem in the league, in my opinion. But Goff makes this whole thing run because he's got to make all these decisions, all these calls on the line. But if you're picking for me, other than Goff, who's MVP, I think it is Penei Sewell, because it all starts with the offensive line. And he does, like the Foxworth says, he kind of plays multiple offensive line positions from one guy. And to be able to block 2, 3, 4 guys, what he does is tremendous, and it's pass pro, it's running, schemes. He does so much.
Yeah, it's like Jansen's porn, watching Penei Sewell play, the way he plays the offensive line.
Gator, I mean, how do you respond to that?
I thought that Frank Ragnow was his favorite.
Yeah, I think it is, but I think he has a football crush on Penei Sewell. All right, so we just got this from DJ, that DJ, hair transplant DJ.
Istanbul
DJ. Sent us a screenshot of the nickname of the Lions safeties. Did you see this by chance?
No.
Kang, have you seen this?
I've heard of a nickname going around. I don't know what you're talking about specifically right now.
Smash and grab.
I like it.
That's pretty good.
I mean, I don't like the connotation with illegal activities.
Sure.
But I mean, smash and grab sounds about right. One guy smashes, the other guy just grabs the football out of midair all the time. It's appropriate.
Yep. That's pretty well done.
Yeah, very well done.
God, we got really good safeties here in Detroit. Really good safeties here in Detroit. An elite offensive tackle and a great offense, and it's been a fun watch. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Just a reminder, we got another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up today at 12:35. A little something else going on with the Tigers. I want to get into a little bit more about the Skubal thing with the Cy Young, whether or not the sense of urgency should be cranked up now, or do they just need to get something done eventually with Skubal? Because I feel like the Tigers still should consider doing something right now with him for a variety of reasons. We'll get to that later here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many times law firms, well, they don't specialize. They have many different areas that they focus on. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine, so why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization really matters. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. Once they take your case, they will communicate with you. They are the best at customer service and satisfaction. Plus, they got the largest auto and truck accident settlements in Michigan ever. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. And we are very careful about spoilers here at the Carson Anderson program. And Yellowstone has just gotten back on the air. I have 2 comments.
By the way, it's Walker from Yellowstone is who Ryan Bingham. That's the actor who plays the character Walker.
And the name Ryan Bingham came up because Ryan Bingham is one of the most famous graduates of Tarleton State University, as we try and figure out what the hell Tarleton State is. And it is the team that's playing Michigan tonight. We knew nothing about them, but we found out that Ryan Bingham went there, who's on Yellowstone. All right, so 2 things about Yellowstone. One is fascinating commercial product placement. Because
they've gone all out.
I watched the show.
They've gone all out now.
And now they've got characters from the show in all the ads.
Yeah.
I was fast forwarding through the commercials yesterday because I got caught up. I finished episode 2.
Mm-hmm.
And I realized I stopped and watched an entire Fritos commercial because I thought it was Yellowstone. It's like they're totally, they're like, it's incredibly clever. The commercials on Yellowstone look like Yellowstone.
Yeah, there was an episode.
What is Casey selling now? There was an episode where he was there selling something, and he was basically being Casey.
Right, I forget what it was, but yeah, I've seen these done. There was one a couple years ago, an episode a couple seasons ago, I should say, where Rip is traveling to go somewhere with. I'm forgetting all the guys' names, but anyway, he's traveling to go somewhere, and he's got
Walker. Is it Walker?
Not Walker. It's the guy Jimmy and Jimmy's girlfriend at the time was the barrel racer, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they were in the truck with him, and she's going off on everything that he's got, like saying, "Oh, you have these certain kind of spurs, or these kind of boots, or these kind of chaps," and like they're all like name brand stuff, and you don't think twice about it. And then later on, like a couple years later, you start seeing ads for those brands during Yellowstone. They're all making money. Tacova boots. What? Yeah, it's all about this.
Yep.
All these kinds of hey, this brand is the brand that they've been, these dusters they've been wearing for the last 200 years, whatever. It's incredible, the product placement they use. Even the guy, this isn't a spoiler, but I think it's the first episode of this new season here. The old guy who makes
Lloyd?
the old guy who was in just one episode who makes the Spurs. Yeah, did they talk about him?
Yeah, who the hell is that
Clackers
guy?
or something like that?
Yeah.
Apparently, it's literally a legendary guy who makes these Spurs and stuff.
Really?
Who died, but they knew he was dying and they wanted to honor him, so they got him on the show.
Really?
Yeah,
because they had him in memory of at the end of that episode.
and it was him.
Really?
Yes.
That's cool.
It was kind of cool. I mean, it's.
Did they force that scene in there of him getting the clackers? Just
100% they did. I got to pick these up for Lloyd. Okay.
So this is actually during the show, or is it like a commercial
Both.
where they played their character?
They're kind of doing it both.
What?
Yeah.
They're really pimping it. I mean, they're really pimping it.
They're just whoring out, huh?
They really are. Yeah. It's not just the hat. It's not just the Yellowstone Dutton Ranch hat. That thank you.
Like, well, all of a sudden, once someone just drives up to a McDonald's or something, and they start naming
It's
off
not. It's always stuff that fits in the show. It's like a type of whiskey that they'll be selling, or
This is live, or not live, but I mean,
in a commercial break. They cut to a commercial break, and it looked like the set of Yellowstone, and I thought I was watching Yellowstone, and it turned out, and it was the cook in the morning making
Gator?
breakfast, and it was in the middle of all that. They start putting Fritos in like the chili,
Making like Frito pie or
and it was a Fritos commercial.
My God, man, no shame anymore at all, right?
None.
This is like pop-up spam, but you don't even know it.
You don't even notice.
How
can I X out? Where's the X?
Yeah, where's the skip button?
But I think I'm watching them wrestle up Chow, and instead it's a Fritos commercial. It's seriously, they are blurring the lines. Are we in commercial now, or is this the actual show?
Gator really wants you to try the rattlesnake too.
Yeah, wow. Things
All
are
right.
good apparently if you fry them up right.
Speaking of food,
Here we go. Time for another edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
and I am hungry.
All right, well, it is lunchtime.
Is there anything here that you think I'm going to go out after the show and get?
Yup.
Okay. All right.
You ready?
Okay. I am ready now.
Burger King has just released a new item, the pickle fries. Pickle fries are dill pickle spears that are battered and breaded with savory seasoned coating and then fried until crispy. The pickle fries come with a side of Hidden Valley Ranch. The Burger King pickle fries. Gator, are you going to eat that?
Yeah, I'd eat it. I'm not picking it up on the way home, but I would eat that. Fried pickles. Yeah, fried pickles are delicious.
Kang, would you eat it?
No, I'm not a pickle guy.
Kang's not a pickle guy.
Yeah, I'm not a pickle guy. I don't care how you slice them. Right, Gator?
So this is just a different version of the pickle chip, right? A lot of places have
this
pickle
is
chip.
the fried pickles.
Fried pickle.
Yeah,
Doug?
I'd eat these.
There it is.
I'd eat these. When
Now
I go to
I
Burger
want to
King,
try one just because Doug's in it.
when I go to get my Impossible Whopper from Burger King, get the pickle fries.
Are these like they're just like fries? I guess I take it right. Like,
Yeah.
like steak fries. I'm assuming.
Yeah.
A little thicker.
Yep. All right, next up, Gator. So Gator and I both say yes. Kang says no. That's a rarity. Next up, McDonald's.
Okay.
You saw they're bringing back the McRib December 3rd.
Disgusting.
Well, Gator, good news. McDonald's is now selling half-gallon jugs of its tangy McRib sauce starting November 25th at 10 a.m. Eastern while supplies last. You can get the McRib sauce. A spokesperson for the McDonald's Chief Marketing Customer Experience Office. The McRib is more than a sandwich. It's part of a culture. It's a legend. It's an event. It's McRib season. The holiday itself is a holiday itself, so we wanted to embrace that spirit and give fans a bigger way to celebrate this year with a whole lot of McRib sauce available for $19.99 online only. Gator, the McRib sauce in half-gallon jugs. Are you going to eat that?
Absolutely not. No, I despise the McRib, and I don't want anything that says McRib near me. No. Ken, you're not a McRib guy, are you?
No, I'm not. But I love the marketing. Like it's McRib season. Like what? Like is it pumpkin season?
Right,
like this is like you can put this out whenever you want.
Yeah.
These aren't like growing on trees. You know, and you have to harvest them
Now's
for
the
this.
perfect
yes,
time.
they've ripened
It's
just
a good,
enough.
It's a good McRib season.
It's a good year. It's a good year.
Right?
Kenny, you a McRib guy?
I might be on an island. I've actually never had a McRib.
Yeah, okay.
Everybody, it's always that overhyped thing everybody talks
you're
about.
not on an island.
I had it
on.
once.
Once was enough.
Yeah, well, you guys
You had it
forced
more than once,
No,
didn't
it was
you?
once. It was when you guys, we were in the other, the 14
I
mile
remember.
building, and you guys brought in a bunch of them.
Yeah, you pretended like you didn't like it.
It was disgusting.
All right, so Gator's a no.
And I like McDonald's, but that was awful.
What about you, my friend? Kang?
I'm out. Yeah, I don't need it.
Yeah, I'm out too.
But it's
Doug.
just barbecue sauce.
Yeah.
Would you eat an Impossible McRib?
It's an interesting thought. Probably not.
I might prefer that.
All the only Impossible thing that I've had that I'm like, this is actually really good is the Impossible Whopper. Most of the rest of it I don't like. But all right, next up. This is from CiCi's Pizza, Gator.
Okay.
They have come out with a specialty pizza, the Chicken and Eggo Waffles Pizza. Imagine savory chicken chunks and fluffy Eggo waffles on top of a pizza crust, finished with some maple syrup. This is what CiCi's has put together. A hybrid pizza will be around for a limited time only. So it sounds like a pizza crust with chunks of chicken, chunks of Eggo waffles, and instead of tomato sauce, maple syrup.
All right, I think I've only been to a CiCi's once in my life, and if I recall, it's basically buffet style,
Yes,
right?
yes.
So if you're asking me if I buy into the buffet and I come across this pizza on the buffet, would I grab a slice of it? The answer is yes.
Yeah, you're damn right you will.
I'll try it. I don't have high hopes for it, but I would try it only because it's buffet style. Now, if it were a store that I'd have to go in and actually order a pizza, would I order it? No. But if I see the slice in the buffet, I got to try it.
You're going to try it.
I'm going to try it.
Kang?
Oh, yeah, I'm trying it. I've actually found that honey type, like this is syrup,
Yeah.
I understand, goes well with a lot of things.
Yeah.
I'd give it a shot for sure.
Doug?
This is chicken and waffles, but the vessel is a pizza.
This adults are talking here. Kang, do you feel like Doug is going to lean towards
Dude,
yes.
I kind of think he wants to, but
With
this
the
is a
maple
little
syrup part.
Yeah, is this PG-13 Doug or is this
Is this R-rated?
Yeah, R-rated Doug. Doug?
I'd try this.
Oh!
I'd try this.
R-rated Doug.
Doug on a bender.
Yeah.
I'm getting a little crazy
That is
now.
something to eat. What we got? We got this chicken and waffles pizza from Cece's. Yep.
I'd actually try it.
He's like, as long as the chicken's like white meat only, right?
Yeah.
Actually, that's a very valid guess.
Is that a whole wheat crust? I don't. Yeah. Okay.
Next up from Chili's Bar and Grill, the Triple Dipper Dream Collection. Gator, the Triple Dipper Dream Collection is bedding. This set includes pillow covers with designs inspired by chicken crispers, Big Mouth Bites, and Chili's Nashville Hot Mozzarella. The bundle also includes Chili's basket bed skirt.
Can we just stop? Just stop. No. What are you talking about? Would I buy bed sheets from Chili's? No.
Yes. You got to look this up. This looks amazing.
Look, it's like the Chili's logo
Yes.
on the bed
Yeah,
sheet.
no.
It's on the
Absolutely
bedspread.
not.
It's Chili's
Gator,
logo.
this is like going to bed on a sampler platter, man.
I'm not a big Chili's guy to begin with. What do I want the bed sheets for?
Watch your mouth. Dude, you don't want to snuggle up against a jalapeno popper?
I kind of like.
I don't.
I kind of like Chili's, but so Gator's a no, huh?
Yeah, I'm not getting my sheets that have the Chili's logos on it. No.
Kang, what about you?
Dude, this is perfect for the guest room. I'd get this. I'd get this. You
That's
guys are staying in.
That's repellent to make sure nobody stays overnight at your
Doug,
house.
you're staying in the Chili's room tonight.
I'm honored, Kang. But no, I wouldn't get these for myself. All right, finally, Gator. From Pliables. Pliables.
I don't know what pliables are.
It's like a breakfasty, healthy place.
Okay.
They've come out with the gingerbread smoothie.
Yeah.
Okay. This features bananas, vanilla protein, blueberries, with the festive addition of gingerbread spice, cinnamon, and oat milk. Gator, the gingerbread smoothie from Pliables.
I want one right now. I want it now. I want it now. Where is it? Did you bring one in?
I don't know where the closest Pliables is, but
it sounds delicious.
Kang, you?
Oh, I'm in. It sounds fantastic.
Yeah.
3 for 3.
I mean, that sounds good.
This might be my all-time favorite thing, and are you going to eat that? I love gingerbread cookies.
I love gingerbread cookies. I love gingerbread.
This is a
the
protein shake. This is a protein shake.
Right, so it's got to be healthy for you.
Good for right after your workout.
They had Doug at that protein. Once they said protein, he's like, well, health.
Doesn't that look good?
He holds up a picture of like a shake. I can't tell what it just looks like a vanilla shake. Yes,
so
it looks
good.
delicious. Oh, it sounds delicious. I would absolutely have that.
All right, there you go. 3 for 3 on the gingerbread smoothie. So so my prediction, you're not stopping at Chili's on the way home to get new bedding, huh?
No, is that where they're selling them at Chili's? No, you buy them online, right?
Pretty sure you buy them online, yeah. And now to conclude this edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, it's great to see our teams in the D back to their winning ways. It's just like the great team over at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Sarah Chevrolet is making sure that customers win on every deal. The deals at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield are absolutely unbeatable. You start with the Equinox EV. That's only $154 a month. Talk about EVs. How about the Blazer EV? That's $174 a month. And the Chevy Blazer, that's only $367 a month. And all these unbeatable payments are with just $999 down. That's taxes and fees included because there's no games and no gimmicks. It's just great winning deals for the customers. If you need more money for your trade-in, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. They treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. Big money. That's right, huge money for your trade. Up to $2,000 more. And if you're paying too much for service, only to feel like you're in the cheap seats, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're sitting on the 50-yard line. Service is open every Saturday. There's free loaner vehicles available. No appointments are necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, located at 696 and Telegraph. SarahChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We promised we'd get some of this to you. And that's some Skubal talk. Look, he wins the Cy Young, announced yesterday, and it's awesome. Congratulations. You kind of compare where he is in his career to where Justin Verlander was when he won a Cy Young. And Verlander never really matched that season in Detroit, but it was an incredible season. The amazing thing is, I think it was Verlander's second Cy Young. His numbers were almost identical to Skubal in terms of ERA and walks and hits per innings pitched. But, Skubal is 28. They kind of take care of him a little bit more in terms of his innings. I mean, JV was a 250 inning guy, and what did Skubal have? Like
192 or something.
Something like that. I've kind of settled in that there's really three camps to be in with this Tiger offseason as it pertains to Skubal. One is they aren't re-signing him right now because they're cheap. Two is they aren't signing him right now because they have other plans with the money and they want to make a run for it and then decide what they're going to do with Skubal. But they don't. He's got 2 years left, so they don't need to extend him now.
Right.
And the third camp is that Boris, his asking price is so astronomical that even those of us out there might be what? He's asking for what?
Yeah, I tend to think that Boris is advising his client to not agree to anything until he becomes a free agent, which I think is a risky thing to do. Again, that's my opinion, what I think is going on. I think it's really risky when you got a guy who just turned 28, has an opportunity to cash in now if the Tigers are willing to do it, but the Tigers may not be willing to spend as much as what the market value is. And then I get why you would hold off, but it's risky to hold off to get maybe a 6-year deal when he hits free agency, or you can get an 8-year deal right now. But if the Tigers are unwilling, then it's understandable. But I mean, why wouldn't you offer? The guy just won a Cy Young. Why wouldn't you be throwing real money, $40 million a year, over the length of an 8-year contract when you're not going to have to pay him much in the next 2 years if you hang on to him, and then you get to free agency, and then what? It becomes a $55 million a year deal.
So you're talking about
6 years?
getting to agree now to what?
Like 40 a year.
Okay.
Like an 8-year, $40 million a year contract.
The reason you might not want to do it is because you want to spend the 40 on other players right now. Because you made a point earlier when we brought this up.
Yep.
If you sign Skubal to an extension now, it doesn't make you better next year.
Correct, because it's the same team you had, and you haven't added anybody. However, you can't stop with just the extension for Skubal. You have to add more to it. And even if you add, let's say it is $40 million a year, okay, so now you're looking at what, $120 million on your payroll?
Whatever it is, yeah.
Yeah. So you're still $40 million or $60 million below the average. You can still go out and spend more money. And if you don't, then that does scream that you're being cheap. I don't think they can afford to look cheap.
I think if they would say, you know what, we'll spend that money when we have to. In the meantime, we want to spend money now to make our team better now. If I were to hear them say that, and that's why they're not re-signing Skubal, they said, look, we made an offer. It was one that was admittedly team-friendly, but the reason we did that is because if he wants to take it, that's great. We can actually revisit renegotiating that down the road. He'd get paid more immediately. But right now, we're budgeting our funds to get better now. And now, I don't know that that's what they're doing. In fact, I'm skeptical that they are. I really hope they are. Like, if I would rather spend the money on Willy Adames than Tarik Skubal right now.
I agree, because you already have Skubal.
Yep.
Yeah, I totally get it. And I think we're getting ourselves into a situation where am I just delaying getting pissed off for 2 years? Because if 2 years comes and goes and now you got Skubal getting ready to go to free agency and the Tigers decide that they're not going to bring him back, then you're hoping, okay, if you're choosing not to bring him back, you better be throwing that money somewhere. But we don't know. We don't know what they're going to do and where they're going to be at this point. I mean, right now they're a playoff team that should be in add mode. And to your point, they don't have to sign Skubal. Skubal's already here. So go ahead and throw that $50 million a year divided among a couple of players and make yourself better.
I'll be very happy when they do that. Now, the one thing about signing Skubal now is in one fell swoop, you kill the narrative, which I don't. Narrative makes me feel like it's being pushed as something that's not true, but you kill the perception, real or not, that the organization is cheap and won't spend money.
Well, that's the thing, right?
And it would be an incredible feel-good signing. Like people would be like, yes!
But only to a point. You only do it temporarily because, okay, then what you've done is you spent big money on one guy and you still haven't improved the team.
You still haven't improved the team. But if you ask people, look, we're willing to spend $60 million more than we did last year, but we kind of want to use that $60 million on players we don't have. Is there much of an argument against that?
I don't think there really is.
Dom is on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Dom.
How's it going, guys?
What's up?
I think it needs to be noted that Tarek Skubal had Tommy John surgery in 2016 or 2017, and I think that it's safe. Like, we have him right now, so what's the point in us signing him now when there's no security in his injury, even though he is playing at his highest level right now?
I mean, it's a valid point. I mean, it just is. He had an injury history at Seattle. The University of Seattle. He got hurt. What year here in Detroit? It was 2022. Where he had another injury that they had to shut him down.
I was curious. So I Googled how often do players have multiple Tommy John surgeries?
Yeah.
If that's what you're concerned about. And the AI answer to that was about 30% of pitchers who've had Tommy John surgery undergo a second surgery. And that the success rate is still very high to recover from that. But, you're not as likely, I guess, to have a second arm injury like that. It can still happen. But I don't know if I'd be worried about another injury. I mean, I think you're always worried about injuries with pitchers.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm reluctant to ever go really long term with them. But because he's already had his arm events, I feel better.
Well, we'll continue to watch it. It does feel like getting the Cy Young. I don't know if it changes his contract at all. It sure would be an interesting feel-good for in the here and the now for them to say, Skubal wins the Cy Young and signs a contract extension, which I wouldn't be mad about because I'd like to hear, they're willing to sign him to a contract extension and go out and spend $60 million.
That'd be great. Players, Let's do both. Let's do both, Doug.
Let's do both. 248-539-9797. Okay, Jared Goff this week has spent much of this week making a point. And I think we hear him loud and clear. We'll get to that today at 102 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, the NBA is back, and FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action. And right now, FanDuel is giving everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do to catch every tip-off and buzzer beater is place any $5 bet on an NBA game to get 3 months of NBA League Pass, courtesy of FanDuel. So that means if you like playing NBA games, you can watch them all. You want to bet that Sacramento over? You can watch it. You want to bet that Phoenix Suns under? You can watch it. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. After 3-month free trial, the full price of League Pass will automatically be charged monthly. Cancel any time. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, so we noticed a bit of a pattern here this week as it pertains to Jared Goff and speaking with the media. We interviewed him on Tuesday, and it's always good to talk to him. And he, there are times where he will set us straight on things, and there are times where he, has a lot of cool stories and insights. It's been really fun to get to know him over the last few years, and I think the audience really has come to like Jared Goff. And boy, what a story! This act 2 of his career has been amazing. So I asked him this week if he ever been a part of a team at any level, whether it be, Pee Wee football, whether it be middle school, high school, college, where you scored on every possession. And here is his answer to us on Tuesday. Okay, the question was, have you ever been part of a team that did this every drive? And he mentioned in the answer that he's been asked this a lot. And it's not easy. It's never easy. These are NFL players on the other side. Then yesterday, this was an exchange with a reporter in the Lions locker room after practice. So then there was a follow-up question, and it was Brad Galley at Channel 7. Here's the follow-up question. Okay, so he is making the point. And I think the point, the way I take this is, don't think for 1 second that we are not putting in the work. That this is not just a bunch of guys that are so talented. We're more talented than everybody else. Is the way I'm interpreting the message that he is sending back. We are also working extremely hard, which I made the comment on the air that I think fans would be satisfied if they heard that their athletes go to bed at 8 o'clock every night. They have no hobbies and no vacation. When they are not practicing, they are working out and they're eating nothing but raw protein and fresh vegetables. Like, that's what we want to hear. Instead of watching, they don't go to movies, they watch film. They don't watch TV, they watch film. If they have any spare time whatsoever, they choose to go to the park and throw to their teammates. Like, this is what we want to hear. And I will speak on our behalf. Jared, we don't think it's easy. What's amazing is that the product on the field on Sunday, this past Sunday, you kind of did make it look easy. but that's just
Careful.
Sunday. No, but that's just Sunday.
Right, but careful,
It's
because
the
that's
Monday-
what triggered the whole thing.
Monday through Saturday, I don't doubt for 1 second that these guys are busting their ass.
Yeah, I don't think anybody in the media thinks that that's the case. I think you might be taking this the wrong way. I think what happens is you get a game like Sunday where you score 7 straight touchdowns, and you follow the previous week didn't have 3 straight touchdowns, so it's like 10 straight drives with touchdowns, and then the 11th drive is a field goal, and the 12th drive is taking knees, and when you run that efficiently, it looks simple. When they're picking up 15 yards at a clip, it looks on the field like it's easy. But because it looks that way doesn't mean that anybody is expecting it. Oh, they must be coasting in practice. No,
right.
The only way it looks that good is because you do put in the time in practice, and I think everybody understands it. I'm not sure why he, felt that way, but.
I'm not mad at him.
I'm not mad at him either.
I think that clear.
I'm trying to put it into like our world, right? Like, so when we talk to people outside of the show, inevitably people come up and say, "What do you guys? So it's a pretty good gig. You only work 4 hours a day, right?"
Yeah.
And we, in our jobs, we kind of laugh at that. We're like, "You really think it's only 4 hours a day, huh? Because we're on the air for 4 hours. You think that's it? That's all we do?"
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, if that's what you think, then great. But of course. It's not. There's so much more that goes into it. I mean, everything we do is really kind of prep work for the show, and let alone the actual. Let's sit down and look at what we're going to do. So, I mean, I think that goes with everybody's walk of life. If you put in the hard work, you can make things seem easy, and yet it's not. It's not at all. And I respect that from that team. And there's no way what they do is simple what they go through. They're not going through the motions in practice. You can't play at a level like they're playing and stay at that level like they have without working hard. But I also think that maybe this is me reading into it, is it possible that Jared Goff, because we've seen Jared Goff use a chip on his shoulder from time to time, is it possible that he's channeling his inner Michael Jordan, where not to the point where Michael was like making stuff up to get upset about, and
because Michael did
that. But is it possible that he's making a mountain out of a molehill, or taking something the other way just to keep the edge?
It's possible,
and I don't care. Hey, if you're playing if that's what it takes to play the way you're playing, awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a combination of things. We're at like week 11, week 12 here, whatever it is.
Yep.
And I don't know if you guys remember this. A couple years ago, or maybe it was last year, when he first started, we started interviewing Jared Goff on a weekly basis. It was the last one of the year. And I think you guys asked him, "Hey, is there anything you want to ask us?" And Jared Goff, do you remember what he said to you guys?
No.
He said, "Do you guys ever get tired of asking the same questions over and over?" Okay? And I don't think it was just directly towards you guys. I think it's towards the media.
Yeah.
And I think when he came on Tuesday on our show and said, got asked this a lot.
Yeah.
And we're playing stuff from yesterday where they're still asking him about the easiness of the offense. I think he's just kind of annoyed at this point, but like, dude.
I get it, because, like, I'm at the press conferences after the games, and I see what's asked. I don't ask anything in the press conferences because I'm like, I got to ask my own questions on Tuesday, and I want to make sure I'm not asking anything that's done here. I know, Doug, that you're watching those press conferences when it happens. Then you get to, okay, is there media availability on Monday? Is he talking to the media in the locker room on Monday? And yeah, typically, and then you hear a lot of the same stuff. Then he's got to do, before he talks to us, he does the Dan Miller interview. So on Monday nights, I'll watch Sports Work with Dan Miller and during the sports segment, and they'll play a clip of his interview with Jared Goff. And again, I'm watching because I don't want to double up.
Yeah.
And yet you can't help to, but sometimes because our audience and what we do haven't heard the answer to some of the questions, we all want to ask the same type of question. Like, dude, how does it feel when you guys are seriously touchdown after touchdown after touchdown after touchdown after touchdown? And let me go 3 more times. I mean, it's amazing.
But on a very surface level, though, I think probably anybody, if they were told that their job looked easy,
they're gonna bristle.
Would be a little bit of like, hey, screw you, man. especially if it's a job like you've really trained for and put your life and soul into it.
And he went with the right answer. Well, I mean, there's a lot of hard work that goes into it, and that's the right answer.
I think it's, hey, listen, respect what we're doing and respect our opponent because they're out there trying to kick our ass too. And you may not think we may be kicking their ass, but it's because of the work we're putting in the execution.
Well, that's the one part that I think does get lost in the shuffle is respecting the opponent. Because no matter how we spin it or talk about it, that Jacksonville defense held Minnesota to 4 field goals the week prior. They did something to Minnesota and that receiving core a week prior that limited them to 4 field goals. And the Lions starters hung 49 points on them, scoring touchdowns on 7 straight possessions. That defense can stop real NFL teams with a superstar receiver.
Yeah, so when he says after the game, like that's a good squad out there. I mean, forget that we put 52 on them. That's a good squad, and you can kind of laugh to yourself about it, but put it in context like you just did, and look at what that team did the prior week. Understand? Okay, not only is this team, the Lions, are great, but they're operating at this high level. But there's a reason they're operating at this high level. They're putting in the work.
All right, I got good news for you, Gator, and a question for Kang that we'll get to coming up in a minute. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is in feast mode, so get ready to gobble up these deals. You're not going to believe this deal on a 2025 Equinox EV. Right now, Sarah is offering a brand new 2025 Chevy Equinox for just $39 a month. $39 a month. It's a 2-year lease on an Equinox EV LT front-wheel drive, which is $19.99 down. Unlock the savings with your GM employee discount, Costco member private offer, lease, and Chevy EV private offer in your household. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights with a guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 and Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Get the best deals of all this fall and Say Sarah. Call 87-SAY-SARAH. Go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. no doubt that they work hard Monday through Saturday to look good on Sunday. We got quite a bit of feedback on this coming in at 248-539-9797. First, before we get to that, Gator, earlier I told you about in the Are You Going to Eat That, the gingerbread protein smoothie at Pliables.
Banana, blueberry.
Yeah, there's one at the corner of Maple and Telegraph.
Okay, it's good to know.
Noted, huh?
That is
File that one away.
That is filed away.
Yeah. And I'm seeing one on my ride home. This would be Pliables at the, this is like 7 Mile and Haggerty.
Now that's available now, you say?
Yep. Well, I went to their website and I clicked on the menu and full menu. And then under smoothies, the first one listed is the gingerbread smoothie. So you can put that in your, file that away and do with it what you will.
So playa, like Playa, bowls, Bowles.
Yep.
All right. Playa means beach in Spanish.
Okay.
And bowls are, I assume, like some kind of that's what you're serving it, kind of like a fruit and protein bowls.
Yeah. So have at it, my friend.
I've never heard of this, and I'm looking at it now.
It's really good.
Like their website.
No,
Okay.
it's really good. I've been there a few times, but I've never had the gingerbread smoothie. And yeah, I'm on board. We all were. Okay, here's the feedback we got on the Goff stuff. I think what Goff is trying to do is make sure the opponents aren't discredited. You can be confident and not give bulletin board material to the other teams. That's fair. And that's next level thinking too, right? I mean, yeah. Do you remember when Tiger Woods won a tournament by like 6 strokes? And it was early in his career. And he got up there at the podium and he said, yeah, I didn't have my A game this weekend. And the rest of the field was like,
rolling their eyes.
Screw you, man. Screw you. Like, how cocky is this guy that he's out there and winning a tournament relatively easily over elite professional golfers, and he's making a comment like that. People didn't like it. So that's what you have to be careful of. Another one here, Goff is trying to be respectful to the opposition. Yep. Everybody who watches a professional work will all say the same thing. You make that look easy. Yeah, that's because I do it every day, all day. That's from an unnamed texter. Another one here. I think it bothers Jared so much is because his game is discredited so much nationally due to having a good team around him, claiming it's easy for him because of it. Yeah,
that could be.
That could be because
I don't think he gets enough credit.
No.
I honestly don't think he gets enough credit for being as good as he is.
So what's
for
funny
being
is,
for being able. I'm glad I think you were the first person I ever heard say it. How he's able to process the game.
Yeah,
that is clearly elite level stuff that he's got. The way he processes the game so quickly to move from one progression to the next, and then because of the work that they put in with the players during the week and during the off season, and meeting up with guys here and there, like good quarterbacks should with their receivers. They're able to develop that kind of relationship where at some point it becomes, and this is another question that you've asked him several times about the relationship with Amon-Ra St. Brown, that it just becomes something that just so natural. You're both in the same wavelength. You know exactly what the other is going to do, even if the play calls for something else. But you guys have worked this out so many times. You know he's going to turn inside, and you know you're going to throw it inside.
It's funny because the old saying that the quarterback gets too much credit and too much blame. We went through an era where I thought that the quarterback in Detroit got too much blame. And we have an embargo on the topic. We don't even talk about it.
Right.
But it was a quarterback that we had that I thought was good enough to win a Super Bowl and argued that it was the organization around him that let him down. And there were people that I thought blamed him. And I would always say I tend to blame the bad players, not the good ones, for the shortcomings. And that was sadly, okay, that felt like that was our show for the last way too many days, the last 4 or 5 years of the Stafford era. We were doing Stafford topics in the middle of July because it would come up for some reason. One person would call and then the phones would pack of people defending or hating on Matt Stafford. Now we have a quarterback that I'm not sure gets enough credit. No, Goff. That one was the Jack Torrance scream from The Shining.
Yeah.
Daddy! Shining was a movie. Jack Torrance was a character. He was chasing down a son with an axe. He was demented.
God, this guy's got turn.
Yeah.
You sure you didn't watch The Wrath of Becky last night?
I did not watch The Wrath of Becky.
Is it just me? Probably just me.
From an unnamed texter, I think JG is spicy because media is describing his job as easy because he's surrounded by studs. It's the studs, not Jared. Andrew and Adrian, now you know anytime that Goff says that's a good question on your show, it's probably because it's a new question. I will say this, Andrew, there's a little bit of a challenge not to ask him the same thing when they're rolling opponents. The Houston comeback was so spicy and had so much fun stuff to talk about that we could get really specific into plays. This one, it's a way more fun trying to think of creative ways to ask questions to a quarterback that's constantly winning as opposed to year one when they went 3-13-1.
Correct.
Yep. From Joe in Lincoln Park, I do wonder if he heard that, quote, civilian comment this week, too. That may be adding to his frustration. Well, that was a talking head on a Yell at You show on TV where somebody said he couldn't get behind the Lions because of their civilian quarterback, which I don't even love. Joe, I appreciate that you texted it. We've avoided it for a reason, not to even give it oxygen, because it seems to us to be so absurd and so done to draw attention to oneself rather than to what one is saying. Hey, look at me. Look what I said. And so I never like giving those guys oxygen, but could be that too. Anyway, it's interesting. Hopefully we will continue to struggle finding ways to ask questions about how good they are without implying that it's easy.
Yeah, I'd like that. Like that a lot if this team just continues to put up 40, 50 points a game. That'd be fantastic. And by the way, the defense to continue to hold teams to less than 20, less than 10, that's fantastic. Love to see that. And I think that's what maybe gets lost in this whole thing. And we're not dwelling on this, but it's how good the entire team is from every standpoint. The offense, we saw what the offense can look like when it's clicking at optimum levels. It can't get better than what it did on Sunday. And when we asked Jared, can it get better than that? He said he can always get better. It can always, throw the ball to a better location. I can always work on my footwork and be better with my footwork. And it's little nitpicky things that you can do, but good for him for still having that, okay, no, there's never you're always seeking perfection. You'll never get it. But that's what the offense can look like when this team is looking great. Defensively, we still haven't even, I don't think we've come near how good this team can be defensively, and yet they're playing so well defensively. And that's because we still haven't seen a pass rush, a consistent pass rush during a game. Losing Hutchinson hurts. Losing Davenport, losing Barnes, losing Kaminsky, losing all these players really sucks. And they're still out there competing, doing something right. And yet I feel that by the end of the season, they're still not going to be anywhere near what could be the optimum level. Next year might be that year where you see that because you could have all these guys on the field at the same time. But for right now, it's still at work in progress. And special teams wise, I feel like we've had that special teams game where almost everything went perfectly for them. Whether it was the return game and a punt and kickoffs, or the kicker made every kick possible, including a couple of 50-yarders. It's the punter was knocking everything inside the 20 if he had to. We've seen it from that standpoint.
The net from this conversation is, Jared, duly noted, what you guys are doing is not easy. Don't think they just roll the helmets out and beat the Colts by 5 touchdowns on Sunday.
No, but it'd be nice if you did.
We swing around the NFL next. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. The NBA is back, and FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action. And right now, FanDuel is giving everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass. So think about that. You want to bet that Sacramento game, bet the over? You can, and then watch it. You think San Antonio is going to hold Phoenix under a certain amount? Guess what? You can bet it and then watch it. All you have to do to catch every tip-off and buzzer beater is place any $5 bet on the NBA and get 3 months of NBA League Pass courtesy of FanDuel. So if you think the first bucket of the game is going to be a Wembanyama dunk, you can then watch it. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. After 3-month free trial, the full price of League Pass will automatically be charged monthly. Cancel anytime, no refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, it's a Thursday, and that means it's loser chooser. We don't give you winners on Thursdays. We try to give you the losers on Thursday. And with tonight's game, Pittsburgh at Cleveland. Looking at the weather, it looks like it could be kind of nasty out there in Cleveland. Temperatures in the high 30s. Looks like it could be a wet sneeze out there with some rain coming down too. That could level the playing field. And when you've got a team that's coming off a tough loss like Cleveland did, despite the quarterback throwing for nearly 400 yards and not turning the ball over, well, that's kind of odd. They only scored 14 points a week ago. I'm guessing that passing total is going to decline this week against the Steelers. Now, the Steelers, they didn't score a touchdown last week, and they beat the Ravens in doing so because they kicked, 6 field goals in the game or whatever it was. Absolutely crazy game for the Steelers. They're not nearly as hurt by injuries as the Browns are. With the Browns without a couple of their top linemen, that's going to be big-time trouble for them. And they're still without a lot of other players on this team that are going to make a difference. For that reason, Kang, I like Cleveland to lose this game.
Yeah, that's not a shocker. That's not a shocker. You're going with chalk, and I understand it. I'm just going to pull this any given Thursday crap out of my butt.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah. And so, this happens, right? And you know this, too. Big favorites, somehow they lose a game. I think this is the game that the Steelers lose. I'm going to go with the Steelers to lose. The Browns and Jameis, he can chuck it. We know that. Sometimes we don't know where it's going. But I think tonight in this sloppy game, I think the Browns pull this one out. So I got the Steelers losing.
Steelers are a 3.5-point favorite in this game. So for them to lose, that's huge.
Yeah, you'd think it'd be even a bigger spread than that.
You would. That's why I think that the weather is the equalizer. But then again, why would I think it actually would sway in favor of what Pittsburgh got if they're going to slog it out there, that they've got the better options to run the ball than perhaps Cleveland does. But we will see in tonight's game. That's going to be fun nonetheless.
Plus, also, Kevin Stefanski, as we just talked about, 2-time Coach of the Year. Mike Tomlin had 0, so clearly he's the better coach.
He's better coach,
so,
right? I mean, that makes
Browns
sense.
win, yeah.
Easy call there. Other thing going on tonight, the Red Wings are going to be at home hosting the Islanders. Now, the Red Wings coming off this West Coast trip where they've lost the last 3 games in a row. Now they've had a couple days off. They've changed up the lines a little bit. You got Marco Kasper playing between Kane and DeBrincat, and that also coincides with Tarasenko playing on the wing, along with Lucas Raymond, with the center being Dylan Larkin. Will that be enough to shake up the offense and get this team scoring at 5-on-5 hockey? Well, that would help. It would certainly help if they could do things like that and actually start to score some goals and win this game. The Islanders are 500 on the season, 7-7-5. So technically, it's actually 5 games below because they've got 5 overtime losses. The Red Wings at 7-9-2. They're similar teams. Both teams struggling to find their footing at this point. And tonight, though, is a special night down at LCA. Former Red Wing great Pavel Datsyuk is being honored. Of course, Hall of Famer Pavel Datsyuk. Maybe is he the most exciting player in Red Wing history to watch? You can make that argument. I mean, Sergei Fedorov was electrifying, but Pavel's the magic man. He made moves that I don't think Sergei could even think of doing. Sergei was a great player, and Sergei one of my favorite players of all time. But Pavel Datsyuk was unbelievable. And when you talk about guys who are just electrifying out there, and backed it up with their play as well, it wasn't just, he had this, one great move. No, it was a highlight reel every time he hit the ice. I think they're like Pavel actually shares that rare air, I think, with Barry Sanders in terms of somebody that just has that highlight reel capability. It's hard to say he doesn't. I think he's right up there with Barry when it comes to local Detroit sports legends that would just thrill you with their ability in doing what they do.
Barry Sanders obviously got a lot of national attention and love for what he did. Do you think Pavel gets enough in the hockey world outside of Detroit? Because I agree with you, one of the most exciting players to watch, the Magic Man, what a great nickname. He could do things with a puck and the stick like you couldn't even comprehend that could be done, I feel like.
Yeah,
and his highlight reel is insane.
He did it from moment one that he joined this team, and he was on that first Stanley Cup team in 2002 and, played with, I think it was Matthew Dandino and Brett Hull. It was the two kids in a goat line. And Brett Hull would say things like, just, you can't wait till you see this kid play. He's unbelievable what he does in practice. And then we were fortunate enough to watch him play for 15 years or whatever it was. From a national standpoint, I mean, the guy he's a Hall of Famer for a reason. So he did get some notoriety, but I don't think anywhere near what he probably should have gotten. What he got locally, we love Pavel Datsyuk. He's amazing. Mike Valenti walking in studio with a very perplexed look on his face as Doug has left the building. I know.
Okay, yeah, I was like, wait, what happened?
He had an appointment to get to. So.
Noted.
Yes.
Was just confused. Didn't see him sneak out.
In a little break from Lions talk, Pavel Datsyuk, where does he rate on your radar at all for for hockey players?
My life here?
Yeah.
Probably tops. I mean, outside of Sergei, I don't know of a more exciting player that, here locally. I don't think anything tops Sergei, but yeah, Pavel was awesome.
Yeah,
I bet he's got more talent in his toe than the entire team.
The way they're playing right now, yeah, it's not good.
You think Lalonde's canned if they lose tonight?
No, I think it takes longer than that for them to make a move like that. And I'm not saying that they right or wrong. I'm just.
What would you do? Scott Anderson runs the team. You're the new Jimmy Devellano. You run the team. You're Jim Nill. Go ahead. You are running it. And Lois is your VP. You're sitting right there in the box. And they lose tonight 5-2. They get outshot 36-14 again. What does Scott Anderson do?
Well, Mike, we threw 19 games. I got to give it a little bit longer and not much longer. And the questions I ask myself is if I'm waiting too long, am I going to miss out on the next great head coaching candidate I need to hire?
Yeah,
is that guy out there or whatever? I mean,
no clue.
Do I have somebody in the system right now, one of the assistant coaches that I trust? Okay, let's turn it over to you for the interim and have that tag on him for a while.
Why don't you just hire Sergei? Isn't he coaching in Russia?
Right, there's that possibility.
Bring him in.
Jerry Gallant, whatever you want to do.
Anything, something. I had to ask. We're gonna talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, I hear. I'm a little more patient, but I'm not much more patient with it.
I don't know that there's
probably another 10 games.
I don't think it's a right or wrong thing. There's zero judgment on my end. I'm asking the question because you are getting to a point where you're going, it can't be this. I mean, I know the roster's not, you're not the Stars or the Panthers, but for God's sakes, it can't be this.
Like a couple games ago, you can make the argument that they're not far off from where they were at this time last year, right? They got to a great start last year and then kind of went in the tank. This year, it's just been, mediocre at best.
Gnarly.
Yeah, but now it's 3 games in a row they lost on the West Coast trip, so it's going to be tougher. And
you're rested, you're back home. Islanders are ravaged by injury. It's a game you got to win.
I would hope that they win.
For the organization.
There you go. I like it.
That's right.
Valenti and Rico coming up next year, 97.1, The Ticket.
The Red Wings look to end their worst stretch of hockey of the season and snap a 3-game losing streak when they take on the Islanders at Little Caesars Arena tonight. Head coach Derek Lalonde says the team is ignoring all that noise on social media. I'm trying to focus on the positives right now during the Wings slide. They're tied with the Blue Jackets and Canadiens right now for the fewest points in the Eastern Conference at 16. That puck drop at 7. Pregame show at 6:45 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pistons have won 2 of their last 3 games. They take the floor tonight in Charlotte. Detroit's got a chance at revenge in this one on the road. They fell to the Hornets on a buzzer-beating putback by Brandon Miller earlier this month. That tip-off at 7. Pregame with Chris Villar, 6:35 over on Alt 98.7. And Michigan basketball looks to continue their strong start to the season at Chrysler Center tonight against Tarleton State. This is the 3-1 Wolverines' final tune-up before their Thanksgiving week tournament in Fort Myers. Tip-off from Ann Arbor, 8:30. Pregame coverage at 8 over on WWJ. Also, Week 12 of the NFL officially starts tonight in Cleveland. Right now, the Steelers 3.5-point favorites over the Browns. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get it going on a Thursday. Oh, boy. This is going to be exciting because we have 2 paying customers in the crowd tonight. Will you kill this ridiculous song? Okay, you know what? You may as well. Paying customer Costa, paying customer Cott. Both are going to be at LCA tonight. Wings back from a disaster of a road trip. Rested. Islanders are ravaged by injury. This is an organizational game tonight, Rico. And I want to ask a question. It's very direct. And I don't want to live in a world of what will happen. That's boring. I want to know what should happen. And there's no right or wrong answer. It's totally up to you and Kenny and David and the hockey elite. If the Wings lose tonight, should Derek Lalonde be fired? You sit with 16 points. You're at the bottom of the East. Please do not hit me with this. Well, we're only 5 points out of the bottom spot. Guys, you're terrible. You're terrible metrically. You actually belong at the bottom of the East. You're awful. You're awful 5-on-5. You're awful at creating shots. You're awful at just about everything in life. So my point is, here's the only thing I can do. I can't fire the team. I can't get rid of 7 players. I can't undo the offseason. Now, yes, they've shuffled some lines, and you're going to see Casper elevated. Okay, great. If they lose tonight, should Lalonde be fired? Simple as it gets.
Should, not will.
Yeah, I know, because, again, an Illich property-owned team. The Wings haven't fired a coach in season since, 84? I mean, it's 40 years. 248-539-9797. What should happen? Now, look, my viewpoint as an ignoramus when it comes to hockey, firing coaches is like taking a duty. Teams do it every day. 7 coaches were fired last year. I think 4 of those teams made the playoffs. There's already been a coach fired this year. Jim Montgomery fired. So I lean yes, because I don't know what else to say about this team. And they have time. It could turn around. Hockey's a weird sport. Remember when the Blues were dead in the water in late January, won the Stanley Cup? I'm just here right now on November 21st. They're atrocious. Like, I'm going to watch tonight, but do I want to? Absolutely not. I'm only doing it for PCK and PCC. Paying customer cookies caught. Like, Rico, I don't know what else to say, but the Lalonde thing, it's a thing.
I agree with you. I do think that, yeah, he should be fired. Maybe you get that new coaching bump with the team. I don't know if the team can relate to him. I don't know if he can motivate these players or not. I don't know if what he has designed is working. Well, obviously it's not working. So
Right. You can't lose the team. You're not going to fire Yzerman. He's got to fall on the sword. And you're hoping that when you bring in a new coach, the Wings will get that bump. All of a sudden, things will be right with the world, and you'll actually compete for a playoff spot.
I need the Hockey Elite to talk to me. 248-539-9797. Now, the man who will be yelling shoot the puck at tonight's game, Kenny Cott. Kenny, if they lose tonight, should Lalone be fired?
See, I'm glad you said it like that, because what should happen and what I think will happen might be very different things. Should is the operative word there. And they're keeping company like the Columbus Blue Jackets, who
they have a cannon.
Not even joking, their best player passed away this offseason.
See, I was keeping it light.
Awful.
Now you bummed everybody
The
up.
Montreal Canadiens are terrible.
Slavkovsky,
and that's about it.
I know.
They're all 16-point teams. The Red Wings just went on a brutal road trip where they should have won at least 2 of those games. They came away with 1 singular point. I think what should happen, what should have maybe already happened, is Lalone should be fired. But what will happen is completely different. But I would have fired him. I think I would have fired him last year when that losing streak kept us out of the playoffs.
If they lose tonight, should he be fired?
He should be fired if they lose tonight. I would have already.
Here's my question. If they don't play well tonight, is this the third occasion at LCA they're booed off the ice?
Oh, absolutely.
So the tenor amongst the hardcore, and you got to be hardcore to go to a Wings game on a Thursday night. I'm sorry. In November. This isn't even stretch drive hockey. Look, if you're getting booed off your home ice routinely, and I'd say 3 times in the opening quarter of the season, which would, if we extrapolate it out, means that out of 40 home games, you were booed off your home ice 12 times. I don't have another out. I understand what Lalone wants to do. I understand he wants to play this tight defensive system. And problem is they don't have guys who can really move the puck around. They don't have defensemen who can really, outside of Mo Seider, that can really skate. And offensively, they're offensive. Rico, they don't even forget scoring. They don't even take shots.
Yeah.
So I'm asking the people. And whether you're going tonight or not, if you're going, it's a star-studded affair. I'll tell you that. Now, while Sidney Sweeney was booked, we've got you Jim Costa and Kenny Cott. That's
a little
exciting.
bit of a step down.
Oh, it's exciting. There are going to be stars in the midst. I mean, Jim Costa, season ticket Costa. That's like Spike Lee with the Knicks. Kenny Cott, paying customer Cott. People, make sure you say hello if you see him. It's an exciting night tonight.
Yeah, I heard an autograph signing has been set up, not for Pavel's celebration, but for Kenny Cott, who will be in the building.
Is he going to be slick back hair, Kenny, with the hat off? That's when you know Kenny's enjoying himself.
He'll actually be wearing Aretha's star hat.
Oh.
I want to hear from fans. And again, if you say no, he shouldn't be fired. No one's going to yell at you. I'm not yelling about firing him. I don't know if firing him will be this elixir. I don't think they're very good. We talked about this all summer. Why would I change my opinion now? They didn't have a summer that I was impressed with or happy with. It was just more veteran filler.
Yeah. I mean, they did not fire him at the end of the season. And it's really like, okay, is this game the make or break game? I think this is the game where you just finally say, we're going to get nothing out of this man.
It's a game you're supposed to win tonight, to me. You come back home, you get a few days off, you're playing a team that's got massive injuries. Massive. Some of the Islanders' best players are on long-term IR. Yeah, there's a shot you get goalied tonight if Sorokin's on his game. But realistically, this is kind of a league game tonight. You got to win this game tonight. I'd like to see a little pep in their step. Like, I don't want to sound cliche, but for God's sakes, somebody in that locker room has got to step up and go, hey, not good enough. No, I'm not saying Dylan Larkin has to take a hockey stick to someone's skull, but for Christ's sakes, this team on a lot of nights, Rico, that game against the Kings, they're outshot like 50-10. Even the night they stole points from the Rangers, they got outshot by 30. Isn't tonight a night you're supposed to just play well?
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
Yeah. Going up against half a team, yeah, you're right. This should be the night that you just go out there and you make Kenny and Costa and all the Wings fans happy.
The problem, and here's the other thing.
Score early, often.
If you want my motivation for firing Derek Lalone, it's actually a very dark scenario. But I'm not going to lie to you. I'm just not in the business of lying to you. I actually want Lalone fired so Stevie doesn't have a meat shield anymore. Once you've fired 2 coaches as a GM in 6 years, you don't get to fire a third. I don't want Derek Lalonde's corpse being Steve's meat shield in the hostage negotiations. I'm not interested. So go ahead, fire Lalonde, because then there's no more cover. I get tired of the layers of cover. And I just want to address the work that has or has not been done by Steve Yzerman. That's it. So if getting Lalonde gone allows us to then move on to the real conversation, which is unless the new guy, as Rico said, gives you a bump, then it comes down to who bought the groceries and why does it look this way. So if you want my true motivation without knowing whether it'll work, I'm admitting to you my dark intentions. Like, I'm just tired of being able to use him as a meat shield for Steve. So go ahead and fire him, because then I won't hear about the next guy. Fine by me. All 6 years, all I've heard is Blashill, Lalonde. It's never Steve's fault. Okay, well, fire Lalonde so we can get to the real issue. This team's not very good. The pieces they have are not very good. So if it gets me that conversation, I'll jump aboard. But what I will not do is get on the air acting like I know if that will work. That's not fair to you. And I don't have that strong of opinion. I know the team on paper probably isn't built to play the way Lalonde wants them to play, but they have to be better than this. So either the players are dogs or they're not listening to the coach, or worse, a combo of both. Don't have that answer. So you guys tell me. And Cookies has said he's going to have a short fuse tonight. He will boo. And again, if we can get footage of Jim Costa booing the Red Wings or starting a Fire Steve chant, I don't know. That is fascinating. You imagine Cookies all hammered tonight.
He can't. Well, I guess he can't get too hammered. He's got to do the show in the
morning. Don't worry about it. John will pick up the slack.
Oh, okay. Him and Guff.
Moving on. 248-539-9797. I want to get to the people. We'll talk about this and a whole lot more today, including Rico with an update on the state of college football at 4 o'clock. Just wait. They almost got it right. Idiots. David Femininio for some time now. Listen, the results. He gets them. Him and his team. Injured clients, $3.5 million, $5 million, $11.5 million. You need an attorney that'll fight for you, and you can get him on the phone. Call David right now, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getpaid.com. Oh, come on down to the Old Bit Bistro tonight at the LCA, huh? I'm sure Mick will have a flannel on. Keating will have a few. Come on, it'll be exciting. They say you can't win them all. Yeah, that's the problem with this team. They don't. If the Wings lose tonight to the Islanders split squad, should Lalone be fired? David, the early returns on the ticket text from the Hockey Elite. It's going to be buzzing down in the district tonight.
Red Wings need a new coach, new captain, and a franchise goalie. Fire Lalone. He sucks.
Wait, you just said all the things they need, then blame the guy who doesn't buy the groceries.
Yep.
Because that's the only move you can make. So, yeah, you want blood. So, unfortunately, it's going to be a coach.
Lalone should be fired, like you guys have mentioned. I don't see the players responding to him anymore. That's a horrible sign. Brandon in Flint. I was a believer this year, but this year has been disgusting. Need to fire somebody, so it must be him. That is from Slick. Correct me if I'm wrong, but haven't the Wings lost every game that Jim Costa has attended this season?
Correct.
At least we know who Lalone can blame when he gets canned. Jimmy in Toledo.
Paying customer Costa will be in the house tonight. Very exciting.
Mike Rico, not only should he be fired if they lose tonight, but he should have been fired last season and should have been fired coming back from the road trip. Shouldn't even be our coach anymore. That's from Marlon in Walled Lake.
I heard they got 10% off Wingnut hats tonight if you want to purchase one of those like it's 1998.
My only hope there.
Are you serious?
My only hope here is the only reason that Lalone is coaching tonight is because they don't want to upstage the Pavel celebration night. He's gone after tonight.
You think so?
That's what they say.
All right.
So this is like the European NFL coaching trip. You go to Europe, a coach, you come back fired.
And they leave you there.
Right.
They dress you up in the Al the Octopus outfit. They say.
Yeah, you didn't know Lalone's still in San Jose. What are you talking about? A problem is the Wings have no identity. The Lions have an identity. Even the Tigers somehow formed an identity this year. The Pistons are starting to turn it around. The Wings are awful. Fire Lalone.
So just so I'm clear, okay? That ticket texter's right, yet that GM skates. That does not compute.
2 + 2 is not 4 there, I see. Is it weird that I am cheering against the Wings tonight because I think it will be the final straw for Lalone? I am going on Saturday and hope that Montgomery is behind the Wings bench. Sam in Grand Rapids.
Blood's not even dry in Boston. They want to ship him out here.
To that person, no, because that's when you know as an owner and as an organization, there's a disconnect with the fan. When you actually just root against your own team that you grew up loving because you want change so badly.
You've become me as a Giants fan.
That you just like, you know what? I want chaos. I want disaster. I want embarrassment that somebody sees what I see.
No, not somebody. So Steve sees it. See, if you told me, look, if they're not going to make the playoffs, I hope they don't win another game. May as well. Then how would anyone defend Steve Yzerman? You couldn't. You'd sound like a fool. I mean, so then maybe Steve does something bold and something different and something that makes us justify the unbelievable amount of patience this town has shown the man. I don't know.
No, I get it, man. Everybody has that person with that breaking moment where you're just like, I can't do this anymore. Like you're with the Giants. You actively want to change. Like I remember years ago, the original John L. Smith. I'm like, this is a clown. I can't support this. I'm done. And that's what that ticket text was at. Like, you want not just a loss. You want like a 10-0. You want to be
people are tired. Yeah. So you know what? I'm not mad at them for being tired. I'm not mad at them if they say, look, I hope we lose 6-0 tonight. It's no different than me saying I hope the Giants get plastered the next couple of weeks. If that idiot DeVito ruins my draft stock again, my head will explode. No, and if long-term you don't believe you're winning a Stanley Cup with Derek Lalone, you don't believe that Steve Yzerman sees it clearly, I'm not mad if somebody wants them to lose tonight. What the hell are we talking about? Paying customer Cott, you want him to lose tonight? You want Lalone gone bad enough, you'll root against him tonight.
No, that's not happening.
Yeah, I know, because you're a little bot. That's what you are.
No, they're three. This is where I will push back.
You're a good little bot. Yeah, be a good little boy. Root for your Red Wing.
You done? You finished?
I'm all
can't
set.
even look his way.
No, I don't have that button on my computer. That was David, the man sitting next to you. What do you want to say?
The truth is the truth, though.
No, that's going a little too far.
All right,
Kenny,
all right.
now,
What do you have to say
I want to
tonight?
hear what Kenny has to say, and then we're going to the phones.
No, I don't want them to lose. As long as they're this close out of a playoff spot, then I'm rooting for them to win.
Okay,
Kenny, what's that breaking point for you?
If they fall so far back out of a playoff spot, then I can't.
What's so far back and when? 10 points out at Christmas?
I was going to say, talk to me around Christmas. I'd probably have a better answer for you, but probably around double-digit points down.
Okay. Yeah. Perfect. Real nice lowering of the bar there. 248-539-97. Let's go to Todd. He'll lead off on a Thursday. Todd, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Hope you're all well over there.
Yes, sir.
Kenny, you kind of sounded like our awesome coach right now last year in his inspirational speech towards the end of the season when they almost made the playoffs, but they didn't. And we all kept watching. Sorry about that, Kenny. Love you. Anyways, I have so much to say, but I just wanted to bring a point up that maybe I was thinking about calling Boat Guy to get him to replace, and then we can hold Steve to the fire once this coach is gone, because ever since he's came, it seems like nothing has been right.
No,
that's just my 2 cents.
Todd, here's my question. All right, if they get rid of Lalone, who the hell do you bring in?
We don't know that yet.
No,
obviously.
No, and
I mean,
that's
what I said. Boat Guy might be free.
Yeah, anything's better than the
job.
brand of hockey they're playing right now, and that's where
I agree with you.
Look, Todd, maybe everyone's right. Maybe they waited. They want to get through Datsuk night tonight. Fine. I mean, what do you want me to say? I can't go screaming and yelling about hockey in November. I can just tell you, this is pathetic. It's a pathetic product. It's unacceptable to look this way in year 6 of a build. And even if the bots want to come out and say, well, the first year didn't count, it was very difficult for Steve. Fine, year 5. I mean, guys, what are we talking about? When does your little marsupial pouch of excuses end and we get to just talk reality? If this is the best you can produce, and the plan is for me to wait until next year for Kosa, or next year for Danielson, or 2 years from now for Palika, or whatever, then stop. You've lost me. You've lost me. Year 7, year 8. To do what? Make the playoffs? If they lose tonight off a West Coast trip, and they look bad doing it, Lalone should go. And I'm following the rules of Kenny's sport, because Rico, no sport fires coaches like hockey. They just don't. Let's go to Brett, 97.1. Brett, what's going on, buddy?
They say Wings are ass. Yes, sir, Keats, they are. Hey, guys, I'm going to be really quick here because I have a few things to row off.
Sure.
Lalone definitely should be fired tonight. If they lose to the Islanders, he needs to go. From a coaching standpoint, over the West Coast trip, especially the Sharks game, I'm now seeing this team doesn't want to play. Their passing is terrible. They just look so out of sync and like they don't want to be there, and that does fall on coaching. So Lalone's got to go. I've been very critical, like you guys were 2 days ago, of Yzerman with all this. So I think, and this is how I felt the entire year going in, if we don't make the playoffs, then Yzerman's got to go. But I do have a caveat, and that is you look at the Tigers. If Scott Harris, and spoiler alert, guys, I think what we're seeing with the Wings is what we're going to see with the Tigers, Tiger fans. If Scott doesn't do anything this offseason, then you know what? There's a caveat for Yzerman. That is, maybe we're looking at a bigger problem with the Elich family, and we're looking at a Jerry Jones situation. To which, I don't know. We'll see. That's pretty much all I got for the Wings. I just had another shout-out to do, and that would be to Nick Wright. I would like to say, I hope you're enjoying the money that they give you for having to spew all the industry head stuff they make you say. There's no way you can believe all that stuff. I hope the money's good, Nick.
Get him, Brett. You tell him. Listen, here's my issue, and I got no problem going after ownership. I don't care. One sport has a cap, the other doesn't. The Wings are at the cap. And the reason they don't want to sign term is a Steve Yzerman issue by every account so far. Now, if you want to blame ownership that they are non-existent and aren't around or aren't active in the management of the team, be careful what you wish for there. You don't want the owner coming down from the box demanding trade this guy. He looked at me funny. You also don't want to run things that way. The Tiger thing is far more disturbing because, again, how many times do I have to hear we have full support from Chris Ilitch, yet payroll poverty? And there's no salary cap. And there's no report that the Tigers are actually in on anyone. And every projection of where free agents are going, your logo, which is gorgeous, is nowhere to be found. So I think you should direct your angst there more than here. Now, look, if there's a memo that I certainly have not seen nor heard of, if there's a memo that says you're not allowed to sign anybody past 4 years, well, that's a different conversation. I don't think that exists. So I do at least want to be fair in that regard. That's all. I didn't have anything else to add. They say can't win them all. Mickey. God, this broadcast tonight's going to be something special. Power flannels, puck bunnies, wingnut hats. Kenny will be, what would you do if they panned to Kenny and he was crying at a Datsuk highlight package? I don't think we could look at you tomorrow. Are you going to keep it together tonight?
I wouldn't blame him if he cries.
You going to be
I'm not crying for a highlight package. Relax.
Go ahead, do it.
Jesus.
Kenny. It's okay, man. Can I buy you a beer?
Sure.
Can I buy you a beer?
Sure.
I'm going to buy you a beer.
All right.
If it goes poorly, are you going to drink aggressively?
No, I got to get home.
Very
Great
fair.
responsible man.
Very
Great
fair.
answer.
I thought you had a chaperone tonight. I apologize. All right. Whether you're a business owner who needs health insurance or you purchase your own, time to shop for 25 national benefit plans. Mike Papura. He'll shop every health insurance plan available. He'll make sure you and your employees get the best bang for your buck. He gets you the best pricing, shops on and off the marketplace, and he'll show you a variety of options, including least expensive one. Call Mike Papura now, 877-734-2200, or go to nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, we'll get to the people, get some ticket text, get to football. Top of the hour. Rieger brought something up that I thought was interesting. Doesn't mean I agree with it, but may have something for you for your Detroit Tigers. It's a matter of whether you want it. We'll get there at 3 o'clock. Let's go to Taylor, 97.1. Taylor, what's going on?
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Good. Hey, what's up?
So, you touched on the Red Wings, and everyone wants Lalone fired. For me, a lot of fans, let alone myself. But the question is, will the front office actually grow a set, or are they too loyal? But if they do, which I doubt they will, my only option would be dare I say, Sergei Fedorov from the Russian hockey leagues or something like that. But I know he's not seeing eye to eye with the Ilitches. That's why I call for a new owner. But really, that's pretty much all I have.
No, look,
you guys?
I think we stick with the Lalone thing. I mean, we make a funny about, hilarious situations. That's just not happening. The Lalone thing, I asked the question for a reason. You're back off the West Coast. You've had a few days to stew. You're rested. You're playing a team that's all kinds of beat up. You got to win this. Like, if you don't win tonight, it says to me, you know what? This isn't going to get better. So they've mixed up the lines a little bit. They moved Casper up. You'll get more talent around him. You'll get more ice time, presumably. Okay. Guys, if it doesn't work, how much longer do you stick with it? Remember, last year was one of the lower point totals you'll need to make the playoffs in the East, and you still couldn't do it. This year, the expectation is probably 5 to 6 more points are going to be necessary. And if you're sitting there with 16 points as we head for Thanksgiving week, I don't know what to say. You're at the bottom of the East. And you know what, Ottawa, look, I understand they're not great. They've played better hockey, right? Buffalo is better. These teams are better. They took steps forward. There's only a couple dead teams in the East outside of you, Columbus and Numbnuts, Montreal. Outside of that, well, we're only X amount of points out. Right, and you got to pass 7 teams. So, I think if they lose tonight, you can have that conversation. If you don't want to, you're not a bad person. You're not a slappy. You're not a bot. If you don't want to fire a coach on November 21st, I don't think it makes you crazy.
No, I think for a lot of people, you realize even if you fire the coach, it's not going to fix the problem. So then it boils down to, so why fire him? And maybe that's where some are at. It's like, okay, great.
New message, new approach. It's all I could offer you.
And that's what you're hoping for.
Because this team doesn't just lose, they look flat doing it. Let's go to Jacob, 97.1. Jacob, what's going on? Jake. And no Jake. All right, we'll go to David. Ticket text. What do you got, David?
I never got over Newsy's comments last year when he said they were not expected to make the playoffs. Well, now you're getting fired. After Lalone is fired and they don't improve, then what?
Oh, you know what? You don't need to be passive-aggressive with your question. You know exactly what.
That person doesn't want to admit it.
Yeah, then you have to start looking at your hero and put away your little onesies and your starting lineup of Steve Yzerman's plastic figurine taking a slap shot and treat him like a human being.
Steve got lucky in Florida, but as long as he is the GM here, we won't win anything. He is an average GM at best. Kenny being a Steve bot is too far. He wants him fired. That's not a Steve bot. After the Wings lose tonight, maybe Costa will give Rico his Red Wing car flag that he stole from him.
I forgot about
what a good bit that was a couple of years ago.
Fire Lalone, fire Yzerman, trade DeBrincat, Kane, Larkin, and start over.
No.
The whole thing stinks and has for a while.
You're taking that way too far. No, I think what I would be more in line with doing is either A, you begin to bring up the kids that are remotely ready. Like allegedly, Danielson's caught fire in the minors. Maybe you need to bring him up. Maybe you bring up a defenseman. Maybe you bring up people. Obviously, you can't bring up Palika. He's in Sweden. The point is, you either do that or you begin to weaponize your war chest. And you move some players and prospects to get a legitimate star, because everything I keep reading, the salary cap is set to go up. It could go up by $8 million. And you know what that represents? That represents another 80-point player on your roster. AAV of about $8 million a year gets you a Lucas Raymond, gets you a Mo Sider, gets you a Dylan Larkin. You go get one of those guys.
Yes.
And you put prospects with him, attach the dead body of Andrew Kopp to it, and move on. I don't know.
So you won't
Somebody
be
call
afraid
up
of,
Pierre LeBrun. I'm sure he has the answers.
I was going to say you won't be afraid of term.
No, because
because you can afford it.
You need good players.
You do.
And listen, if the war chest is as stocked as people say it is, then it shouldn't be an issue. And second of all, you will get to a point where you have an offset of guys who make big money and players who make no money. And that's how you put the roster together. But I don't know what else to say. It isn't working. And it's really hard to watch. Like, no, we're not digging ditches tonight collectively, people. But, like, do you look forward to watching this tonight? I don't. And my team's playing. I don't even want to watch it because we're wretched to watch. Only thing I can hope
Hey,
for
how come
is
you're not going down with Kenny.
Absolutely not. First of all, Kenny can't afford my babysitting rate. Second of all, I don't want to be down there, and then I got to answer 800 sports questions instead of being able to watch the game. It's a pain in the ass.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Pain in the ass. I'm absolutely out.
Here's the beauty of you. Nobody knows it's you.
Oh, that's just not.
Oh, I promise. Mike, you put on
Buddy.
a baseball cap.
Buddy, I can't buy salad dressing without talking Tigers rotation. Stop it. That's just not how the world works.
And don't forget, you and I went to a spring game. And the guy literally...
I can't help it that your friend, the priest, didn't know who the hell I was.
Truly was like, hey, when you ever going to get Mike up here? He's standing right
The
next
guy
to me.
was talking to some priest. I was 15 feet away. I wasn't paying attention. Come on.
He's right there. Oh, that's because...
Well, hold on. Compared to you up there at State, you're the second coming. You're just right under Tom
Exactly.
Izzo. So they're not going to know who
Right.
Mike is. What are you
Please,
talking about?
This guy's
David.
the Coleman Young of East Lansing.
David, first question I get, hey, is Mike here tonight? Come on, you know Mike doesn't come to games. Yeah, I know. I thought maybe he would come up here tonight.
What, to MSU?
Yes, I get
Yeah.
that all the time.
Put a
Hey,
product on the field.
Did Mike come up here to game with you?
Put a product
Seriously?
out there.
Are you asking me?
Yeah,
Oh, I know.
You know what? I'll tell you
I
what.
know.
If somebody asks you that Friday, you should hit them.
You gonna come bail me out?
Yes.
Okay.
Because if you have the audacity to
Bro, I
ask.
better not get your voicemail.
No.
Mike is not here right now.
If this is Rico, press 1. Anybody else, press 2. Can you imagine? Friday night, only true sickos like you are going to be up there. 35 degrees, 10 people watching the game. Hey, is Mike here? Rico, throw him down a flight of stairs.
So yes, David, that's what I
Please.
get.
Send them down 60
And you know
feet
what?
of stairs.
Your good son, he will be the heir apparent. He will be the new mayor of East Lansing, the good one, not the bad one.
Oh, I mean,
The bad one, no, he's
the
not
oldest
allowed
one's
to.
already making his way up there, if you know what I mean.
And you know what? We're gonna put a stop to that.
What happened? What happened?
He's discovering girls.
Oh.
He had a fun time in the opener. That's all I got to say.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? Sidebar. This isn't for air, but I need to hear this. I'm going to come and see you in a minute. 248-539-9797. I want to know.
He came back and thanked me for the wonderful trip. He's like, well, I like it up here now. Nope. It's only for the good son, not you.
Roberts.
No.
Roberts.
See, I can't even get to my drops right now. I need no.
Hey, it's football season. Time to elevate your tailgating. Moran Buick GMC, the 24 Sierra 1500 Elevation Edition, $259 a month, 24 months. Moran also has GM employee pricing on all 25 Buick Encore GX Sports. 39-month lease, only $309 a month, 0 down, 0 first payment, and 0 security deposit. You need certified service? They got you covered. MoranExpress.com, where you get that loaner for free. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get that best price, period. On Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or visit them online anytime at MoranExpress.com. All right, let's get some music, touch the table with some football. David, spin the wheel. What do we got? Oh, I forgot. This is the segment where David brings up every game I wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole.
Well, there's a lot this week, okay? So bear with me here.
All right, let's hear it.
Let's start in the Big Ten with Iowa, who is a 6.5-point favorite going to Maryland. Now, here's where I'm leaning because Maryland, I know, has looked bad. But who's playing quarterback for Iowa? Because last week it didn't look good against UCLA for them.
Sullivan.
So but it didn't look good.
No, he's not a thrower. He's more of a runner.
So I'm thinking plus 6.5 for Maryland in that game.
I like Turtles. This is actually, there's a complete breakdown of this game on Cash the Ticket. But yeah, I think if you did it, I'm pretty sure David's computer just blew up. Listen, bottom line, if you did it, I'd go Maryland.
Games in College Park?
It's in your backyard.
Okay.
I like Turtles. Hey, Maryland. I bet you can get a better number live, though. Be honest with you. You could wait, get a better number live than 6.5. Go ahead. Go to the second game.
The second game, Arizona at TCU. TCU is an 11.5-point favorite. But Zona's defense on the road has given up 56 points and 41 points the last two road games. So I'm leaning there. TCU minus 11.5.
Just take the over. I have no opinion on the game. Both those teams
over for sure.
Both those teams are corpses as far as the season and what's happened. I got nothing for you.
No, but Arizona's defense, I would be safe saying the 11.5 for TCU. Yeah, I would do that.
Next game on the list. Let's go to the ACC.
Okay.
We got Pitt, who did wonderful for me last week in that game. Pitt at Louisville. Louisville is an 8-point favorite. But again, Pittsburgh is still dealing with their quarterback situation. Their starter is out. Their backup didn't look the greatest, and he didn't get protection at all last week.
Holstein stinks.
Yeah, so Louisville minus 8 there is what I would go with.
Yeah, if you forced me to. But, David, again, you're picking games I could never be involved in. But, yeah, go ahead. Go Cards, go. After a bad loss, come home, get right.
See, I would say, and for Pittsburgh, I wonder if it's going to be one of those games where Clemson beat them twice, where they just didn't get over the fact that, you know what, this was going to be the game that showed everybody we're the top. Wait, we're not.
Or they're fraud-ass losers.
And that's what I'm saying.
Possibly.
There is that.
No, it's kind of like Indiana this week. This is the game that if we win this, we shut everybody up. But if we lose, we got to eat humble pie.
And then I don't expect, Jeff Brom, I don't think his team's going to come out poorly after losing to Stanford. I think they're going to be angry.
Meltdown of biblical proportions at Stanford last week. They were up 14 in the fourth quarter. Then you set up the game-winning field goal after like a personal foul, a player drop-kicked an official in the jaw. I mean, chaos. And then offsides gave him another 5 to move it from 58 to 53.
And you said Stanford didn't belong in the ACC.
That's right.
They still don't belong in the ACC.
a lot of pride in those nerds.
All right, now this game.
Go Tree, go.
I mean, I know what you're going to say. I already know it, okay? Number 7, Alabama is going to Oklahoma.
Bama.
Alabama's favored by 13.5, but I'm leaning Oklahoma here. 13.5 here. Here's why. Because they still a defensive-minded team.
They're terrible.
Okay,
I know. You could try
I'm trying.
David, there's so many other games you could bet. If you force you to play it, you got to take Bama. Bama's got to put up a number. They got to win. They're in the beauty pageant. Oklahoma has shown no ability to win football games. Their offense is lifeless. And look at how they played at Missouri. Look at how that game finished. And I can't.
And I would also say this. I think Alabama is seriously trying to make a late push for Milroe in the Heisman talk. So they're going to do everything they can to showcase him. A lot of the quarterback runs. Yeah, David, Alabama, roll tide.
Before I head over to the SEC, let's touch on this game because I'm hoping for it. I think I'm going to lean this way for it because I don't believe in Indiana. But as Ohio State, a 12-point favorite right now over Indiana,
yes,
I think they're going to murder Indiana.
Me too. Indiana, strength of schedule, 106. Who's your best win? Michigan. Who's the best team you played? Michigan. You've had a zillion games at home. You played no one in the non-con. Now you're facing a team that might be the best team in America. Yes, I'm concerned about the left tackle situation at Ohio State.
Better.
Yes, McLaughlin hurt. The kid from Alabama tore his Achilles last week. So they're down their left tackle and center. I've had enough of the Indiana crap. You don't play anybody, and your first big test is going to be in the shoe in November. Have a blast. Give me Ohio State.
Here's where I'm going to take Indiana in the points. Indiana, historically this year, fast starts. Ohio State, slow starts. Even at home,
I like
when they went
that.
up against Marshall, they went up with a lot of teams, put up points against them, and then they're fighting their way to come back. I think if you give Indiana a little bit of encouragement and they start believing, wait, we got a chance to beat Ohio State and Columbus, I think that Cignetti can use that as motivation to get this going. I think the Michigan game was a wake-up call for them. So, yeah, if you're going to give me Indiana and 12 points, I'll take that.
And here's the game, Mike, that you mentioned yesterday that I want to hit on for the SEC. It is number 15, Texas A&M at Auburn.
Yep.
They are, Texas A&M, a 2.5-point favorite against Auburn.
Auburn is responsible for the most painful loss of my season when I had them against Oklahoma and they're up 10 with like 7 minutes to go. Peyton Thorne threw maybe the worst pick six of the season. Auburn all year, their defense is really good. Offensively, they create explosive plays, but holy hell, no team shoves their own head up their ass more than Auburn with the crazy turnovers and the nonsense. But yet, there's that number. Here's the problem. For A&M, who do you got next week? You got Texas.
Yes.
It's a look-ahead spot. It's also at night, on the road, and Auburn needs it for a bowl game. Hugh Freeze is coaching for his job. God help me. Give me Auburn.
A&M is also missing their starting running back, Le'Veon Moss, which could be a factor in that game as well.
Yeah. Give me Auburn. Oh, God. What have I done?
I have no idea, but let me ask you about this game.
Oh,
here.
Rico was talking to you and you ignored
Yeah,
him.
I'm so sorry,
I didn't know if you
Rico.
had more
Go ahead.
games because I had 2 games that I wanted to talk about. But
I have
don't
a
wanna
couple
steal
more.
Okay, so I'll let you finish.
Yeah, I'll go to the Big 12 here with BYU at Arizona State. Arizona State is favored by 3 points right now, but
Sparky.
BYU is supposed to be the better team, right?
No, it's the same thing. BYU is a complete fraud. They're complete con artists. Go look at the metrics. Then you just factor in regression to the mean. They got so lucky with turnovers all year last week. Bit them in the ass a little bit finally. Oh, wait, a pooch punt bounced off your player, not the opposition. Retzlaff blows as a quarterback. Please. Arizona State, they got the running game with Scatterbo. They got Sammy Levitt, the kid from MSU, will hit you with his feet and his arm. They got a 7-foot-tall receiver. And defensively, I can't tell you they're great. I'll just tell you, they kill people. Every game I watch Arizona State, Rico, at least 2 personal fouls. They're out here suplexing people, David. The fact that BYU is a 3-point underdog going down to Tempe, and it'll be sold out. Everyone's excited about ASU football. I gotta go with Dillingham. As much as I want to punch him in the face, I gotta go with him.
It'll be a nice 80-degree afternoon, sunny. So yeah, this is take ASU the Sun Devils.
So that was not one of your games, Rico?
No, it was not, David.
What do you got?
It was actually another Big 12 game.
What?
Colorado at Kansas.
Colorado 3 points at Kansas.
All right, we spent a lot of time on this one with Cash the Ticket. I'll be brief. Here's my issue. There's 2 data points for Colorado that really stick out to me, and I go, okay, are they really better? They shut down Texas Tech's running game. They just shut it down. And because Taj Brooks, one of the best running backs in America, then they shut down UCF's running game. And you go, wait, is Colorado good? Then the other side of things, Kansas has been hammering people with their ground game.
Yeah.
But their ground game got shut down by BYU last week. It's also at Arrowhead. The number's sitting at a flat 3. And I have been all over the Dirty Birds the last month. Now I feel like I got to get off the bus before the bus drives off a cliff. I kind of wonder if I should go with Colorado here.
And then the one last one, Mike. This is, I don't know if you broke this one down on your caster ticket.
What game didn't
fresh off of their victory over MSU.
Oh, dear.
Illinois, 1-point favorite. Number 25, Illinois, 1-point favorite at Rutgers.
This is the Ferris wheel at Chernobyl. I no thank you. Cookies dove into this. He wants to bet Rutgers. I go, God bless. I have no opinion. If you forced me, I'd go Rutgers. Why? Illinois is not good. We made them look good. They're not good. But that game, bro, that's friends and family only. If you don't know somebody on that team, I don't know how you're watching that crap. What channel is that even on? What is that on? Like prison CCTV, like closed circuit television?
Illinois Rutgers?
Peacock.
Yeah, that's on Peacock.
That's right where that
at
belongs.
noon.
What are the streaming numbers for that? 18 people.
18 million.
No way in hell.
Not even close.
Thank you, David.
That
Tremendous
is
job.
your college football blitz.
All right, NBA, back. FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Catch all the action. FanDuel gives everybody 3 months of NBA League Pass when you place your first $5 wager on the NBA. And the Pistons are crazy competitive, man. You may as well throw it on them. FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. After 3-month free trial, full price of League Pass automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions. You know the drill. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. The Pistons, winners of 2 of their last 3 games, have got revenge on their mind tonight. They take the floor in Charlotte. They fell to the Hornets in just heartbreaking fashion on a buzzer-beating putback by Brandon Miller earlier this month. Head coach J.B. Bickerstaff on what they aim to clean up after Monday's loss to the Bulls. Seven to 9 Pistons, 6 in the Eastern Conference to start the year. Tip off at 7, pregame at 6:35 on Alt 98.7. Wings look to end their worst stretch of hockey of the season and snap a 3-game losing streak when they take on the Islanders at Little Caesars Arena tonight. Wings right now tied with the Blue Jackets and Canadiens for the fewest points in the Eastern Conference at 16. Puck drop at 7, pregame 6:45 right here on 97.1. Indiana Fever star Caitlin Clark announced she will not play in the inaugural 3-on-3 league called Unrivaled during this season. And some sad news for those who grew up with it. ESPN's Around the Horn will go off the air this summer after a 2-decade run on weekday afternoons, making every day after school a little bit better.
That show sucked. Don't say nice things. That show is terrible.
It's going to be sad. A few more months at the Corewell Health Sports Desk. I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, hi, it's me again. All right, so once again, I do believe that George Carlin said it best as it relates to our next topic. Think about how dumb the average American is and then realize half the people are dumber than that. And that's how we arrive at this point. So Rieger did this yesterday, and Rico is right to put it on the show sheet. I'm just spiteful of it. Out of the Freep, there was a poll about a big move they'd like to see the Tigers make. Do you know what 31% of the fans decided they wanted their big move to be? I know you know it's rhetorical. I know.
Bregman.
No. It would be bringing back 42-year-old Justin Verlander. So, obviously, lots of history there. But he turns 42 in February. I know he was coming off an injury. He had an 8 ERA in 7 starts. Okay? 8. He was unpitchable. He got left off the playoff roster for the Strauss. Does Verlander want to come back? What do you make of this answer? In May, he said fate would decide if he pitched for the Tigers again, but obviously, I think about it. Year prior, Verlander had a 5.48 ERA in 17 starts last year after he was 13-8 with the Mets in the 2023 regular season, split between the two, right? Now, he won the Cy Young in 22, but Father Time is undefeated. So somehow, this is what kills me with you Tiger fans sometimes, and you need to explain yourselves. How could you say bring JV back at 31%? Second place was Bregman at 25%. Third place was trade for Vladdy Guerrero at 20%. Now go ahead. I'll leave it to you guys. First of all, bringing back the 42-year-old dry-aged body of Justin Verlander is not a big move. But it would fit the profile of what we know about your franchise. All reports this year, you only want a pitcher with 1 year a term. Well, hell, when you sign a guy this old, you don't know if he'll be alive in a year. So Verlander would fit. How much money would Verlander cost? Nothing. Kenny will spend more on beer tonight at the Wings game. So cheap and 1 year and enough chuckleheads will buy his T-shirt jersey at Comerica? Sadly, this is probably not crazy. I am going to stay out of it now that I have just given you my take. This is now Rico's topic.
It's nostalgia. And that's what the Tigers will be selling you is nostalgia. You remember the good old days. I promise you they would have games and give away bobbleheads for the no-hitters and all the different things that he did here in Detroit. It would be the best way to really kickstart this season and say, look what we did. What's old is new. We brought back JV, and we're going to put him in the rotation next to Skubal. He's going to hand the keys to Skubal and say, you're going to be the next me one day. So, yes, I think that's why people, especially Tiger fans, love JV. I think they hated the fact that he had to leave. This is why everybody rooted for the Astros when he went there to win the World Series, because you felt like Detroit was winning a de facto World Series, and now you're bringing him back. I don't agree with that poll, just for the record. Don't agree with it whatsoever. But, Mike, you said it best. When you really dig deep into this, it actually fits what the Tigers said they want to do.
1 year, cheap. It's a great grift because people don't know their elbow
you
from
can
their
sell it
bleep
to the
hole.
1901 people. He can come and sign autographs and sit in a cool chair.
You'll have Verlander ball night. You'll do a Verlander retirement ceremony. It'll pack the park on those 2 days.
Every time he pitches, because they'll sell it. You never know. Maybe he could throw another no-hitter
and you know
tonight.
the TV network will play along. They say must see JV. I can already see it. So here, I guess I'm a complete jackass. I'm hoping for Walker Buehler. But again, do you want this? Do I think Scott Harris would do this? No. Because Scott Harris is too smart for this.
See, I think Scott Harris would do
Listen, I will be personally offended if Scott Harris does this. Look, Justin Verlander, I pray he retires as a Tiger. He's the best pitcher I've ever seen in my lifetime and will ever see here, okay? I did nothing but good memories of what he tried to do for this town. Rico, he's 42. The numbers don't lie.
Right.
The injuries don't lie.
Right, but you also hope maybe he'll be that de facto pitching coach and hey, fellas, and tell the stories around the campfire of the good old days in Detroit when we went to the World Series.
What is he, Paul Newman in Slapshot?
Pretty
Is he
much.
having meetings with the secret owner in Florida too?
Brother, I'm just saying, it actually fits what Scott Harris is saying. I can get him cheap for 1 year.
Talk to the people. I don't buy it. Somebody throw the damn number out before I get angry.
248-539-9797 should the Tigers make this move, because it seems like people want this. People, according to this Free Press poll, they wanted Verlander over Alex Bregman, over Vladdy. They wanted Verlander. They wanted to bring JV back.
Go ahead. Now, if you sold me, here's the caveat I'd offer. If the rest of the offseason were just electric, like they sign an Alex Bregman, they bring in Anthony Santander, and their pitching option is cheap in 1 year and it's Verlander, I can frame it different. Because let me be candid with you. I don't really care what a fifth starter is. It really means nothing to me. Their front four is going to be really formidable. Now, look, do I want them to sign a number 2 to pair with Skubal to take the pressure off Olsen and Mize and Job? Of course I do. But what I'm saying is, if the rest of the offseason were so good that this was the last move, I wouldn't freak out. I also wouldn't sit here doing what a lot of people apparently are doing, touching their chandelier. But I just, this is the type of goofy, small market, folksy garbage that unserious organizations do. I'm not interested in having Verlander back here. I don't think he can pitch no more. That doesn't mean I don't retire his number. It doesn't mean I put him on the brick wall. I don't care.
Right. Even if you did the ceremonial, I'm going to sign you for 1 day type of thing. But yes, I think for some, they're thinking, you know what, maybe Fetter can fix him too. Maybe we can, get just a little juice out of him and he could become that number 2 starter for us. And we got him for dirt cheap.
If your plan is to make him your number 2 starter, cancel the season. You're insane. I said number 5. There is no scenario Justin Verlander at age 42 is going to make 35 high-quality starts. None. I don't care how good Chris Fetter is. He's years removed. And look, love the guy. But you're telling me I can't do better than this? See, this is the problem I have with this idea. It is foregoing absolutely superior options that aren't Max Fried or aren't Corbin Burns. They're just better options for cheap. I don't care about nostalgia. I want to win.
Yeah, no. Mike, you just hit cheap and easy. But
maybe you get a free order of Crazy Puffs too, right?
I think it fits the plan.
David hasn't said a word. Kenny is just drinking his swill. What is that, vodka in your water bottle? What's going on over there?
I wish. No, I wish. If thinking about that JV idea, there's no way I have him pitching number 2. But what I worry about is, okay, they bring in a JV and then they say, all right, that's it.
No,
that's our off-season.
There's no way.
Even
I will give the organization more credit than that.
Kenny, let me add a caveat to that. He's going to be the biggest signing that you have in the offseason. You'll bring in other pieces. He's the crown jewel of the offseason. That's what I think. Kenny and I are simpatico on that. Yep. I could easily see this. And look, I don't know if this poll speaks for everybody because David looks like he wants nothing to do with me. David, once again, I don't agree with this. But what it tells me is, once again, Detroit fans are falling in love with years past, and they just want to remember the good times. And JV represents the good time.
Yeah, I wanted to believe that this poll was fake, that this was not real, that this was a nightmare that I was reading. But the fact that fans voted Verlander as the move they want, I can't do it. I can't do it. Because this isn't just this isn't about, they signed him and the team doesn't care. This isn't that. This is the fans saying this. They deserve better. I don't know if they do, though, with this poll. This is what they want? No. You don't want JV. I don't want him at all. I don't even want him as a 5th starter. Don't sign him at all. I don't want him here. I want to win. Signing him is a sign to me that you're not trying to win. You're just trying to go back to the old days and have nostalgia all over again. I don't need it.
There is no report that has linked the Tigers to doing it. This was a poll by the Freep. I think it is just damaging to know that these are the people I'm dealing with. You had a baseball team that just made the playoffs. And the winner of this poll is a 42-year-old over-the-hill pitcher because you have memories of him. I want to remind you, 13 years ago was the last World Series. 13. Trading him was almost a decade ago. Almost. Guys, this is why your ball club probably doesn't act in a more serious manner. You're not a serious fan base. Alex Bregman finishing behind JV. A trade for Vladdy behind JV. Christ, why don't you sign Mickey Tettleton while you're at it?
An online gambling site says if Verlander does not sign with the Astros, the Cubs 3-1, Dodgers 4-1, your Tigers 5-1.
Why the hell would the Dodgers want him? They got a zillion pitchers. They're going to sign the Japanese guy coming over this year. Well, what are they going to do? A 9-man rotation? God, Dodgers kill me, man. They have no guardrails. They just go, go, go. What a dream it's got to be a fan of theirs.
West Coast Yankees, man. Well, I guess West Coast Mets.
But it's even better. Their TV deal's even better. They got a monster TV deal. Hey, you know what? We should just be happy. We got a Ferris wheel and some puffs. It's going to be all good.
In worst case, if you don't like it, you can just always go to the beach.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. We'll get to the people. I got a couple open lines. You want them. Do you really want JV in a Tiger uniform? Is this what we're doing, people? Rico, do what you do.
All right, Mike, how about we be curious? Nope, let's just be curious. You want a career in radio, TV, graphic design artist, you listen to us, or you're just like, you know what? I really would like to have a fun career rather than doing what you're doing. Let Specs at LTU get you started on your path to a fun career. Because trust me, every day is going to be different, and Specs at LTU will make sure that you are prepared. So here's what I need you to do. Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphic communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people like myself who work in the business. It means you're not going to waste your time. You're going to learn from day one in the lab what it takes to make it in each respective curriculum. So very simple. You got to be curious. And think about this. With Specs at LTU, with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All right, companies out there advertising BOGO on AC and furnaces. Yeah, great. Those deals are nonsense when you're paying 40% more for the bow. There is no go. You want a fair deal, you go to Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Get you covered 24/7. Locally owned for 40 years. Back their work with a 5-year warranty. And Mastercraft, your one-stop shop. Heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Beat any price. You bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace, you'll save up to $2,000. It's mastercraftheating.com. All right, I'm going to go straight to the people. We'll get to the ticket text in a minute. Free Press posted a poll. If the Tigers made one big move, who do you want? And a vast majority of people chose, wait for it, Justin Verlander to come back. If that's the big move this offseason, we got a way bigger problem. And second of all, at this stage of his career, I'm happy to have him if he's my number 5. There's just nothing in the data. He's going to be 42 in February. Guys, I'm trying to win a World Series. I'm not trying to sell T-shirts. But go ahead. Maybe this is what you guys want. We'll go to Mac, 97.1. Mac, what's going on, buddy?
Nothing much. Pretty good day. But after hearing this is horrible. Disgustingly bad.
What is wrong with your fellow Tiger fan that this is where their head is at?
It's the whole problem with this town. We're not a throwaway town. We're not Sacramento. Championships in this town, and nowadays we want a storyline instead of an actual championship now.
Yeah, and it was Verlander getting 31%, Bregman 25%, Vladdy 20%, Corbin Burns 10%, and then Alonso, Santander, and Scherzer, forget it. But yeah, I just, Mac, do you have faith that they will make a big move, or do you think this is the type of thing you can expect?
No, they need to make a big move. You're not catching lightning in a bottle like last year where you have Spencer Torkelson with a 500 OPS that's your starting first baseman. They need to make a big move or else they won't. They'll end up right in the same spot as last year. Are we going to trade Tarek? Are we going to keep him? Are we going to get a haul of prospects that are going to be a Matt Vierling in 5 years?
Well, you know what's really interesting, truthfully? You know, and again, I don't go crazy with stuff like this, but here are the teams that have like the top odds for each player. FanDuel did a projection, and I'll share this with you guys. You can do what you want. Here's just where I'm going to have to change my expectations, right? Here are the top 10 free agents, according to FanDuel. Number 1 is Juan Soto. Do you know where he's projected to go?
Mets.
Second best free agent is Corbin Burns. Now, they have him re-signing with Baltimore. I don't know about that. Number 3, Blake Snell, Rangers. Number 4, Bregman, Yankees. Number 5, Alonso, Mets. 6, Santander, Guardians. 7, Willy Adames, Dodgers, because why not?
I thought you were going to say Atlanta. Go ahead.
Phillies, Teoscar Hernandez, Christian Walker, the guy I really would like the Tigers to sign, the Astros. Why? Well, because. And 10, the San Francisco Giants, Max Fried. Why is it relevant? It's relevant because if you don't even see projections or rumors that are linking you to what we consider premium, look, we are 2 weeks from the winter meetings. That's where you get a better idea what's going to happen. I'm not going to freak out about anything, but nothing this offseason directly from Harris or from executives in MLB or baseball reporter, nothing is suggestive of the Tigers doing anything. And then you do this freak poll and Verlander wins it? Maybe the Tigers are the smartest people in the room because the fans, they don't get it. How could
or maybe they just deserve each other?
Maybe. Go to Jerry, 97.1. Jer, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Talk to me. Where are you at with this stuff?
Well, I actually kind of like it because I just remember when the Tigers were bad, 06. Who did we bring in? Do you remember the gambler?
Kenny Rogers.
won 17 games, guys at 41 or 42 years old. So I think in today's landscape of health, technology, I'm going to say Verlander still got more in the tank than Kenny Rogers did.
All right, can I make you a deal?
42.
Let me make you a deal. I will go along with this if you could guarantee me we get one of those premium bats. Like if the offseason headliner's Alex Bregman or Santander, or they made a bold trade, and then you want to offer me Verlander, I'll find a way to live with it. I will, Jerry. But, like, if this is the move, if this were the move, oh, come on.
I agree with you. It can't be the only move.
I can't wait for the winter meetings, Jerry. I can't wait because nothing we've been given so far is encouraging. And I said from the beginning, I will only judge them based on what they do, not what they say. But in real time, we can only talk about what they're saying. And it's not exciting.
No, and Harris doesn't look like one of those people who moves in silence, where not hearing anything is actually a good thing.
Well, you never saw that Mark Canha trade coming. Ooh-wee.
You know what, Mike? You win.
I don't want to win that game. Let's go to Steve, 97.1. Stevie, what's up, buddy?
What's up, boys? How you doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
Good. I tried to call in yesterday to break down Theodore Niederbach Corsi in the AHL, but didn't get through.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We did a whole Fenwick session the other day.
Yeah. Listen, Mike, every time you talk hockey, I'm going to try to call in and get those Winter Classic tickets or that Sandy Pellica jersey you promised me about 9 months ago.
When Pellica debuts, sure, you got it. What's on your mind?
I'll stay on hold for that conversation. But, yeah, Mike, this Verlander talk. I've had a pretty fun year this year. I went to Electric Forest and saw the Grateful Dead in July at the Sphere in Vegas. And here in this poll, I'm wondering if I'm still feeling the effects of whatever I ate at those concerts because people just must be stupid. Or I went to Japan last week and came back, and hearing this, is the country even dumber than when I left it? I mean, my God. First off, I'm one of the rare Tigers fans. I think I might be the only one that actually despises Verlander. I recognize how great he was when he was here. Cannot deny his accomplishments. But the guy sat here and sanctimoniously complained about sign stealing while he was here. And then when it benefited him, radio silent. Absolute radio silent. So he's a bit hypocrite in my book. But if you want to bring him in here, round out the 5, if you want to pay him less than what Kenny's going to spend at the dispensary on the way home, sure, I'm good with it. But my gosh, if you are telling me, Tiger fans, that this is the piece de la resistance, why do we even have a baseball team at this point?
I know.
Ship out Scott Harris.
Listen, I'm Stevie, I'm with you on that. And again, this is not emanating from the Tigers. This was more about you as fans. Mm-hmm. How could this be your headspace? And it makes me question. I don't know. I don't even know what. It makes me question everything. And I know it's a stupid poll, and maybe I'm overreacting to it because I'm a bleep hole. But, like, how could you click that button? Like Vlad Guerrero or Justin Verlander?
No. It doesn't. It gives you a glimpse into what people are thinking.
But that's a problem. That's a problem.
You know what? Good use of that.
We as fans need to hold each other accountable. This is unacceptable. We can't think this way. We have to call each other out. This is not, you can't do this. Verlander, we have Bregman as an option, Vlad Jr. as an option, any other option.
See, David, baseball is the one sport where nostalgia runs king. It is.
Miss me with that.
Baseball is the one. Hey, you celebrate everything that was your team. No, you guys are right. And for those who chose other options on that poll, I get it. But baseball, it is. It's the one sport that it really, that in college football, it's what you did in the past, not necessarily what you're doing right now.
Well done, gentlemen. Let's go over to Eric. Actually, hold on. We'll keep it timely. 248-539-9797. Kenny, it's getting a little concerning, isn't it? Just hold your water until the winter meetings, a couple of weeks. But I see the concern on Kenny's face. Like, don't go crazy.
I warned you all that this was a possibility, a distinct possibility. Me and you, Rico, we said.
You know what? I hope Lalonde gets a 10-year extension. That's what you deserve for that remark.
I hope so, too. That means he's doing well, Mike.
I hope they lose 10-0 into the extension tonight. How's that sound?
I will get aggressively drunk just for you, Mike. Aggressively.
Kenny's alone in his seat. They've turned the lights out.
Aggressive Kenny drunk text messages to us. All right. You're right. We stink.
Please don't let that happen tonight, please.
All right, Paulson's audio video. We're all going to be watching the game tonight. Wings, Islanders, in a big game for the organization. Paulson's will upgrade your viewing experience. They're your technology partner. And in all seriousness, on a Super Bowl drive with the Lions, TVs, soundbars, speakers, studio furniture, they have it all. And they got the professionals to guide your purchase to make sure you get absolutely the perfect product for your space. Stop in their showroom or visit them online, paulsonsav.com. It's Paulson's, your technology partner.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. Walking anytime 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It's wicked awesome. Michigan basketball looks to continue their strong start to the season at Chrysler Center tonight against Tarleton State. This is the 3-1 Wolverines' final tune-up before their Thanksgiving week tournament in Fort Myers next week. Head coach Dusty May is pleased with Michigan's progress, but says their ceiling still way higher. Teams in the Wolverines Thanksgiving tournament in Florida: South Carolina, Xavier, Virginia Tech. Tip-off from Ann Arbor tonight at 8:30. Pregame coverage at 8 over on WWJ. Wings look to snap a 3-game losing streak, taking on the Islanders at LCA tonight. Puck drop at 7. Pregame at 6:45 right here on 97.1. And Pistons hit the road to Charlotte tonight. Tip-off at 7 there. Pregame at 6:35 on Alt 98.7. At the Corbell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. More at 4 o'clock or at 97.1theticket.com.
Fellas, can I just, could I have the room for a moment? And I want to go around the room here. I just read something interesting, and I want your takeaway here. Because it always comes back to the Detroit, our teams, the Tigers. But I was reading a little bit about Juan Soto. So we had this big meeting with Steve Cohen a few days ago. We had a meeting with Hal Steinbrenner. Apparently the Blue Jays are going to get an at-bat here. Going to meet with the Phillies. What do you think Soto's projected contract is? Now, again, no one knows. And this could spiral, okay? Because Steve Cohen, you get Cohen pitted against Steinbrenner, Boras is going to need a wet wipe. But Cohen, he don't lose. And there are reports that Steve Cohen is willing to outbid the high bid by $50 million. Why? Because he can. I know, we won't sign a player for $50 million total. This guy's going to overbid by $50 million.
And what did he do to get his money?
Cohen?
Yeah.
Pretty sure he's a hedge fund guy. Okay. I'll go.
He's just burning it. I was sure. I thought maybe.
But he's about. Well, first of all, he's redeveloping the whole Willits area out there. He's getting a casino bid out there. I think he's doing the whole thing. Dude. He wears a Mets hat everywhere he goes. He's a fan who's rich. Okay, he's not Lord Business from the Lego movie. He's not that kind of owner. So, all right, years, AAV, total amount. What do you think Soto's projected at? And then I'll tell you what I just read.
Years. 10, let's say 10 years.
10?
10 years, 700. So basically, yeah.
70.
Yeah.
Okay, 10 at 700. Kenny?
I'll say 13 at 600. Something crazy like
13 at 6. David?
Then I sound stupid then. I was going to say 10 years at 500.
What I have just read is the following. 15 years is what is the ask is. 15 years on Juan Soto. Remember, he's 25. 15 years. The AAV could be between 45 and 50 a year, which would put it between 675 and 750.
Yeah. Whoa.
Now tell me, okay, now I know this is easy for us to say, but when you take the $45 million for a minute. 15 at 45 is 675, right? The 45 a year, at what point does that become a value? With the baseball revenue has gone up every year, right? There's no salary cap. So with it, that luxury tax threshold will go up, right? At what point does paying Juan Soto $45 million not seem so bad? Remember when Stafford signed his deal and you go, well, by year 3, he'll be the 8th highest guy and then the 10th highest guy. 45 a year, is it 5 years into the deal? 6? Maybe you say never. But the way I look at it is Juan Soto makes you money because he's a global superstar. Now, look, I'm not suggesting the Tigers do it. He's left-handed. You need a right-handed bat. Nor do we have an owner that I think would dare. I mean, show me Illich on Crazy Puff 1 flying to meet Boras and Soto. I'll stand and applaud. But 15 years, basically $700 million. You know the other report that excited me? Like if you're not a Yankee fan, and like let's say you are in a place like Toronto, big city, but it's still much quieter because you're not a Maple Leaf. Soto might want quieter. Look, it's fun every night when you're at Yankee Stadium.
Make the call, Tigers.
Well, I'm saying that's what they've said is he doesn't need everything the Yankees had, like the bleacher creatures chanting his name every night and the whole thing. That's not for everybody. It's also not for everybody to take 2 hours to get to your stadium every day. It's a pain in the ass to play for the Yankees. And until or unless they offer helicopter service from your condo to the stadium, yeah, you're driving.
Okay, I actually thought that's just what the Yankees got because they're Yankees.
No, that's not how that works.
But to
a lot of the
me,
Yankees, honestly, there are carpools. Like half the bullpen travels together. Like it's a whole different life, man.
I just figured, meet at this building. There'll be a chopper there. We'll bring you here.
But
they have that to get to the airport.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you can go to. There's like 2 locations in Manhattan, and you go to the rooftop, and they take you from there to LaGuardia. They had it in the show Billions. If you ever seen it, it's a company called Blade.
Oh no, I haven't
How
seen.
did
the
we
show.
even get here? So Juan Soto. I'm sorry. Up next, food recommendations. But like, go ahead, David.
Call me crazy, and I'm sure you will.
No.
I don't think the 45 a year hurts you ever. It's 45. I get it. You're looking at the 15 years of it.
Right. David, I'm with you.
No. Actually, it does hurt you, David. It hurts you on the back end.
When he's older.
Because it's
36,
Miguel,
37,
Miguel
yeah,
Cabrera,
exactly.
Where
but okay.
I'm never going to quit because you owe me money.
Right. Projected 10 years down the line when it starts to hurt. Projected 10 years down the line.
I've already made the money.
A, has the meteor taken us out? And B, does the $45 million even matter in a decade? That might be half of what the best player in the sport gets paid.
No, it won't.
And then I'm sitting here and I look, okay, confessional. David, slide the door. You're the priest. Father, I have sinned. The first thing I thought of is what he said. I'm sitting here with a payroll that's $80 million under league average. I'm going to 45 wouldn't even matter. And I know it has no shot of happening here. But you look at it and you're like, these teams are already in the luxury tax. I understand we do not have a TV deal like them. I understand we don't lead the league in revenue. I understand all of these things. They're irrelevant to our conversation. Our payroll's not $350 million. Right now, it's like 78.
Correct. And it's kind of a continuation of what we discussed yesterday. You bring Soto in here, everyone is buying those seats and every other seat in the stadium.
I think it makes your TV deal worth more. I think it makes your profile. First of all,
It
your
makes your franchise worth more.
Valuation on your franchise. You just nailed it. 100%. To me, you sign a guy like Soto, I'm not going to say he's a $1 billion guy like Ohtani. He's $500 million.
And you're selling his jersey for the next 15 years. I mean, what more could you ask for out of this?
Well, you do little Soto Sundays, upcharge little kids. That's always a fun moment.
And then you
$17.50.
Yeah, and then pair that with JV days. So
I just, it was 2 minutes in a 4-hour radio show. I read it and I'm like, why is this not offensive to me? Does that make me a bad person? Where I'm like, if I had that kind of scratch, the first thing I do is try to get a meeting.
I thought I was crazy for thinking it.
No, because David, the way I look at it is like if I own the Tigers, I'd want my fans to know that I tried. Like basically, I got shot down by the hottest girl at the bar. I tried. You can't. Now you could say, all right, well your game sucks. You don't have, as the kids say, you don't have Riz. But like literally, I tried. So my fans love me even when I failed. And if I get them, I'm a hero.
it's the cost of doing business. It's why we're all excited what the Lions did. Just go ahead and start paying all of these people, and you're winning.
Maybe I'd be Richard Pryor and Brewster's Million. Maybe I'd be a disaster. I don't know. I just look at it and I'm like, if he's willing to meet with some deadbeat franchises and he wants quieter, the hell's the money?
Right.
I got plenty of money.
It's not like you're ever going to get attacked in the media here.
For trying? My God, they would actually knock down Ernie's statue and build one of Chris. If we just saw, there'd be like a dramatic mural of Chris boarding Pepperoni 1.
And the happiest person would be biased because we wouldn't talk about him anymore.
Ever.
Like, is he still on the team? Oh,
you know,
yeah.
time out. I just thought of something. Baez's money and Maeda's money is off the books in the next 2 years. Soto would be free. Baez and Maeda basically are damn near $40 million. Soto's free.
Don't think that way, buddy, because
he's free.
It's kind of like when Miggy's money fell off and it just fell off and still falling.
God, I wish I had those blow dart guns where people never see it or hear it and they just get stuck in the neck and then they crash. I wish I had one for you right now.
Why?
Because you're hurting my feelings. That was a moment of creativity, David.
No. That's why I was at last winter.
Damn it.
You got the money.
Okay.
It's
You know what?
free.
I hate everything.
I just don't want you to be disappointed
No,
like me.
I'm not. I know it's not real. I was thinking about it just at 4 guys sitting at the bar talking to each other with our audience and going, if we think this way, where it's Maeda's money's off the books at the end of this year, so it's like I'm paying Soto only 32. And then I got Baez off the books in a couple. It's basically like I'm paying him Stugotz.
Here, let me help you out with that. On top of that, with everybody's money falling off, you still have more money to spend to bring in more pieces. You don't have to stop there.
But we know it's not. I know. And we know
Record scratch.
This team doesn't think this way. So we'll just leave it alone. Hey, next time you're outside, take a moment, look at your roof. How about let Victors do it? Because the next time you go up on your roof, this could happen. Let them get up there and give you a 21-point video roof inspection. They'll find even the most minute issue. Then they offer you perfect solutions and perfect installations. And the best part, a 50-year leak-free guarantee. You're covered decades to come. Just call 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100 or visit them anytime at Victors.com. All right, I owe you guys one. I'm very sorry. I allowed myself to dream for a second and to let you into my thought process. It's not relevant. It's not going to happen. And I would like to just say on behalf of this radio program, I'm sorry. But it's very hard for me when I read stuff like that and you're like, oh, Soto may want it quieter. Oh, 45 a year? And I'm like, God, I can't even get an article that like they know who Soto is. Like, it would just be an incredible moment for this town, but forget it. He'll just, and again, I want him as a Yankee. Obviously, I'm a Yankee fan, but like, man, between the JV thing and the Free Press, and then you read about the Soto stuff and you're like, oh my God, what are we going to do? David, go ahead before I go down the rabbit hole. I'm sorry, guys.
Could you imagine Chris pitching this team to a high-level free agent? Wow. Nice dream, though.
It is. That's all it is. It's just a dream. And then you wake up.
They're like, bring this man down to earth. It's not happening.
I know this. I never said it was. I was asking the question of why do we take something that is possible and we treat it like, hey, Rico, turn this water into wine. What? Oh, that's a different thing.
Someone else is trying to give us hope, though. The current TV deal was only signed for 1 year. Imagine the negotiations with the Soto on your team. That is from Ryan.
Just keep going.
Oh, my.
I'm sorry, guys.
Do you want Soto to have a Cabrera contract? Look how that turned out. Okay.
Okay, but hold on. Hold on. Time out.
That's going to be the modern day Doyle Alexander.
But things change.
Hold on. How old was Cabrera when he signed that deal?
Let me find out.
So he signed, what was it, $292 on a 10-year term. What year was that? Here, I got it. I got it right here. I'll pull it up. I got to go back into the archives. Soto's 25 years old. How old was Cabrera? Wasn't he damn near 30?
He was 27 years old is what I'm looking here. Maybe he didn't become active until he was 29 or 30. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that deal didn't kick in until he was damn near 30.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Because you paid him past 40, right? He signed his first deal. Second deal was what? 8 at 152. That was 2008 to 15. And then he signed 2016, 8 at 248. How old was Cabrera in 2016?
He was 33.
There's your deal. It's not the same thing. Take your ticket text, roll it up nice and tight, and pound it. You can't, Rico, I'm not allowing them to comp a 25-year-old to a 33-year-old.
Oh, it doesn't matter because that's going to be, like I said, you traded away John Smoltz, so you can't trade your minor league. But
I got it.
Certain things are going to just live in Detroiters' minds forever.
I know.
So any deal that says 10 years triggers Miggy, PTSD.
I'll tell you this, if I rep Scooble, that's what I'm asking for.
No, you're right.
So you're not going to sign him?
Oh, I would. Yeah.
I said from the very beginning, if I were Boris, here's what I'd ask for. And somehow people turn that into that's all. All I said is if I rep the guy, I'd ask for 10 at 400. Garrett Cole got 36. My guy's better, and he's a lefty. What are you going to do? That doesn't mean he's going to get it, but that's what I'd ask for. If that's what they're asking for, what are you going to do? Not sign him? And if I'm Boris and Scooble, why would I take less? I'm old. Scoobs is 27. This is my bite at the apple. I don't need to worry about signing another deal at 32 or 33. You put the $400 million in the till.
Unless you don't want to lock yourself to the Tigers.
Oh, well, but then we return to your conversation from last year. So, David, go.
Correct. Mike just said Riz. Hit the share button. Go get Soto now, Jeff in Macomb. Someone else says, hey, F it. Let's go get Jack, JV, Dirt Cheap, Bregman, and Soto. Boom.
No, and again, I don't live in these fantasy worlds, but when your payroll is as low as the Tigers and you have this many young players that are not due any meaningful money anytime soon outside of Scooble, you do begin questioning, and it's not really in relation to Soto. It's in relation to the Bregmans. It's in relation to the Santanders. It's in relation to the players that are, if Soto's 15 at 700, Those guys aren't even half of that cost. They're a third of the cost or a quarter of the cost. If you're not willing to go there, that's where I get upset. I guess it was letting you into my thought process of, I know that's not real. I know they don't have the owner for it. That's not how they do things. But man, if I ask for Soto 75% off, why am I a bad person?
Brother, you're talking to the same person who said last year, just make a pitch for Shohei. He's going to say no.
But you look like a hero to your fans.
But at least you can say, hey, guys, we actually tried to bring him here.
Can you imagine Ohtani trying to find Detroit on a map? He'd walk out of the room silently. No.
Can make a joke, but I won't. Go ahead.
No.
Well, I want to hear it.
Nope.
The last conversation you guys were talking about made my pants tight. I had to smack myself to stop daydreaming.
No, it was, guys, I'll say it again. If I can show you that it's not insane, and there are 7 teams going after, if it's not insane to talk about this, why is it viewed as insane when we bring up Bregman or we bring up the names we bring up? Remember, let's say Bregman wanted 5 at 150. That is less than 25% of what Soto will get. I'm trying to figure out where's the Tigers' line. Where is that line that they're okay with? Because it just seems to be very far from the reality of signing what we view as elite free agents.
Their line seems to be 2-3 years max on players.
Okay, so you take yourself out of the running for anyone that moves the needle.
Mm-hmm. That's why you're going after either broken players or aged players.
So exciting. David, go ahead, and then we'll move along.
Great off season, if it happens. That
hey, there's time, and the winter meetings are a few weeks. I
know, but sometimes you just have to believe people when they say who they are.
I don't want to live in that world quite yet, but you're right.
Regarding the JV stuff, someone says, people are stupid. JV is fine as a veteran on the staff, but nobody should want him. He should not have been voted number 1. Someone else says, I would love to see JV in Detroit. We know big names aren't going to
What's that for? Because you don't want him here?
No, I don't want him here. No. And people like him, well, never mind. My kids are watching and listening. Why aren't the Dodgers worried about blocking people? Oh, yeah. That doesn't matter. Go win.
Teams don't care. Look, teams just... You know what? I'm not doing this. That's my official answer.
But I'm
not doing this.
It's why I get angry, but I don't get frustrated because the Tigers are... It's like when you talk about Cohen and the Mets.
I know.
You know, he's told you what I'm going to do. I'm going to do anything and everything I possibly can.
And you have to believe him.
So you expect him to do that.
So you're asking people to believe what you've gotten from the Tigers so far. You're not wrong. I'm just being stubborn. Let's do the quarterback report, and then we have breaking news in the college football space that will change maybe how players are getting paid. Rico with that at 4:15, 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Red Wings look to snap their worst stretch of hockey of the season and a 3-game losing streak when they take on the Islanders at Little Caesars Arena tonight. Head coach Derek Lalonde was asked about the noise on social media surrounding the Wings slide. Wings tied right now with the Blue Jackets and Canadiens for the fewest points in the Eastern Conference at 16. Puck drop at 7, pregame at 6:45 right here on 97.1. Pistons have won 2 of their last 3 games. Meantime, they take on the floor tonight in Charlotte. Detroit's got a chance at revenge on the road. They fell to the Hornets on a buzzer-beating putback by Brandon Miller earlier this month. Tip-off at 7, 6:35 pregame on Alt 98.7. Week 12 in the NFL kicks off in Cleveland tonight. Steelers 3.5-point favorites over the Browns on Thursday Night Football. And Indiana Fever star Caitlin Clark will not play in the brand new 3-on-3 league called Unrivaled during its inaugural season. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, David, music. Let's break down some quarterbacks. Football time.
All right, gentlemen, let's have some fun with some quarterbacks.
Oh, boy.
Top 10 quarterbacks from last weekend. Not top 10 quarterbacks for all season, just for last week's game.
Mm-hmm.
Honorable mention guys, Gardner Minshew, Drake May, both had 282 yards throwing, and each had 2 touchdowns. But they had 3 picks and 2 picks, so that did not qualify you. David, no, your guy's not on here either. No Russell Wilson.
You don't score a touchdown, you don't get to be on the list.
6 field goals doesn't get you?
It does not.
Okay.
Maybe your
All right.
kicker.
It does
but
not.
this isn't a kicking one. All right. At number 10, in a loss, but he was impressive yardage-wise, Jameis Winston.
Oh, go to hell.
395 yards, 2 touchdowns.
Ridiculous. I'm sorry.
And a loss to
Yeah,
New Orleans.
I know, but here's the problem. The numbers were garbage. The game wasn't close. Dustin Hopkins is an idiot kicker who should have been released. I'll live with it because I know you got a short list in the NFL of quarterbacks who actually play well. But I don't like that one, and I don't like Jameis. But fine. Number 9.
Joe Burrow. Another quarterback came in with a loss. 356 yards, 3 touchdowns. He's just hard luck Joe at this point.
No, he's basically Matthew Stafford right now. Yeah. The old Stafford here. His team's failing him. That defense is failing him. His kicker's failing him. His coach is failing him. He's playing MVP caliber football, and they might win 5 games. It's crazy.
David?
That's just fine. He played well. Just didn't win.
I'm about to say, are you just not going to opt out because there's no Russell Wilson?
No, I don't care. He'll show you tonight.
Mr. Unlimited. Yeah, I'll show you tonight. The over-under in the game's 34.
You know
And
what,
we'll
David?
score 34.
If Russ throws for 3 touchdowns or accounts for 3, I guarantee you he's got a spot.
Will there be 3
in next year.
touchdowns in tonight's game?
Probably not.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
What
comment.
a gross game on a short week. Thanks a lot, David. Number 8.
At number 8, Mike, your boy, the Cowboy.
Josh Allen?
Josh Allen. 262, 1 touchdown, 1 interception, but 55 yards rushing, including another touchdown against Kansas City.
I would have had him higher on the list. It's a great defense, an aggressive defense in a winner-take-all type game. I'd have him higher on the list. Admittedly, I'm not the biggest fan of his. No Kincaid, no Keon Coleman, no running game. I thought he played fabulous football outside of the one brain fart.
Where were we at?
Number 6.
Number 6 is number 7.
You have him 8th?
Who? Josh Allen?
You hate Josh Allen.
No. Yeah, he was 7. No, I'm right. You're right. He's 7.
Number 6.
He's 7. At 6, we have Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
295 yards, 2 touchdowns, also rushed for 65 yards in a win over Cincinnati.
He's very good, but I wouldn't have him ahead of Allen. Very uneven game. Electric first half, very quiet second half, including 3 straight 3-and-outs. Made a big throw to McConkey late. Very good performance. If we're quibbling, I'd have him below Allen. Opponent much better.
Agreed, because the second half was just dreadful. Come on now. Almost
Wasn't
lost
ideal.
the game.
Was not ideal. Was not ideal. Especially as someone who had the Chargers. I thought I was about to have the worst loss of my NFL season.
At number 5, we're going to go with, it looks like he's back, Tua. Tua and Miami Dolphins. Tua, 288 yards, 3 touchdowns against the Las Vegas Raiders.
Again, I'm going to say this. David, I just think we have we are running on different platforms. Yes, Tua was good. Yes, Tua should be on the list. He played a team that has quit. I got to have Josh Allen ahead of Tua as well. That's me.
Okay.
Tua should be here. But come on, play the Raiders. You could throw for 2.25 against the Raiders. Raiders quit, Rico. Hey, Max, hope you're enjoying Vegas. You should be here right now.
Okay, then you know what? We'll play a game. How far up should Josh Allen go?
Okay, I like this game.
Because, remember that. Remember what you just said.
All right.
At 4, Anthony Richardson. Win over the Jets. 272 yards, 1 touchdown. He also rushed for 32 yards and rushed for 2 touchdowns.
Against the dead team, Josh Allen higher. Now I'm Josh Allen's biggest fan. Look at this. This is personal growth. Okay, Allen should be higher.
Here's the problem. A lot of people played against dead teams.
That's fine.
Okay.
Josh Allen didn't.
Okay.
He put on his assless chaps, and he beat the Chiefs.
All right. I think I know where you're going. David, any comment?
Oh, I'm loving everything
At
right now.
number 3.
Because I'm in a fight with Rico. Yeah, great.
Because you're right.
Okay.
Carry on.
At number 3, Matthew Stafford. 295 yards, threw for 4 touchdowns against New England. And
He played great. He played great. He had no O-line protection. I'm fine. If you want to put Stafford ahead, because his team is largely dead. And the Patriots, they're pesky. They're like a cockroach. You can't kill them. I could leave Stafford there. I'm not going to fight that one. The other ones, no, that's different. Number 2.
Number 2, he threw for 307 yards, 4 touchdowns. He also rushed for 5 yards. In a win against Atlanta, I give you Bo Nix.
Hold on.
Is
right.
Josh Allen higher than Bo Nix?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. I think we could debate the Stafford one. I got to put him ahead of Knicks.
Really?
That's Atlanta outside. Come on. You know they shrivel up.
That's a division leader. It's actually a real team.
Man, that's like being the best team in a YMCA league. That's what the NFC South is.
Okay. You still
That's okay. Go ahead, Dave. You want to argue?
Yeah, I see what you're doing here, Rico. Who
And
did
I
you
don't
have
like
as
it.
offensive rookie of the year? Yep, Bo Nix. That's what you're doing.
No,
you're pushing up your rankings because of it.
He's got an agenda.
How do I have an agenda? 307 yards and 4 touchdowns.
Josh
and
Allen.
it was mobile Knicks season.
True. With 5
It
yards.
was.
Yeah.
All right. Who was number 1?
Okay. Your argument may fight this one. It's Jared Goff. 412 yards, 4 touchdowns. He rushed for 21 yards over Jacksonville.
I'd have Allen 1. I'd have Stafford 2. I'd have Goff 3. Herbert 4. Knicks 5.
So the opponent, not necessarily the stats.
Opponent matters to me.
No.
Yeah.
We're just, it's just,
Yeah, and
nobody's
here's the
listening.
other thing. Not trying to be rude, and I'm not knocking you, Lions fans, but when you got Goff in the game in the fourth quarter up by 36, those numbers don't count.
A little bit of a Gott Padford.
What was that?
Goff Padford.
Oh, I used to love that nickname for him. Stat Padford. That's how I would go. And again, I don't really take issue with much outside of Jameis being on the list. I'm offended by that. I really respected Josh Allen's performance in watching that game, having no running game.
Is it because it was the Chiefs and he knocked off the Chiefs?
Yeah, and the Chiefs' defense is what matters. Their offense is but yeah, I just really respected the way Allen played.
And the slander of Bo Nix.
And not even just the Chiefs, but he's the game winner there.
On a running play, and
I get
he
it,
buried 2 people.
it's
No,
all
it was
together,
it was
yeah.
a huge play. Hey, man, he doesn't respect Josh Allen. Now I'm Josh Allen's biggest fan. How about that?
Well, no, you know what? And all I got to say is somebody else on this show has an agenda because I did not put Russell Wilson on the list.
I did not ask you
And
to
he
put
was-
Russell Wilson on the list.
He was salty from number 10. So there you go.
Mr. Dangerous.
All right. That's your quarterback rankings for, was it week 11 in the NFL? 97-1. Hey, the holiday season is upon us, and I need internet service that will allow me to stream all the football action while I'm on the go. That's Xfinity. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. Along with the great price, Xfinity offers the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. Enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. And when I take a break from all the football action, Xfinity allows me to stream all of my favorite shows. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. So don't miss out on your favorite shows or all the scores and stats during football season. Get started today. Call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed, based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
Hi there, everybody. So listen, madness of the holiday season. Everyone's going to be busier. You got to get some rest, especially to deal with your family. So look, You save up to $600 on the all-new Serta Perfect Sleeper X and Serta I Comfort during the Black Friday sale all month long. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. Can't believe the promo I just heard. Congratulations, Tarek School. What are we doing here? All right. Sorry, I was just blown away by that. Congratulations, David. You've picked your kids up from school. We should start selling those.
That's an honor. He's, even though we all knew it was
I'm sure
happen.
the congratulations for the station really mean the war. I'm sure he's emotionally moved by that.
We gave Hutch a get well card.
What?
You didn't know that? Mike, you didn't. Is it still back? Yeah, it's back there. It's a gigantic get well card. You haven't seen this thing. Look, straight ahead. All the way back.
That's what that goofy thing is?
Yes.
Oh, dear God.
It's a gigantic
All
get
right.
well.
You know what, man? I'm just here so I don't get fined. We have lost cabin pressure. You have breaking news in the college football space that all fans of all schools are going to want to listen to. I'm turning my mic off. I'm going to let Rico finish. Then I'll drop a bomb on him. Go ahead.
Well, Mike, it looks as if a judge has granted preliminary approval on Monday to a $2.78 billion legal settlement that would allow college sports to pay players, the schools, to just pay the players. Not the NIL, not a collection. The actual school can now just pay the players. As a matter of fact, when you break it down, the deal would allow the biggest schools a pool of money of about $21.5 million in the first year to distribute to the athletes through its revenue sharing plan. This money will probably go up in value as the years go on. I think they're estimating around 4% each year. It will increase, kind of like a salary cap. Every team will have X amount of money to spend. The schools will be, it's up to the school to decide where the money gets spent. But here's the other caveat. Because I'm all for this. Because I've often said the school should be footing the bill for this. Not you and I, not the billionaires, not the millionaires. Schools are making a ton of money off of TV money. They should be able to do this. But athletes would still be able to cut name, image, and likeness deals with outside groups.
Can I ask two questions now, or you want me to wait?
Nah, go ahead.
This money you speak of, does it have to be spread amongst all sports, or can I just say, F it, I want to be a football school?
It's depending on the school. So here's your check. And now, Michael, Valenti University, you decide where you want this money to go.
All
and
$20 million football. I don't give an F about men's tennis.
Now,
Can I do that?
Now, I don't know. You may have to set aside some for women's sports so that you do not violate Title IX.
Okay, so what about this? So let's say it's 75% I could go to my revenue sports and everybody else gets the crumbs, right?
Yeah.
Here's my problem. The last part of what he said, David. The last part of what he said is why we've reached Stupidville. So we're going to have the schools foot the bill, but we're not going to get rid of this farce that is name, image, and likeness. So this is the equivalent of a new home credit for first-time home buyers. Bad news. The price of homes is just going to go up. It's the same thing here. You're not going to get a deal. I'm not pointing at Rico, blaming him. I'm just upset because college football never does anything right. So hold on. So the schools are going to pay, but we're still going to ask donors to fund this. So all that's going to do is raise the price of players. The $2 million quarterback is going to get $4 million. Why? Schools are going to go silly season, and the donors are going to have to go above and beyond whatever money's provided. It's not even a salary cap. You will have kids now making more than first-round NFL draft picks. This is fugazi. Then I read today, Governor DeWine in Ohio signed an executive order where Ohio State can start paying today? And we got to wait till July?
No. Ohio State says they're going to be ready to go as soon as I think it's August 7th is when this is going to go into effect.
Can I get 5 people in the state of Michigan to talk about this and tell me whether I'm off base?
Because what you're seeing, I think what they want it to be and what it's going to end up being are two separate things, just like NIL.
Correct. Just like
because
the portal.
This is supposed to be, and I know, it's like an athlete, all right? Jared Goff is the star quarterback, so he gets commercials. He gets extra money through endorsements rather than Dan Skipper, who's a fan favorite,
right?
No endorsements. That's what I think the collective is supposed to be. But instead, what's going to happen is David's good son actually can go out and play football, and he's going to want $1.5 million. The school only has $1.2 million.
Fans foot the bill.
So I got to, go see the collective. They'll make up the other 0.3. We're good, right?
But see, this is my problem. All they had to do was do this money. Here's the cap. Spend it however you want. There are no more collectives. We find out you're paying players on the side, we nuke your program. That's it.
And no, I'm sorry to cut you off, but yes, and here's the thing. You decide how you want. So if you're right, if you want to really go in and 75% of the money goes on your football team, that's on you.
Right.
And if another school says, well, we really care about our Olympic sports, all right, well, I can't help you that you got outspent and you didn't get that star quarterback.
So people, what do you make of it? Because once again, college football is one step from doing the right thing. Allowing the schools to pay the athletes directly is it's justified. You like all your sweet, sweet TV revenue? Here you go. However, the fact that you're going to have to spread this money to other sports, there is no way they're going to allow everyone to get iced out except football. So right off the rip, there's a problem. But when you say, we're not getting rid of NIL collective, we're not getting rid of NIL, all you've done is raise the price of homes. Oh, rates are coming down. Home prices go up. You're not going to get a deal. You're basically going to devalue your dollar that the revenue coming in is worth. Because you're still going to have schools, have fans go, oh, you got 20, we'll raise 20. Now we're spending 40. That's how Derek Harmon at Michigan State went from being a $400,000 player to $1.2 million. Phil Knight got all bricked up, and he just was, I want this player. They basically paid 3x what Derek Harmon was going to get paid. So what happens now? Oh, the schools are going to pay. Plus you get the... Honestly, I'm not mad at you. I cannot understand how grown adults cannot make quality decisions. You can see it from a mile away what this will produce. You can see it.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me I'm wrong. David, Kenny, please join in. Now, Georgia's got $20 million plus their collective. Tell me now the price of players just doesn't go up.
The price of players will keep going up. I don't think that I think once you've introduced this idea, I think the cost of getting players for everyone has just gone way up.
Well, and it's not even that. It's the marginal players. It's the below average players. It's the, dude, you're not even in the starting in the too deep.
I was going to say, you think players that weren't starting made too much before.
Guys, I got to tell you something, and I don't like doing it. I made a mistake there. I hate bringing up a specific player and what they make. The whole point is, I'm not going to say, I got two guys that I'm pretty sure I know what they're getting from MSU, and they ain't no damn good. You'd vomit all over your sack. So what do you think's going to happen when MSU's got $20 million or Michigan's got $20 million, plus the collectives can still play ball? You're going to see players getting $4 or $5 million.
And this is the other question I have with this, which I think I already know the answer. There's no contracts. There's no cap. There's no They have to stay there for a certain amount of time?
No. They haven't got into what the university, because I'm assuming the university will be able to offer some type of a contract because they're not stupid. They're, you know, they think the fans are stupid, but the university is going to be like, wait, no, you're not going to just run away with our money.
What type of contract can you offer without a CBA, without a union? And I'm not challenging Rico on this because he's right with what he said.
I'm thinking it's probably going to be almost the same type of a contract that a scholarship is, where it is year to year.
Don't you love this too, by the way? Here we go. Kenny, I'll get to you one moment. Here we go. Okay, Boomer. Here we go. But I just love how, on one hand, the average person will sit there and rightfully complain about what we are doing to the young people of this country with the extortion that a college education is, what the costs are, the fact they've gone up 200-300% in the last 25 years. But those same people will go nuts about that. And then on the other hand, they will completely devalue the free education that is worth in upwards of $250,000 that a Division I football player gets. Go get a 4-year degree as an out-of-state student at the University of Michigan. Tell me what that tab costs you. Not to mention a free place to live, not to mention the best food, training table, elite medical care, and free education while we send your kids into a debt spiral of debt. Now that is where this has lost me, because I never said they shouldn't get money. But when you combine the cash value of the scholarship over a 4-year period, if I have you go to school for free, plus I give you the cash value of your scholarship, how is that a bad deal to play Division I football sight unseen and make $250,000 over 4 years? I was happy when I returned effing pop bottles to the Quality Dairy.
Right? But then the rebuttal to that is, what's your 40 time? I can do this. I can do that. I can jump 45
Right,
inches.
hey. And you know what my response would be to those mouth-breathing idiots? My 40 times irrelevant when it's people like me who are footing the bill for this crap.
Once again,
my 40 time worked out just fine in life. I get very offended by this garbage because what my problem is that we scream about how much tuition is for regular kids, and those are the very people who come back to now have to foot this bill. And I'm fine with players getting paid, but why are we doing NIL if we're using the TV money?
And this is where, once again, the NCAA did not put up the guardrails. It's something that would have worked, but instead it's just, you guys do whatever you want to do.
I can feel my forehead getting hot. Honestly.
I can see this, Steve.
I'm so tired of this. There are such easy solutions to just get this sport back on the rails and we can love it again.
Yes. It always amazes me how smart people can come up with the dumbest solutions.
Look at the playoff. Who the hell came up with 12? It's 8 or 16. Figure it out.
But these are the presidents and the athletic directors, the best of the best and the brightest, and they can't figure this out.
248-539-9797. What do you have to say? Let me just tell you about Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks or sells more than Northville. Trex decking, lighting, railing, some as low as $1.59 a foot. Now, what can you get for $1.59 these days? Not a whole lot. Northville has a hell of a good deal because everything's in stock all the time. You save on shipping. You save on the supply chain. Plan it, build it, buy it, Northville. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro. Just call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, David, ticket text. We'll go to the calls. Go ahead.
This is effing simple. A salary cap. Limitations on transferring real tough. A2 and Tecumseh, you need to profit off of sharing amongst other sports. No cap, Mike, then the SEC will go back to cheating, and it will be uneven playing field yet
It's
again.
uneven already. When a school like Tennessee is getting $62 million from their hayseed fan base, and schools in the Big Ten don't get half of that. It's never been even. You know where college football's never been even? It's called geography.
Dude,
okay? The same 8 states out of the South, the core southern states, put almost 60% of the players into the NFL, okay? LSU doesn't have to leave the effing state. Alabama. It's never been equal. I'm not chasing equal. I'm just chasing some level of common sense.
Yes. Certain schools will always outdo the other. I look at it on a different level, but it's like, we're going to stop the war on drugs. No, you're not, okay? It sounds good. You're really not, because you can come up with all the different rules, and they'll find ways around your rules. And so, yeah, certain schools will always make sure we got the cherry on top. We'll make sure we get that player here.
Mike, I agree with you for once. These players already get a free tuition, free room and board, NIL money, and now however much the school wants to pay them. This is a joke.
And these are people, I hate to break this, and I am not being insulting, but when you are coming out of high school, you've accomplished nothing in life. You've accomplished the opportunity to play football. Now, if you want to tell me that somebody like Carson Beck wants to come back to school as the presumed number 1 overall pick and he deserves extra, I've never argued that. But do I need Carson Beck driving a Lambo? I want you to really think about this now. Don't sell me 1970s and MSU slush fund and guys driving a Buick. I'm talking about a guy driving a $500,000 car on a college campus.
Talking like Shedeur Sanders.
Right, it's absurdity.
Yeah.
Okay? That's not even the limit to what he's gotten. Millions of dollars in college is a preposterous concept. Pay them money. Pay them good money. But for God's sakes, all they had to do was get rid of the NIL. Here's your salary cap. This is the league we operate in. Hey, here's an idea. Oh, well, schools will keep cheating. Right. Like what? You think the Cowboys hand Micah Parsons extra money outside of the salary cap? Outside of the CBA? The Minnesota Timberwolves tried that with Joe Smith. It was called an illegal contract. They lost 5 first-round picks. You can have rules, guys. It's really not that hard. All right, I'll be quiet. I'm sorry.
No,
Very
you're
upset.
fine.
Let's go to Kevin, 97.1. Kevin, the floor is yours. What's going on, buddy?
Mike, to your point, and college sports in general are the most corruptible sports that you can possibly get. They have been for decades. But what you are talking about is them instituting a price floor. And the price floor, all it's going to do is inject more money into the market and cause the base level to go from 0 to whatever that level is going to be. So you haven't changed or altered the playing field at all in terms of leveling it. All you've done is increase it in height. So the whole point of that is ridiculous. It's just going to put more money into the pockets of kids that haven't proven themselves. And, you know, that's not what anyone needs. Money is a motivating factor. And when you give it to people, it tends to curb motivation than it does to increase it.
Well, especially, listen, and Kevin, I'm glad you brought this up. Look, there's a part of this, part of my fallout with college football. I think it's hard enough for grown adults when they get successful not to lose themselves, much less be as hyper-focused and motivated. And look, sometimes you grow and you have a family to be accountable for, people around you, but that comes well into your life, into your late 20s, early 30s. When you are handing this amount of money to 17, 18, and 19-year-olds, I'm sorry, you're not doing these guys any favors. You're not. And the idiocy I see where guys who I know aren't going pro are rocking diamond chains while playing football, you're like, dude, you don't get it, do you? Like, it's Kevin, it's just the whole thing is silly.
It's irresponsible, but it's all part of that power structure. It's been so proprietary in college sports. That's why they go from a 2-team playoff to 4, because they want to isolate the best blue bloods. And then they made it 12 so that the top 4 schools can have a bye and they can always have an advantage going into the championship. It's a joke.
All of it is. Yeah. And Kevin, I agree with you, is all we're doing is going to raise the price here with what Rico's, this breaking news is. Great. Yeah, schools get $20 million. They got to spread it probably across the athletic department. which will cause a firestorm because no AD with a brain is going to pay players on non-Olympics, on non-revenue sports. Makes no sense. It's a total light your money on fire moment. Think about it. I have to take $20 million of my revenue, and you think I'm handing that to men's tennis and women's swimming? It's preposterous. So then you're going to pay these programs, and the best part is you're going to get into bidding wars. And the NIL, as Rico put it, that's the sweetener. So all that did, inflate pricing. And the pricing now is insane. It's insane.
No, it is. It is. It's going to be interesting to see how certain schools break down where the money goes and how much each program gets. Do you only give, 2% to the men's tennis team, where the football team will get 50% and the hoop team will get, another 35%, and then you guys divvy up the final 15% amongst everybody else?
David, what do the ticket texters have to say on this?
We are witnessing the death of college football as we knew it and loved it. I always thought that when money became prominent, it would smash it to the grave. That is Paul in Frazier. Someone else says, you're not wrong at all, Mike. They had a chance to fix this nonsense, but of course, they didn't do it. College sports are truly dead. That is Dan and Dexter.
It's crazy, man.
I mean, each time they've had it, it's been dying, and it's funny because it's dying. I think it started dying with the whole BCS. And that's the first. It was like a mistake. We're just going to let the computers decide this. Well, who do you think puts the input into the computers? People. So it's not computers deciding it. It's still biased. So every time they think we're going to do this and we're smart people, actually you're not.
Well, the other thing, too, you're seeing now is like we talked earlier about Indiana's schedule. It's almost like having 18, 20-team conferences creates uneven scheduling. Indiana, strength of schedule, 106. Yet Michigan State, of all teams, strength of schedule's like 9. And we blow, make no mistake. But, come on.
Between Michigan State and Purdue, because we did a breakdown on the pod, Purdue's schedule may be harder than Michigan State.
Right. And meanwhile, here's Indiana playing nobody, playing a collection of foofs, and they're going to make the playoff. And you're like, geez, it's almost like you could see this coming. Remember when the Big Ten, you basically played every team? Mm-hmm. You used to get mad if you missed one of the teams and somebody else played. Now, look, you're seeing it in the SEC. You can't.
Yeah, remember the old days. How did Michigan State not get such and such, but Michigan got them?
Oh, God, I'm turning into a muttering idiot.
Yeah, look at Penn State. They had one game. We lost it, but that's okay. We don't have anybody. Oregon? Nope. Indiana? Nope. Nobody else is good.
Nobody.
Yeah. They don't even play Michigan.
248-539-9797. We will get to your phone calls. We got to touch the table with football as well. We're going to talk Wings too. Is tonight a game that if the Wings lose it, somebody loses a job? We'll talk about it. Get ready to tackle the NFL tonight. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook right now. New customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. SGP for tonight, screw it. You know what you're going to do? Here's the deal. Whatever you build, you put the under in there. It's a primetime under against these two on a short week. Divisional rivals, under 37.5. FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. The Pistons, winners of 2 of their last 3, have revenge on their minds tonight when they take the floor in Charlotte. They fell to the Hornets in heartbreaking fashion on a buzzer-beating putback by Brandon Miller earlier this month. Head coach J.B. Bickerstaff on what they need to clean up after Monday's loss to the Bulls. 7-9 Pistons right now, number 6 in the Eastern Conference starting off the year. Tip off at 7 with a 6:35 pregame with Chris Villar on Alt 98.7. Wings look to end their worst stretch of hockey of the season and snap a 3-game losing streak, taking on the Islanders at Little Caesars Arena tonight. Detroit right now is tied with the Blue Jackets and Canadiens for the fewest points in the Eastern Conference at 16. Puck drop at 7, 6:45 pregame right here on 97.1. Injury reports out from Lions practice in Allens Park. Corner Terrion Arnold, he was limited. Tight end Sam Laporta had a full practice with his shoulder injury. Detroit 7.5-point favorites Sunday at the Colts. And Major League Baseball will test robot umpires at 13 spring training ballparks this year, which reports say could lead to use in 2026. At the Corbell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Disgusting. It's been a while since I've heard that one. Welcome, Odyssey.com Rewind. So here's what we did, and then here's where we're going. There's a big update on college football, NIL, how players are going to get paid. Rico with that last hour before, did a little bit of Tigers. Interesting name in a free press poll of who you, the Tiger fan, want them to go and get. But we're going to return to what we started the day with. Wings have a big game tonight. And I don't laugh. I know it's November. Hockey's a weird sport. I know the Blues were dead last in January and won the Stanley Cup. But for our purposes, the Wings have been skating in the dark. It's an awful start to their season. They had an awful West Coast trip. They lost to an awful San Jose team. They are awful metrically in almost any metric you want to pull. They are a dreadful hockey team right now. And tonight, you're rested. You're at home. The Islanders are gutted by injuries, and there's no easy games in the NHL. But this is a game that, from a scheduling standpoint, you hear me talk about it in the NBA, there are league games. This is a league game for you tonight. And whether it's Dylan Larkin, who wears the C, whether it is Patrick Kane, whether it is anyone in that locker room who's established, and Derek Lalonde, let's be clear, but Lalonde doesn't play. He coaches. It is the idea that you are supposed to come out tonight and respond and win this game. And if you don't, here is my question. If you don't win tonight, should Derek Lalonde be fired? The only thing that precludes a coach being fired is addressing and talking about the noise of him being fired, which he did in that audio we played. I don't know if it's the right move. When I have a strong opinion, I'll tell you. Now, do I find Derek Lalonde very motivating? No. Do I like the sound we play of him? No. Did I like his comments as the team was falling down a flight of stairs last year and missing the playoffs? No. I don't think they're built to play the system he wants to play, which it's very Trotzian. You know, as an Islander guy, this is a Barry Trotz type thing that he wants to do, which is a defensive system and playing tighter. And you don't have that. You don't have, now, again, Talbot's off to a good start. Is he a great goalie at this stage of his career? No. Your defensive core outside of Mo Sider, not great. And offensively, holy mercy, you don't even take shots. So it just, everybody wants blood, but here's why I do. And Rico, you could say, Mike, that's just a very dark way of looking at it. If this finally gets us to the conversation I actually want to have, then yes, I hope they lose tonight. I hope they fire the guy. Why? Because I don't want any more meat shields for Yzerman. Let's just begin talking about Steve Yzerman as a GM, not the guy who you have his cards or his figurine or he once touched the top of your head as a 7-year-old and said, hey, kid, maybe you'll grow up to be just like me. I don't care. It's year 6 of a rebuild. It isn't going well. Did you hear Costa in the morning? Talking to some of his Tampa Bay people? Listen, if you're telling me by taking Lalonde away from Steve, you got no one who will meat shield for you, then fine. But I will not get on these airwaves and scream and yell like I know that that's the right thing. I can't do that. 248-539-9797. Talk to me. Now, are you going? Yeah. I know there were rumors. We've got paying customer Costa in the crowd tonight. Paying customer Kenny in the crowd tonight. There were whispers. You were going to saunter with your tailgate bag to LCA tonight.
I am waiting to see what the NIL collection is going to be. They haven't met the price that I'm asking for yet.
What's that? A $12 hot dog? I mean, seriously. You were talking Kenny's NIL here. Take it easy. So I'm being serious. If they lose tonight, is that a consideration?
It is a consideration. No, Mike, it's a consideration because it's been a consideration for months now. It goes back to last year. It feels like he's just on life support and you're just waiting for the phone call to say, yeah, it finally happened. Because if he got fired tomorrow, if they lost and he got fired tomorrow, anybody going to be shocked? Anybody going to be surprised? No. We've all been anticipating this. And I think for some, you have gotten to the point where it's almost like, let's just end this thing now, lose embarrassingly so that we can move forward. We can move on. So I'm with you on that because when it was, and when he's speaking about it, that means that it's not just us talking. It's people inside the building saying the same thing. That comment wasn't for, the 97.1 radio folks. That was the people in the building saying, hey, guys, I hear it. And trust me, I'm still in control here. But when you have to acknowledge that, that means you've lost control.
248-539-9797. Kenny, you are going to be down there. You are the Wings aficionado. Lalonde is all the rage. I know it's popular to talk about firing a coach. You can't fire the players, and nobody wants to dare critique Steve Yzerman. Tell me, if they lose tonight, what is your move?
My move is I fire him. Then again, I would have fired him at the end of last season. You're right. He has done an excellent job of being a meat shield for Steve Yzerman because all the bullets right now, whether it's online or in the media or wherever you want to look, are pointed directly at him. And yeah, if they lose tonight, especially if they look hapless tonight, if they look like they don't have a pulse, if they look unmotivated, I fire him and I bring in Jim Montgomery because that guy is a red ass, and I love that. But yeah, I fire him.
Red Wing fans, what do you want to do? If you're driving down to the game tonight, here's the other angle. Look, they've been booed off the ice twice at home so far. If they play poorly, I think it would get ugly tonight. Not in anything other than booing, right? I'm not suggesting anybody's going to do something stupid, but fans are pissed. And Costa is a season ticket holder, and he has no reason to lie. People are not happy. People were leaving for the exits after the second period of the last game he went to. So it does get to a point. What are your moves? Now, I know they're moving Casper up. That's good. Fine. Tarasenko's going to get first-line minutes now. Okay. I mean, there was your – God forbid we asked for real players, and you gave us 53-year-old Vladimir Tarasenko. Okay, so be it. I don't know what other move he can make, Rico. But if they lose tonight, you're starting to put yourself up against it a little bit.
If they lose tonight, Mike, and let's just hypothetically say that you do get rid of Lalonde, then I think you're setting yourself up for the ultimate move, and that's Yzerman is next. So this is the first step of many.
When I tell you that will never happen, do you take that as smarm or a sad fact?
I think it's a sad fact.
See? It'll never happen. I think I would need like quadruple verification I wasn't being punked if at any point in my life the headline came out about Steve Yzerman and the F word. There's no way. Will not happen. Oh, he maybe at some point he walks away or just says, I don't want to do this. My whole point is you got to get to a point where we can begin having a real conversation. And I think as long as you got a meat shield of a head coach there, you can't have it. But once you fire Lalone, that's 2 coaches. You're going to get to fire a third? At a certain point, man, you're the one shopping for the groceries. If the meal doesn't taste good,
that's what I said.
To question you.
I think this is the first of the big step of okay, well, this is like you said. This was all on you. Now you're in the crosshairs.
Look, if they win tonight, it gets you back on track a little bit. You get Boston coming in, who's already fired Jim Montgomery. But you, Kenny, let me ask you this question. I'm only asking Kenny because he'll be able to pull out probably 4 or 5 of these different teams that have done this. But like I said that if this wasn't tangibly better by Christmas, your season's over. Meaning you're not the type of team, as you're built, that will do what the Blues did a few years ago, right? And I said, look, at that point, if I'm going to be bad, let's be bad with purpose, bring up kids, go. Kenny, you got Boston on tap. You got the Islanders tonight. It's their split squad. The Islanders are down so many players. If you lose these next couple of games, I mean, is it fair to say it's getting late early?
Yes, absolutely.
Because I think they need mid-90s point total to make it. Is that fair?
I think they, by Christmas, need to be lingering in the same spot they are now out of the, not in last place, obviously, but a couple of points out of the wild card. They're 3 back right now. And that's because the Atlantic is or the Eastern Conference in general is very, very weird this year.
No, it's weird, but don't you believe by the season's end? I don't think you're this bad. I just don't know that you're that good.
I think you're rudderless if what you're saying comes true.
Okay.
And I don't think there's any fixing it. They have to win a couple of these next few games here. They have to.
Got to win tonight. You're there. Costa's there.
You had grace when you lost the first one in the West Coast. I think it was against the Ducks, right? And then L.A., you're like, oh, okay.
The L.A. game was a no-show because you got outshot 40-10.
100%. And then you're like, all right, we better damn well beat the Sharks.
And you're lucky you even got a point out of that.
100%.
When you get into the last 2 minutes of a hockey game, 3 minutes of a game, and you're losing, and you score, power play or otherwise, that's lucky. Because that's the hardest time to ever get anything done. The other team, it's all out. I mean, you always protect a lead, but when it's the last couple of minutes, you see dudes sliding by like they're on a luge. Guys are selling out and blocking shots with their face. It's just, man, I don't know what to do at this point. Like these guys got to pick it up. Look, all right, can I say this, Kenny, without upsetting anyone? When I watch them, there are many occasions they don't look very excited to play.
I agree.
Is that bad of me to say that?
That's not bad of you to say that, and that's why I say bring in a red ass like Montgomery. Because I saw what he did in Boston, and they have different expectations. That's why they got rid of him. But the way he coaches, his coaching style would be beautiful for this team.
248-539-9797. We're going to get to your phone calls next. Here's Rico to read some gospel.
All right. I know you don't think of building a deck for days like this when snow is coming down, but hey, listen up. If you want a beautiful deck added to your home, Koi Construction can get it done for you. They can design and build one just like I did. Hey guys, Koi Construction is a Trex Pro Platinum dealer, family owned and operated deck building company, enjoying a rich and proud 40-year tradition in Metro Detroit and Southeast Michigan. Their focus is on quality and craftsmanship has made them one of the very best in the industries. And get this, they love to work year round, so they will even work in weather like this. So if you want a deck ready for spring, no problem. Unlike most deck building companies, Koi routinely builds decks throughout the cold winter months, but there are limited spots available. Call them today to secure your spot on their schedule. Whether you're looking to create an inviting gathering space in your backyard or a cozy retreat, Koi's experienced team will help bring your vision to life. Call them today. Get your project started right now. You won't regret it.
Hi, everybody. Listen, let me tell you about Circa. Let me tell you about Stadium Swim. On a day like today, it's cloudy and cold and rainy. You could be in Vegas watching the Wings and Islanders on the big screen. 6 pools, 3 levels. You book your spot today. It's right in the heart of Las Vegas at Circa Las Vegas. Just go to circalasvegas.com. All right, let's get to the people. Wings with a big one tonight. A lot of noise about Derek Lalonde. I've just asked the question, if they lose tonight, should he be fired? And I leave that to you guys. I'm not mad at anyone who says no, it's November 21st. But it's not about what will happen. We know that I don't think the Wings have fired a head coach in season since the early 80s. This is about what you want, what you believe is right. I think if they lose tonight, I'm not going to fight you. I thought he should have probably been gone the way the team clown card at the end of last season. And he just, again, it's a dangerous thing. I know I do it with Jonathan Smith. I do it with Lalonde. Sometimes coaches do things that bug me, and it's really not relative to the conversation. But, like, nothing Lalonde offers you in a forward-facing manner is ever impressive or ever motivational. And then the team plays flat. You're right. It's a stupid thing to make that connection, but it's what you're left with. Let's go to the people. Go to Keegan, 97.1. Keegan, how you doing, buddy?
Pretty good, Mike. How about you?
Excellent. What do you make of all this? What are we doing?
So honestly, win or lose, I think Lalonde needs to hit the bricks. I don't think his coaching system and his coaching style are conducive to the roster that we currently have available. And it's been pretty obvious that, and this is, I am a proclaimed Yzerbot, and this is coming from me. I don't believe that the players that we have with Yzerman's organization right now are conducive to anything Lalonde's trying to do. I think, and I'm really, really super concerned that we're not going to prioritize a coaching change when the Bruins have gift-wrapped Jim Montgomery for us.
Let me ask you a question. It's to you and Kenny, and I'm just shooting you straight. Is there any tie-in at any point in their lives? Have Yzerman and Montgomery, is there any point of connectivity there? Or is it just because, hey, record-breaking season a few years ago, fire breather, good organization, guy becomes available?
I sincerely just I don't even care about the connection. I mean, obviously there has to be the general manager to a head coach. There's got to be a certain level of, I'm willing to talk to the left hand and the right hand here, but the dude's pedigree is evident. Boston is in this weird mode of just rifling through coaches, and I think if there's ever been a time for the Red Wings to be primed to make a mid-season coaching change, this is it. Like, I want to see a different change, and if it's not going to come through the roster, I'd like to see it come through the coaching program.
That's fair. No, and Keegan, that's the key. It's always easier to change a coach or a manager than your team. We've talked about it. I mean, I think step one is if they don't get this turned around, you're left with no choice but to expedite bringing up a couple of the kids. Not throwing them to the fire, but you're going to have to do something. The next move is then you make a trade to shake things up. Look, it just can't be another lost season.
No, you got to at least see what you got with the kids.
And especially, I mean, just came out today or maybe yesterday, David Jiricek's on the table. Like, if we're going to sit here and, faux thumb about bringing players in, giving them term and blah, 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 blah. The kid's 23 years old. He's going to be a top 4 defenseman. We're humping Hall and Petrie, and it's just it's exhausting to watch Derek Lalonde try to turn a defensive system into a program that doesn't have the players that need to make that happen.
And Keegan, that's the problem I have with this, and I'm not, again, I am not trying to reinvent the wheel, and hockey is lower on my priority list than other sports. I got a business to run. Keegan, this is not a good roster. That's my biggest beef in all of this. How Yzerman gets to skate and we're sitting here and we're trying to throw Derek Lalone off the cruise ship, and it's like, okay, fine. But once I do that, we then have to say, okay, Steve, to the main stage, please, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm sitting here with my buddy. I'm literally sitting in the parking garage about ready to go into LCA and get my Datsu coin. And we're sitting here waiting just to be able to get on the phone with you because I wanted to tell you, this is probably one of the few times that I actually vehemently agree with your takes. And there's a part of me that's still hanging on to this Yzerbot where I'm like, he can do it. Like, he's the captain. It's, if anybody can do it, it's him. And it's wearing thin. It's wearing thin, and I need to see a progressive change.
And you're not wrong. Like, you're not wrong to hold on to it, Keegan. I'm not mad at anybody who wants it to work. All of us want it to work. It'd be an amazing story. But, like, yeah. Look, have a hell of a good time tonight regardless. But this is going to be an ongoing conversation until or unless this team turns it around. And let's hope that they do because, look, hockey's a weird sport. 7 coaches got fired last year. 4 of them, those teams made the playoffs. It's a weird game. Teams that fire their coaches in the NFL generally don't make the playoffs. You fire a manager, they generally don't make the playoffs. NBA, forget about it. Coaches get fired every 10 minutes. Yeah, but it's got to start happening. That's the problem. David Ticket text. Or Kenny, hold on, Kenny. No. Kenny, you're about to join Keegan down at LCA. Buy him a beer when you see him. He sounded sad. He sounded emotional. What were you going to say?
I was going to say just one last note on Jim Montgomery. We were talking about Derek Lalone seemingly not being a motivator or whatever he presents to us. His face-forward attitude does not seem like a motivational one. Jim Montgomery got in hot water because he was yelling at Brad Marchand on the bench. He was like grabbing the back of his jersey, just doing what I think coaches should be doing. And he was in hot water in Boston for doing that. And then after the game, Brad Marchand looks at the media and goes, yeah, I'd be worried if he wasn't doing that kind of thing. That's exactly the kind of guy I want behind this bench.
Don't get me started on that.
You want something funny?
It's very Tom Izzo almost.
Oh, my God, he yelled at Aaron Henry. Cutscene. Okay. Aaron Henry going,
yeah, I'm great with that.
What are you talking about?
Kenny, when Aaron Henry looked at us all and was like, what are you talking about?
Which time are you?
When?
No, that's all right. But Wojo was clutching his pearls. Here's the one thing I'll say. It doesn't mean anything, but it pumps me up a little bit that any time you look at Jim Montgomery and they talk landing spots, do you know what the first team they list is? It is the Red Wings. Does it mean anything? No. But it's not this wild thing to go, all right, this isn't working. Need new voice, new message.
I think everybody kind of sees it. And you're just waiting. Like I said, it's that you're waiting for that phone call that,
Nona's dead.
Yeah,
She
passed away.
Noted. I know. You know what? That's very morbid around the holidays. I'm sorry. I don't know. Here, your car's dead.
No.
We can't fix it. What do you want me to say?
That was rough, man.
That was rough,
all right.
Man. All right. I'm sorry.
I would say that I was trying to find a connection between Montgomery and Yzerman.
Yeah.
They never crossed paths.
Okay.
But Montgomery did coach Tarasenko. We have him. But there's also a note here that he did coach with Dallas. And Jim Neal eventually fired him, so maybe Jim Neal's connection with Yzerman, maybe they don't work either. I don't know. I'm just
listen. I appreciate you doing it. I wasn't going to pretend to know, nor do I care honestly, because I don't like it's not nepotism, but like I don't like
it
when
shouldn't matter.
I don't like when boys are just hiring boys. Like yes, you have to have a working relationship. Maybe there's more of an interview process. I don't really care. Oh, we came up together in juniors, eh? No one cares.
You just described every coaching circle.
I know, and I don't like it. You know this. David, take a text, then we'll get some football.
Fire him before the game in front of the team.
Phenomenal.
All right.
Okay, then.
Steve's offseason was horrid. Own that, too. Ghost gone on the cheap. Wallman gone for nothing. Steve Yzerman needs to be on the hook.
And whether they ever had him, thought they had him, could have had him, didn't get him, Stamkos ain't here. Now, again, the knock was not a great player at this stage, 5-on-5, more of a power play demon. Fine enough. Bottom line is you added nothing. You brought back Kane, and then last-ditch effort, here's Tarasenko. That's in an offseason, you had all that money. You spun the goalie wheel again. You didn't want to give turn to anybody. Like, Kenny, you know what's funny? I was talking to Cookies about this because he was all amped up going to the game tonight, and he's already angry. But it's like we joked about Montour, right? Montour is a puck mover on steroids.
Yes.
The name of his game is speed, moving the puck, getting out of the zone on a breakout. That's his deal. Plus, he's got a full sleeve. Amazing.
That is the exact thing this team lacks desperately.
Right. But what did we hear? You stupid Guido. What do you want to do? Give 7 years to him? And I'm like, well, what difference does it make? I want to win.
To be fair, I never called you that.
No.
Let's just be fair about it.
I was doing a simulation of ticket text.
But I was like, I don't think we are allowed to say that.
I don't think I said that.
Oh, I wouldn't care. It's Kenny. Please, that doesn't matter. But I was making a point is like, there were players that are like solutions based. And the rigidity of the Yzer build keeps you from doing it. And then you're like, okay, well, you don't want to give 7 years to this guy. Well, what? Stamkos might take 4. Well, you didn't get him either. So what did you get?
It seems like the plan was so rigid that he just doesn't want to deviate from it.
And when you have no pressure and no boss?
When there's no hot seat, when a hot seat doesn't exist, well,
right. What do you
this is
think?
what you're going to get.
You think Chris is ever going to fire him?
No.
Please.
He'd be looked at like a demon in the city.
The district will be done before that happens. All right. Hungry Howie's. Listen, I can't tell you what. I can't tell you the Wings are going to make
Wanted
it.
my LED roof?
I know. There's still hope. I love that rendering.
Which phase?
Hungry Howie's phase. Order a pizza for the game tonight if you're not going to be paying customer cot. Now, if Kenny were home, he'd order something non-traditional like the chicken and waffles pizza, chicken tender bites, waffle bits, maple syrup, the whole bit. It is outer space pizza. You want traditional? Stick to that if you like. Either way, treat yourself. Get that chicken and waffle pizza tonight. Large, $15.99 at Hungry Howie's. Bold flavor awaits. NBA's back. FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Catch all the action. FanDuel giving everybody 3 months of NBA League Pass with your first $5 wager on any NBA game. FanDuel.com/ticket. You can bet with the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. After 3-month free trial, the full price of League Pass automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime. Terms, conditions all apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. We're going to have all the luminaries in the house tonight. Yes, it's Datsuk night, but more importantly, season ticket Costa in the house, paying customer Kenny in the house tonight. And look, I don't know if you think we made too much of it being a big early season game. That's fine, but I don't know what else to tell you. Team had a god-awful start to the year and a god-awful West Coast trip. They don't play quality hockey. Metrically, they're awful. And there is a lot of noise about Lalonde. Do I believe it or do I think? Look, I have no idea if it's the right move. I told you my dark intentions, which is simple. If it means we will have no more meat shields for Steve and we can just begin having a real conversation, then yes, launch the man into space. At least I'm honest.
No.
Can't tell you it'll work.
No.
I'm just getting tired of this crap where, let's blame this guy, blame this guy, blame this economic condition, blame this timeline. No. When do we get to the point where we blame guy who runs organization? I like that phase.
I think we should be at that phase, but
year 8. We'll get there year 8.
Or
maybe we look back in 4 months and they make the playoffs. I don't know. Hockey's a bizarre sport. Yeah. David texts before we go to Rieger, who's at LCA. Any shot drunk Costa hops on the mic?
No, but I did hear another voice in the background. No, I heard Stoney's voice in the background as they're setting up down there.
I told you all the luminaries are out and about tonight at LCA.
I was thinking about hitting a couple games this year, but I've changed my mind. I will not spend my money to watch a team that plays like they don't even want to be on the ice.
It's such a departure from how they started last year. They were fast, they were fun, tons of goal scoring, and we knew it wasn't going to be sustainable to keep winning games 5-4. They had at one point, remember, they were like 0-15 when scoring less than 3 goals, but it was watchable. Look, in a lot of ways, it's flipped. There's an optimism with the Pistons here now after a terrible 0-4 start. They're competitive. They're playing like I don't know. I'm not telling you they're going anywhere, but they're competitive.
Right. They're not absolute garbage.
The NBA Cup. It brings the best out in all of us.
Where it's like, okay, they're going to lose. It's like, wait, this team may actually.
Yeah. And they've given away a couple games. They could very easily be a couple games over 500.
Charlotte, yeah.
Houston, Milwaukee, Miami.
David, which one they missed the free throws? They could have won the game.
Bucks.
That was was Milwaukee. Okay. Lost in overtime because of that. You know the game, guys. Wings will win tonight. That's how it goes.
Yeah.
Just good enough.
But it's why I asked the question the way I did is, if they lost, what would you do? That's it. And look, Islanders are down a couple of their best guys. Now, if Sorokin's on his game, maybe you get goalied, as Kenny puts it. But I'm just getting tired of the excuses. Like, you got to win some of these games, man.
Maybe fire Larkin. He can't lead, obviously. He may be just like Stafford, not demanding to be better.
I want to remind you of what this team looked like when Dylan Larkin got hurt last year. I don't think you want to reach angry captain phase. I am not going there. That's not for me. Not right now.
And then one more before we get to Jeff Rieger down there at LCA. Okay, the Wings come out in the first 10 minutes like a swarm of hornets. Then the Isles will weather the storm, and it will be over. They beat the Red Wings tonight. Lalone gets fired in the morning.
Believe it when I see it. They haven't fired a coach in season in 40 years. Think about that. Riggs is there. All the luminaries are out. Jeff, what's going on, bud?
Oh, we got the Magic Man walking around. If you got here early, you got a Datsuk coin. This is the night, guys, that the struggling stops. Come on. By the way, I'm looking at the ticket text. I just fired it up.
Yeah.
The first ticket text I see, what does this mean? Can we make You Stupid Guido drop, please? Happened about 5:30. I wasn't listening at 5:30. I was walking into the arena.
I was making a point, and I'm like, well, some of his hate hockey takes. You Guido, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, all right, well, how's that going for you now? You know, all our ideas in the offseason didn't happen. You like this roster? Here you go.
So you guys think tonight's tonight? If they lose tonight?
I think they should. No, Jeff, I don't know if it's the right move, and I don't think it's going to happen.
They've
never done it.
Neither do I. Well, so I do kind of think, well, first of all, I don't know if you guys heard this. Derek Lalone, we're going to play it for you. He made a plea as if it's not really that bad. I think fans are going to want to hear this.
We played it.
One thing, oh, did you?
Yeah.
If you beat the Ducks, if you don't blow that lead, then you're a 500 team.
Yeah, ifs and buts, candy and nuts.
Right.
I mean, it is what it is.
Well, the other thing I was looking at is if you're going to whack a coach, which I don't think they're going to do either, but if you are, you probably want to give said new coach time to at least ingratiate himself into the system, right? So the perfect time would have been after the San Jose game. They play every other day for the next 20 to 25 days. I think December 10th or 12th is the next time they get a couple days off. So I wouldn't think he'd do it tonight or tomorrow, knowing you got to play on Saturday.
I don't think it's going to happen, period. Not during the season, Rieger.
I agree with you. I don't think it's happening either, but
I mean, it's fun to talk about on the air, but I mean, realistically speaking, it's just us talking.
So
if they're as listless as they were against San Jose and against the LA Kings, I don't know, man. If they get, to your point, if they get booed out of here on Pavel Datsyuk Magic Man night, who knows what the hell could happen?
Nothing, because we have no. Oh God, I don't want to go. Look, bottom line is you don't have that kind of owner either. Okay, can we just be upfront? Like you don't have a domineering presence. You don't have somebody who's going to be like, get rid of this guy. It's just not how it works here. So you know what, Riggs? No, they should win tonight. The Islanders are gutted. So as long as Sorokin doesn't stand on his head. Oh, and by the way, you're the worst 5-on-5 team in hockey. Shot creation, shots on goal, quality chances. So if Sorokin's on and you're not going to pepper him with 40 shots, that's not a great combo. But, I don't know. I'm going to watch it just like you and see what the hell happens. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, the Islanders don't give up anything, even injured anyway. It's going to be an ugly game. But, I mean, listen, if you can't win this game after 2 days of negativity, if you don't get a better compete than you did against the San Jose Sharks on Monday night, then I do believe it's something that everybody should be talking about. So we'll see.
I'll be listening. I want you to be your best. Be your best on Magic Man night. Come on.
Be your best. Well, he's his best. I mean, you got the cup here.
Okay.
You got, I mean, who didn't love Pavel Datsyuk? There was many questions about the Magic Man in the pregame scrum today.
We'll talk to you. We'll be back tomorrow at 2. It'll be all football unless the Wings lose tonight and something crazy.